Hello, guys, and welcome back to the SA DPC. We're here for the last day of the week of Division 1. We have probably one of the most exciting matches today, or in the week in general, as Apokinga Kings face off against Lava. Apokinga Kings, a team that made some recent changes, but still has been looking really good, the potential dark horse of South America. And Lava, a team looking to get back on that pedestal they were held on back in the Singapore Major. Who's going to make it? We don't know, but we do have great analysts to try to predict it. My name is Ava Plus, and I'll be joined here by wonderful RDO and Duster once again. RDO, how's it going today?
I'm very good. Very excited for the matches today.
Yeah. Is it nice to finally get to talk about a Brazilian team this time? You get some true insight up.
I know Apple Kings like the Terrorblade, so I'm actually excited for it.
Yes, it's true. Very Duster. What are your thoughts on today's matchup? Do you think Lava is going to be able to show up?
Yeah, I would prefer Lava in this matchup, but
Really?
it will be exciting to see Apple Kings with a new player also. Lava didn't change anything, so it's you kind of know what to expect from them already. But Apple King is gonna be new, so I'm excited to see.
What is your current consideration on Lava as a team? Because obviously a team that does so well in a major, then bottoms at TI, like they've been everywhere. So where do you think they stand right now?
Hard to say. Like they spend so much time together, so I don't know how it's inside the team. But when you spend so much time together like this, I know that relation between players can get a bit exhausted. But I don't know how it's inside their team. But I know that, for example, me and Ardio played together for more than a year, like 2 maybe, and we had many issues. So I can expect team like Lava that stuck together, even with the TI results that for sure they didn't like. Wonder how it is inside their team.
Yeah. Can you explain the situation to me a little bit, RTO? Like, have you ever been in a team where like you've got like a pretty bad result and you decide to stick together despite that, and just continue onwards? Like, how does the conversation go then?
I have no idea how to explain it, but the you get like exhausted of seeing the same face over and over again, and the you start. I don't know how to explain it. It's actually such a hard question for me. I think Duster can explain it better.
Okay.
You kind of get tired of the person pretty much, because when you stay together with a teammate for so long, personal things kind of get in the way of Dota. You kind of start having more personal things, not only Dota, like kind of like, habits that the person has and stuff like this. And I know that Peruvian, for example, they all of them live together in gaming houses, so it can be even worse.
Right. So you talk about, like, I don't know, there's something about how they don't clean their kitchen or how they cook their food or something, and all of a sudden that starts to bother you after like a year.
Some habits, daily life habits, can get to your skin once you stay together with a person for so long.
But do you think there's a buildup of loyalty as well, though, that comes with it? Like you know these people better than anyone else because you've lived with them for like 2 years at that point.
Yeah, for sure. And you also have more intimacy to talk about Dota and like personal things. So sometimes you can fix personality issues because you feel free to talk to your teammate in a more intimate way. So you can say like, "Hey, I don't like this type of thing that you do. That's not Dota related. Maybe something like a habit that the person does." And when you're a new teammate, you kind of don't feel comfortable criticizing something more personal on the person. Yeah. But
Okay.
long-term teammates can have more freedom to say.
Interesting. All right, let's go back to the Dota part of it. RTO, what do you think of Lava as a Dota team in general? Like when you saw them stay together, did you think, okay, this team has chemistry? I've liked how they played, or what are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I think they have a lot of chemistry between each other, and they also play lots of play styles. So it's kind of hard to outdraft them and this kind of stuff because they can do anything. And this is probably because they're together for so long. They created trust on each other for like well style to play more of a carry on mid lane, or the offlaner guy to play more of a greedy offlaner, and you kind of sacrifice yourself as a carry so the other two lanes are going better.
Mhm.
It all comes from trust.
And when I actually want to touch on this playstyle thing because when you watched the decline per se of Thunder, well, that back then they were Thunder Awaken or Thunder Predator. Uh, there was a lot of criticism towards them saying that they kind of didn't have a style, like they just kept swapping around. They didn't really find their identity. Did you see that about them as well? Like they would do constant different drafts, yeah, for example.
Sorry, can you ask
Yeah, sorry.
again?
What I'm trying to say is when Thunder Awaken was starting, or Thunder Predator was starting to decline, now Lava, right? Many people criticize them because they kept going all over the place with their drafts. Like they didn't have a clear idea, and it seemed like they can just play anything, but they didn't really stick to anything well. Did you also notice that about them during the decline, or do you feel like they actually do have a defined style that we don't see?
Feel like they're open to everything, and this is kind of good, but sometimes can backfire. Like they have
Okay.
some losses because they just try to do so many things and it doesn't work like that. Sometimes doing the basics is better.
Okay. So we get right into the draft. Apple Kings will start with something they've been doing for last season as well, as the Bane Kunkka. And we're going to have the Mars as the start for Lava. Benny Kunkka, honestly, really impressive. That's why they've been running the Bane with him as the safe lane combo. But of course, always a flex pick. Do you guys think this is okay still in the current meta, the safe lane Kunkka?
I think it's
Yeah,
still playable.
It's very strong lane. Like I think you
Okay.
pick mostly to win the lane and kind of snowball from it.
Do you find that Kunkka has a clear peak though as a carry? Like, do you like combining him with a second win condition in the mid lane?
Better if you can pick more of a +1 on mid lane, something like Templar Assassin, Lina, something that can at least do building damage, DP. Because Kunkka, yes, he's gonna snowball and win his lane, but he's not gonna take objectives pretty much.
Right. And then you combine that with Bane, who's in the same position, right? So you don't you have 0 push in the first 2 picks. Lava, on the other hand, having a lot of push already with that Leshrac pick. Where do you guys find the Leshrac right now in the meta? Because it hasn't been picked too often these days, RDO.
I think the hero is strong, but it's only strong when you can like cover it, either with bends or with a good save. And in this case, they pick on Nate, so they can bend three counters of Flash, and he's strong for the entire game. Because the problem of this hero is when he gets slowed down on early game.
Is this for any position you play him in, or is this like specifically for, say, mid Lesh or something like that?
It's more about the mid Lash because it's where he mostly snowballs.
Right.
When you play offlane, you usually go for the Mac build or some kind of tanky stuff. You're not really the snowball hero. You're just there to deal magic damage on early game and create space for your carries.
Would this fall into the Leo style, kind of carrying the game style that we talked about for Lava?
I think it's still opened. I think they want the Apple Kings picked Kunkka to lane against Mars, and the Lava team picked the Lash to lane against Kunkka. So they have the upper hand, kind of.
Okay. Talk to me about this Lesh offlane, Duster. I'm sure you have to face that against Whisper at some point. How does it feel to lane against that hero?
When you pair with a good +4, it's really strong lane because it has a lot of Q potential with double stuns, and he takes your tower early on. You need to play this matchup. You kind of need a +5 that can clear the wave, and in this case, Kunkka does it well. Like he can just kill the wave, and Lash won't feel comfortable to take the tower. It kind of works both ways. If you play the side lanes, I would give the upper hand to Kunkka actually.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. When Whisper was telling me about this hero, he said that once he hits 6, there's very few heroes that can stand in lane against him. So would you put Kunkka as one of those that, even though Lesh has the Pulse Nova, he can actually still hold his own?
No, he definitely can't stay on the lane alone, but he has a lot of Q potential with X Mark and +1 TP. So you can stop the Lash push. He's gonna feel constantly afraid, because if you go to his tower, you just X, TP a mid laner, and you can easily kill him.
Okay. Is there any worry though?
Lane.
Yeah. Is there any worry though for Lava's draft that you presented two cores already? Or actually, do you guys think the Mars can be flexed? Because this is the team I think that does it the most into the 5 position. I mean.
Yeah, you can play Mars 5 in theory,
Mhm.
but it's not a problem to show 2 cores like this. They're pretty solid cores. And also, Mars can go mid, he can go offlane. They're 2 flex picks. So you still have some freedom.
Right. So you're okay with showing cores if they can change between the lanes, is what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure. In the end, you can still choose the perfect matchup for you.
All right, nice. Okay, let's see how these lineups shape up. We see the Tusk and the IO ban here for Apu, who are deciding to get rid of supports here. That will make the lanes hell for them. Tusk completely back in the meta, it seems like, at least in South America. Does this hero ever leave? Do you guys just it's just brawling constantly with this hero?
Pretty much just a brawler. SA loves it.
I was also stronger because of the new shard, with the bigger first spell that deals DPS. So you can also deal with waves. You're not only the brawler anymore. The game back then, when games go like just pushing waves and farming, Tusk feels really bad. But now he can also farm.
Okay, nice. I'm glad you explained that because Duster also mentioned the shard. He's like, yeah, it's really good. I see the small farming patterns. We did see its strength against Hokori. If you guys missed that match, it pretty much won them the Roche in the first match of the best of 3. And now Lava, they pick up the Rubik, something that only 2 players in South America consistently do. Well, 2 teams rather. It's Lava and Thunder Awaken, as Matthew is also the other Rubik 4 player. A lot of people commented on this hero being like super strong because of the changes it got this patch. Do you also find that? Because he has not been picked as often, Duster.
I think the hero is still pretty good. You just need to have good spells to steal pretty much. But the only concern is his laning phase is not that strong.
Okay.
And to be honest, in this game, I don't like this game. Like,
okay.
Especially now that you have to play against Beastmaster, I don't see good spells to exam. Besides grip, it's easy to stop Bane and steal grip, but the other spells don't look so good.
And now with the Beastmaster, does Lava have a decent enough lane to deal with this Beastmaster? Is the Ogre okay against them? Or are they gonna pick a carry that deals with them too?
Carry to deal with it. Because the supports definitely don't. Beast can, once he gets Dominator, no one can lane against him at this point.
What comes to mind as your favorite carries here against the Beastmaster, RDO?
PA for sure. Oh my god, I'm gonna say it again. Yeah, TB is also good against Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah.
Yes, because it has like very high armor, and the meta, you can always kill the bars, and you can also kill the Beastmaster if your position 5 is strong with it. Which in this case is strong because it's an ogre. Ogre is very good.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you like the TB in general against this draft as well?
No.
No?
It's bad against the early game is a big problem because Nepfire is so good against Terrorblade. Like you ulti from very far and you deal a lot of damage. And your the Lava lineup doesn't have any saves, so if you get X'd and you don't have a BKB, you're gonna always die from the Bolt plus Snap ulti combo.
No, they ban it anyway, so we're not gonna get the chance to see Minos Terrorblade. The PA still in the pool. Is PA okay besides that as well, or are you just picking her for the lane? Because Snapfire has similar strengths against PA.
Yeah, PA's good on lane against Beastmaster, and she can only fight with BKB on this game, but it's kind of what the hero is about. Like, PA can kill both of the supports with BKB and provide Roche for his team. So I like the pick.
Nice. Looking at King of Kings, they also themselves are missing a carry. You guys gonna wait? Well, actually, it depends on where the Kunkka goes. But are they just gonna wait to see the core-to-core matchup and then pick up then, or is there anything that you see for this lineup that you go, wow, I would love to see this pick?
I expect Monkey King because it's.
It's true, actually. I can't believe that got through. That's crazy.
He's the Monkey King god.
Well, what do you think in general of the Monkey King mid lane? Do you think it's like if Mini plays it, it's good, but in general, it's not that great?
Yeah, this is how I see the hero. I don't like the hero. I don't like when I have a Monkey King in my team, but when I play against Minion, he has the Monkey King. I also don't like it.
You know, today Yatoro actually released a tier list of carries, and he put Monkey King quite high. Actually, he put A tier as the Monkey King, so he thinks he's quite high.
Yeah, carry's a bit different because now Monkey Kings are building Battle Fury first item, so they can go Battle Fury BKB and get a lot of farm. And the Monkey King, now that he has high armor, has a good lane. So he wins the lane and farm fast with the Battle Fury.
Right, which is much better than the mid lane, which has a lot of bad matchups. That's going to be the Tiny pick last for Lava, probably their carry. So now Apoke Kings, do they need to pick a Tiny counter here?
It was amazing, but it's banned.
What else comes to mind? We've seen Huskar a bit, but I think that's a bit of a tall order here.
5 seconds.
Not sure. Everything good's banned. The Life Sewer, the TB. TA is kind of weird against. I think TA is good. It has a good lane. The only problem is the Lash with the DPS. But besides that, she's immortal with BKB.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be down. So you put the Kunkka mid, you get the TA to Benny, most likely. We'll see what Apoke Kings decides to go for, though. As they're thinking about this Tiny. Okay.
I think that's unexpected.
Yeah, what's... you explain the logic here, Duster? What do you see the strength of the Shadowfin here?
I feel like they wanted to play the Kunkka carry, and they need a more pause one here on the mid lane.
Okay.
He's gonna have a fine lane against Lash because he's ranged hero, and he actually does a lot of building damage with the talent and stuff.
RDO, how do you see?
Interesting to see.
How do you see him matching up against a Tiny?
The Shadow Fiend?
Yeah.
I think it's fine because there's a lot of DPS. If he goes for the BKB, he can for sure kill the Tiny, and it's like double carry. It's Kunkka with both buff and the Shadow Fiend. So I think it's a good pick if he gets away with a good lane.
Okay. Final predictions, guys. RDO, I'll start with you.
All right, I'll go Apo Kings. I'm cheering for them. Let's go Brazil.
That very objective prediction. Thank you, RDO. Duster.
I'll go with Apo Kings. I really like this Shadow Fiend, and I like the dual core of Shadow Fiend Kunkka. They're gonna have good lanes and possibly snowball, so I'm cheering for them.
As you see, you can't tell if Duster's biased. You gotta learn from that, RDO. He's very good at justifying it. That's the Astini way. We're gonna see if Apoke Kings does take the first game against Lava, or if Lava shows us the strength of that Tiny. As we go over to game number 1 of the series with your wonderful casters, Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in love with this Apo Kings draft as well. I was looking at this thinking they've got such a tanky lineup, very hard to kill, auras coming out of the Beastmaster, now the Shadow Fiend. I don't know, Lacoste, what are your thoughts? I love it. SF last pick.
Yeah, a hero that we usually don't see. I was a bit surprised that they decided to go for it, but it's one of those heroes that can either go 0-4 and you feel like you're playing 4 versus 5 pretty much the whole game, or he can completely dominate. It's gonna be a mid lane Shadowfin, which I'm a bigger fan of. I think they just needed to put something on a mid lane and wanted to put Kunkka on the safe lane against Mars and Rubik. So we're gonna see the Shadow Rays build.
Raises.
Yes. I was not a fan of the safe lane Shadowfin. People tried it.
Passive build.
You're literally not using the potential of the hero. Same goes for stats. I'm personally not a big fan of Gyro that doesn't skill Rocket Barrage in the laning stage, but we can leave that for later. Let's see. There might be a clash here, Gary.
Yeah. They're all grouping up around this top bounty rune area. What have we got? Bane, Snap can start on an Ogre. This is the trouble, right? Both teams have very tanky targets that are difficult to bring down. So you've got this chip damage. There's a little bit here, a little bit there. And they're all just going to run away and back off away from each other. No one wants to get caught up in an extended team fight while the creeps are all spawning. So it does look like we get the 2-for-2 bounties all even across the map. Does Catch-You know that ward is there, though? No, it doesn't look like it. So Ogre's just going to wander down bot, while Dire and Radiant both keep their mid-vision up.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Lava's lineup. I feel like this lineup doesn't care too much about the cooldowns. They can pretty much fight all the time. You have mid laner and carry that don't have any abilities that they need to wait to be able to fight. So that's very good for them. So let's say Roar is used, Boat is used, Snapfire ulti on top of that. They can make use of that. And this top lane, it's going to be super strong for Lava, a lot of harassment. Rubik plus Mars, like every single time Kunkka gets close, he's gonna get God's Rebuke plus Fade Bolt in the face. And he also invested a lot of gold in the small items, which means that his item that he wants to have, the Helm of Iron Will, the most imba item pretty much in the game, especially early on, is gonna be delayed. So that means that Bane will need to bring some extra regen to this time. And look at the harassment already. This is the second time.
Yeah, I mean, Benny makes maybe a little misstep there. He goes around the creep wave that allows them, like you said, to get their double nukes in on him. And he had just salved as well, so he's like, I'm full HP, I can go and play the game. You can't. This Mars and Rubik are straight at your throat yet again. Spouting out that Fade Bolt. And this is going back to the point you were making about the Shadow Fiend and why you don't like the stats build or the passive build as Bane gets speared, rebuked, did pop his stick and nightmares up the Mars, transferred across to the Rubik as Benny's Torrent will miss because of that. So again, well played by the Lava Boys. But yeah, if you've got a mana pool, use it.
Yeah, exactly. Like you want to use your spells because you want to use that mana regen. Mid lane, Mini, he's gonna be okay, but that's a lot of harassment. He needs to bring. Okay, he has a bottle coming up to him. Like in terms of matchup, it's not a good matchup for Leshrac because Leshrac can't keep distance from the Shadow Fiend, and Leshrac should not die in this matchup unless he like overextends, makes a mistake. So maybe they just like felt, it's a good Shadowfin game in terms of, I don't know, more like a hero pool. Like they want to play it a bit more stable, just want him to feel comfortable. But yeah, Leshrac is going to do well. Leshrac does well against most of the range heroes on the mid lane anyway.
Yeah. Like the only way he's going to die or be under threat is if he walks like blind up a ramp into triple raise. That's unlikely to happen. More likely we'll see these heroes rotate or have people come into their lane to look for those kills. And then bot lane, the one we haven't really touched on too much because it's Ogre Tiny against Beastmaster Snapfire. Beastmaster Snap maybe with some kill threat, but Ogre Tiny looks like a very passive lane for now, just focused on farming.
Yeah, I don't think they can get the kill on Tiny that easily. Ogre might die if he put himself in a tough spot because they don't have there's some synergy between Lil Shredder, the Blightstone, and all right, there we go.
They're trying.
A lot of harassment on Dunai.
Yeah, and Mini dying to Leo style Lesh in the mid lane, so the Lava Boys, they kill the Bane top, and a solo kill from Lesh on the Shadow Fiend. Something that we didn't really expect there.
And he had mana. He was playing very aggressively on a mid lane, and Shadow Fiend, he's just a Shadow Fiend. This is what I was worried. This is the last pick that was not utilized correctly, in my opinion. I was never a big fan of Shadowfiend anyway, but I mean, we've been casting together for a very long time, Gareth, and this is also my favorite hero to kill in the game, so that's why you just rotate on him, has no escape mechanism whatsoever. Maybe on level 6 now it's a bit of different because he has this fear mechanic, but most of the time you don't even get it. There's this combo on the top lane.
Yeah, Rubik in a little bit of trouble, but again, they've got this telekinesis, they've got Spear. They can drag people around and give them a little more safety to even maybe turn around and play aggressively on the Bane. So, pretty low. 6 stick charges up his sleeve, though, to play with. He's just going to wander back, chase the Rubik.
Yeah, to go back to the bottom lane, Lil Shredder...
Shadowfiend's dying mid, hey? Leo Style has hit level 6 and he just goes Pulse Nova wild, madly chasing the Shadow Fiend and gets another solo kill. He's going to get a double kill. The cookie comes, but Leo Style's going to give chase. He's not got much mana left, but he still gets the kill.
This is just straight up feeding from a Shadow Fiend, and he's already 0 and 2. They gave another one to Leshrac. He's level 7. Shadow Fiend's about to crack level 5. This is rough. This is really rough. This game can...
You kill Shadow Fiend like this?
Yeah.
You just look at him and go, no souls? You've got no souls? Poor guy.
It can easily snowball out of control with the lineup that they got. Leshrac, he even put a 3rd point in Lightning Storm, which are he's dominating the matchup. Nice. Usually you don't get more than 2, and I love this. Rubik wants to keep the pressure. They see this catapult on a mid wave, and they want to refill his bottle. Shadowfiend can't show on a mid lane. Shadowfiend shows he's dead. We can even see Ogre trying to rotate, wrap around. So this is a dead tower.
Yeah, and there's only really one place that the SF can be. He doesn't want to be in the triangle just yet. He wants to be in that dire top jungle, stacking and farming the kind of triple camp that, you know, Gyros and Shadow Fiends, whoever, like to stack and build up bank there. And you're right, it isn't just the Ruby that comes mid. The Ogre's here, they're warding, they're pressuring, and moving into that area where they get the lift on the Bane. Serum on the high ground, but he got the D ward.
Yeah, I think
So no more vision there, but Tower's in trouble.
they should not let this too easily. Like they planted a deep ward underneath like tier 2 that scouted things out. Snapfire decided to de-ward it, but I felt like they needed to play with the creep wave, like go aggressive and not allow him to pull the creep wave back. Because like Tower's still probably gonna die. There's a glyph available, Edict level 2 plus a double damage. This is a lot of trouble for Apu King of Kings.
Yeah, this Ogre, tanky as he may be, does get blown up thanks to this Jupiter and Seram support duo being around. But I guess also if you also like look at the map state, sure, you've got this 3v3 mid, you lose the Ogre, but Tiny is super happy bot lane. He did a ton of damage to this Beastmaster. He's clearing out the boars. Top lane Mars now has free farm and he's about to crack level 6. So Lava have created a situation here where they've also stacked up Triangle to be able to play around Mars Arena and keep that momentum going.
And look at this smoke. I like this a lot. Just straight up go away from the mid lane. They want to get kill on Kunkka, who needs 1 CS for level 6. Let's see if he can get it. He cannot.
They're playing top and bot as well at the same time. They kill a Tiny, but there's the combo in onto that Benny Kunkka. And Catyu getting roared. Ogre stuck under his own tier 1 bottom, pops his stick, gets a bloodlust out, still dead.
Jakiro
So a
goes
2-for-1
down
exchange.
on a bottom
It's just
lane.
Tower's falling now.
Yep, uses bloodlust.
Jakiro.
Poor man's Jakiro. They can still defend this tower bottom. Like Beastmaster used the roar. It's not gonna be as easy, but yeah, without roar they don't have that much. Snapfire not yet level 6 as you would expect, but yeah, Taro just gonna TP back to bottom lane, and this is why Tiny is really good against the Beastmaster. The 3 grab does so much damage. Bane getting caught. That's a dead Bane.
Tried to go for that top rune. Already spent his nightmare. A missed spear.
Frank?
But the finish from Frank.
Frank?
That's his kill.
Bro, you just used spear, and then he missed it, and then steals the kill with God's Rebuke. He should definitely not steal the kills from Lashrak, who like spent a lot of resources. At least he had the regen rune in the bottle. So yeah, this mid tower, 3 points in Edict, that's gonna go down. Let's see if Snapfire can deny it. He cannot.
Nice try. Good attempt. Oh, they see the Bane TPing top. That deep ward. Spots Seram. Catyu and Lacoste chase him down. Benny goes. X-Mark and Boat in towards the Lashrak. Should be able to drag him into it with a stun, and the raise is landing. Lacoste's dropping quickly, and the cookie's there. Finish off the Lash, and good defense of their top jungle here by the Apu Kings. But it looks like Lava's not just done. They've got an arena. They want to continue fighting. Catyu's being hounded by this Jupiter and Mini duo, but Kunkka, oh, it looks like Kunkka just got enough distance away from the Mars, and he's got that armlet as well to make himself increasingly tankier.
Lava a bit too aggressive there. They should have went for the tower instead, I think. But yeah, Lashrak will be tanky enough. He's deciding which items he wants to pick up. He had the hood queued up, which I think it's great against everything that they got. But he's going for the Yule Scepter first. I mean, it's a great setup. It's one way to set things up. Great against Kunkka's combo. Can stop the grip in the back lines. Not right now because Bane is level 4, but eventually it's really good to have. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Dunai managed to kill the tower. He's having a good time on a Beastmaster. Someone needs to play with him in this bottom lane because Roar is available once again. Ideally, it would be Snapfire, who just got level 6.
Yeah, just look for kills on whoever shows down there, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Long range initiation, long range damage. Yeah, Beastmaster so good at unlocking the bottom part of the map. Has his helm, took the tower, clears the jungle, and he basically forces one hero to be down there to keep clearing the waves. Mars is trying to do a similar job top. A couple of lava heroes smoking down towards bottom, maybe trying to get rid of that threat of the Beastmaster. This is all buying time, though, for Apu Kings to kind of catch up in terms of where they want to be as a squad. They want this early BKB on Shadow Fiend, it looks like. try and get their auras all stacked up, and then they can be a real menace.
They do have a
threatening the
lot
map.
of minus armor and a lot of physical damage, like Inner Beast, Lel Shredder, Medallion, Shadowfiend, Aura, Kunkka deals ton of physical damage. So their lineup like makes a lot of sense. I'm just a little worried about the execution because like this Tiny, he comes online super fast. Like we're talking about the 15-16 minute mark when he has like Shadow Blade, Echo Saber, plus a Shard, and he's gonna be ready to fight. He's been having a decent time. There's some stacks in the triangle for him, and Big Boy Ogre here just gonna defend the tower.
I stand in front of the skeletons, defend my tower.
Oh my
they're all
god, look
rallied
at
up,
this.
plus 18 damage.
It's not just rally, it's the extra damage plus a maxed out Inner Beast on top of that.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty bonkers. That's good stuff. Yeah, this Apple Kings lineup, do you reckon that they scale better into late game?
Dire's top
Because they've got physical damage, minus armor, auras, or is it more of like a timing they want to hit with an Aegis, with a Roshan?
I don't think they play for first Roshan. Like, ideally, they would want to get it, of course. I mean, it's pretty easy to say. One team has Aegis, they have an upper hand compared to the other team. But, yeah, I feel like they're not going to be able to, like, take these fights, especially in the next couple of minutes, because the BKBs are not going to be online. I think Benny also needs to adjust his item build. And going Armlet plus Boots of Travel, that's great. I love especially when you stay ahead, but you need to be on the top of the network to be able to utilize this. Like you're everywhere pretty much. You're not wasting any time. X mark into base, come back, full HP, full mana. But I think he might need a BKB, especially if like Lava wins another fight. And they also have enough damage for Roshan, especially with the Tiny and Lashrak. Because this Lashrak is having a really good time. He found the Fairy Trinket on top of that Serum. He's gonna catch the break, catch the gank for the team. Can they catch Benny? Yes, they can.
Oh, they do! Yeah, that Kunkka, a much bigger kill for them. Very nicely done by Lava. I thought it would just be the Bane, but the fact that Frank is there to wrap in around the Kunkka gets them a nice double.
Radiant's bottom
And yeah, that Kunkka, he bought Boots of Travel, so that indicates to me that they are aiming for, I guess, more of a later game play here from Apu Kings.
They don't have a
Like you
save.
said, it's gonna-
Like, once they're caught inside the arena, that's gonna be a huge issue, especially now with Frank picking up the Blink Dagger, so he can easily set things up. Magical damage coming out from Lava is insane. Like, every single hero has some kind of a burst. Seems like they want to make something happen. They want to smoke with the 4 heroes and try to make something happen. 3 actually. BKB. Oh, Mini still doesn't have it. He's 400 gold short. I mean, Cat is gonna catch this smoke gang, as Bane did in the
Ogre's
previous
turn.
one.
No core kill as a cherry on top, though, for them. And it does very much feel like Apu Kings, with all the single target they've got, the Bane ulti, the Roar, the fact that this Kunkka with the X mark is also pretty single target focused. They do need to be the ones imposing and making that first step. You said they can't really escape from the arena. They can't really escape from initiation from Lava. So if they're the ones being initiated on, things get pretty dicey.
Yeah, we didn't
On the
talk
other
too
hand,
much
if they're the ones that can initiate,
about the
can look
Rubik,
good.
but it's a pretty damn good Rubik game against, like, you're stealing Grip, which is easy to steal. It's a channeling ability. Same goes for the Kisses. Beastmaster needs to be careful, because this is what he's gonna aim for, or both. Like, these are the 2 abilities that he wants to grab, especially once Shadowfin picks up the BKB, because they have no BKB piercing abilities. They would definitely love to have Roar. Frank, once again, hunting with the Blink Dagger. If they catch Mini, ooh, that'd be big.
They do have a sentry, right? Yeah, Radiant Sentry on the high ground. They deward that Dire Observer. And Mini's Invis, he's still trying to break forward with Kunkka and Bane now leading the charge. They're grouped up as 5 Apu Kings to defend their triangle. And that means the rest of the map is wide open for Lava. And you can see Kataro TP's up top. Has some Ancients, of course, to clear out. As he has his Echo Saber.
Shard
Shadow
coming to
Blade
him.
coming shortly.
Yeah, you want to pick up the
And a
shard
shard
because it's
delivered,
a farming tool. You farm so much faster. He's one of the heroes, like pretty much the only carry hero that you want to buy shard 15 minutes in. And also, this is going to be Bloodlusted Tiny. It's still level 1,
man.
but yeah, that's just going to hurt.
It's like we were talking the other day, right? When the Tiny needed to get that Blink, needed to get BKB, needed the Echo Saber, and that shard was delayed until like 25, 30 minutes in. This feels much more comfortable for Kataro. He's like,
this was
no,
different.
I have
This
space,
was-
I have time, it's much easier for me to swing a 15-minute shard.
Yeah, that's the one you're talking about was the mid tiny. You want to like go for a
Yeah,
different
true.
item build because like you don't farm as much. You're much more active. You're still like keeping the net worth, but I don't think you can like fit in shard early on as a mid tiny.
Yeah, it's much more awkward. Well, immediate pressure onto tier 2 tower. Not a second ago, Tiny was clearing Ancients, and he's made his way all the way to this objective very quickly. Apu Kings are grouped up, and it looks like they want to smoke after shoving the mid-wave.
Structures are
Mini will clear it. And they will smoke, but where are they heading? Like, is it towards, like, a Roshan pit fight? Is it Radiant Triangle? Are they defending their own outpost?
They want to take a fight near the Roche pit because right now they have Helm of the Overlord. So if they like get 2 kills, they can easily transition that into Roche. Kunkka still
No
hunting,
way.
going for the torrent.
don't even get
not
the
gonna
ogre.
catch.
Oh, that's rough.
Look at this
That's
big
really
boy
rough. They
TP.
don't even get him.
middle tower is under attack.
Wobbling his belly. Oh. Very much feels like Lava have the read on Apu Kings, though. Every time these moves are happening, they're immediately TPing back out, getting much more efficient grasp of the map. I'm not afraid of anything. They're back in dire triangle again. Another D-ward incoming. Benny wants to start it, though. But he's just
Where's
been
the Nightmare
counter-initiated on
save?
by Frank. There's a split earth on Benny. Kisses are coming, but Benny's about to die. Leo style, he's floating around and doing tons of magic damage. The Shadow Fiend, though, will clear him up. The Leshrak's gone. Now Kataro. He's got to run. The turnaround here from Apu Kings with that SFBKB does get them a 1-for-1 trade. Now Rubik on the high ground with Requiem, but he's
Requiem,
been
can he
stunned
get
up.
it off?
The cookie got cancelled. The Requiem, nicely done by the Snapfire. Sarim will lose his life
Now it's
as the
Tiny's time to
Beastmaster
shine.
charging forward, chain stunned up, no chance. He's just going to get taken down by God's Rebuke and the right clicks of Frank's Mars, while Mini's Shadow Fiend pummeled by the Tiny and Jupiter. The Snapfire, no way to run. The Shadow Blade Tiny comes back in to slap them down.
Man, Frank is really good at KSing. Him blinking in using the God's Rebuke. It was a good initiation by him. But
Yeah, it was super good. It looked a little bit scary with a back and forth in the first 3-4 seconds of that fight. But when Tiny comes back in, full HP, full mana, ready to swing, you know you're in trouble. Now, Benny chasing Frank up to high ground. Ogre here, gonna tank up some of the spells, and Kataro once more. He's got a big old tree and he's not afraid to use it. Spear, slam, slap down you go. Can't you the Ogre on a killing spree now? Somehow gets the final touch on
thanks
that
for
Benny
filling, Gary.
Kunkka.
I started choking. Same,
You alright?
Same thing I did during
You
my
alright, buddy?
professional career. It's all good.
Oh!
They're executing these fights really good. They understand like once the BKBs are down, by BKBs I mean 1 BKB because Kunkka doesn't have one. He has this boots of travel, which is not good. And now they're gonna turn this into Roche. Tiny with the Shadow Blade, Echo Saber, and Shard is the most farm hero in the game and can easily kill Roche with that. And then he can start hunting. I want to see who picks up the Aegis. I think they should give this to Leshrak. Even though like Tiny would love to pick it up, but still Leshrak dishes a serious amount of damage, and he needs to get close, which means that he's gonna get the Roar. He might even get like Requiem, but seems like they're gonna give it to Tiny. It might be like I think the deciding factor might be we want to kill tier 2 towers, and it's much easier to siege with Tiny in front.
Yeah, it's like when you have that option, like a Juggernaut or a Tiny or whoever it is, just to put him on the high ground, right? Know that he's tanky enough or he's got the ability to get away with maybe losing 1 life, but it will force the opponents to spend a lot of spells to do it. And then he comes back with a 2nd life.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's very tough to kill
Beastmaster
him.
back to doing
Top tower is under
his regular job.
Yeah, something that we said, them not having any cooldowns that they rely on.
Oh, Benny.
Long
They
TP.
found him! Frank comes in, spots the Kunkka, and that's BKB delayed even further. 0, 5, and 3 on this safe lane Kunkka now. Not being a good game for Benny whatsoever.
Well, this boots of travel kind of ruined his game, I would say. It's 2,000 gold down the drain. He would have almost had a BKB if he didn't go for it, but it is tough. I mean, also you don't want to have like Kunkka with brown boots. You want to,
Omelet.
yeah, you want to have like an upgrade, at least a phase boot, so BKB shouldn't be like as fast as we're talking about it. But now like two supports are having a really good time. On side of Lava, you have Rubik that has a Nightmare, which is a save, and he's about to pick up the shard with the Ether Lens found by Philly, which means that he's going to be able to scale, and also Ogre with the Force Staff. So they like lock onto the target with their combo, and if they use a lift or a Force Staff, so Apu King of Kings, they need to commit heavily. They need like BKB, and they need to use at least 2 ultis to get a kill on one of the cores, and they might not even get it. So this game looks really rough for them.
Yeah, and again, that comes back to this very heavily single target focus from Apu Kings with their ultis, their teamfight initiation. All lines up onto one hero. But there's Tiny on the high ground. Like you said, Aegis in his inventory, forces the glyph pretty early on. And the DD rune is going to get scouted by Lesh's courier down bottom.
My finest creation, look at this. I want to see some Ice Frogs in the chat right now.
Well, Diabolic Edict plus Tiny. Towers die even through backdoor regen. Oh, they will retreat a sec. Give the Apu Kings a moment to think about their worries and their troubles.
Oh, there's a gauntlet over here. I've seen Amar dropping mantles, but is this a South American thing where they drop gauntlets?
Where is it?
Where tier 2 tower is. Dire tier 2, right one.
Ah, just dropping a gauntlet. I mean, it used to be a thing in medieval times. You know, you have a knight slap another knight with his gauntlet, challenging him to a duel. People slapping each other with gloves, saying, come on, let's have a fight then. And that's what Tiny's saying to Kunkka. Tosses him, spears him, Benny just disappears.
Massive BKB.
He walks in.
He didn't get it off.
To his own death. He had BKB and didn't use it. And that's just going to be a disaster now for the Apu Kings. Losing their Beastmaster as these lava heroes come straight up to high ground.
Gary. 800 damage.
Oh, it's over, isn't it?
1, 2, 3 hits to kill the range barracks. They might call this one because it looks pretty damn over.
Yeah, say goodnight to your buildings. That's basically 900 damage a swing with Echo Saber as well. 2 sets of barracks gone. And they've lifted, Nightmare, roared, killed. Shadow Fiend dead, and GG is called. No chance for the Apu Kings, and Lava will take game 1.
This is what happens when you like don't, I would say, utilize your last pick. Where this hero is really weak compared to other mid laners. One of the reasons why we don't see this hero across the other regions. It's very risky. Like you need to be able to like completely dominate the laning stage. The way they played around mid was also good. Like he got a solo kill, then he got another one. He was level 7 while Shadowfiend was level 4, and it was a tough one, like forcing rotation. And as you said, like this allows Mars to get free farm against Kunkka and allows Tiny to get free farm against the Beastmaster. Kataro had a really good one. They also like the smoke breaks from Ogre were top tier, positioning wise. Just a good performance from Lava in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, everything went really well for them. The fact that every move, it felt like Apu Kings tried to smoke from their own triangle or from their own mid tier 2 into top jungle, into bottom jungle. Ogre was there, right? Ogre was just sitting and waiting for them. They were all TPing out across the map and getting much more effective use of the map. But yeah, Lava just looking like the better squad in that one, even with a beautiful Shadowfiend draft, I've got to say. I did like the look. It looked juicy, but it wasn't to be. But we'll pass it back to Arvo and the boys, see what they thought, because they were both on the side of Apu Kings. They'll be here soon. Very soon.
Thank you, Gareth, for that. We're here right now, and panel indeed went the way of King of Kings. Maybe the Brazilian bias kind of showing there, guys. What happened to your fellow countrymen? What transpired in that draft? RDO, I see you smiling a little bit more, so I'm going to pick on you first.
So I saw two problems: the solo queue stuff happening on mid,
Yes.
and they never used the Beastmaster. Like they played 3 lanes the whole game, the Apple Kings. So Beastmaster was never like strong. They never used his vision, his creatures. They never took the bottom tier 2 tower because Kunkka was always playing top. So I think it was a big issue for them to snowball and create space for Shadow Fiend.
Duster, can you give me some insight as well?
Yeah, like this is the lava we expected to see. Pretty much, they completely outplayed Apple Kings on lanes. I feel Kunkka and Bane shouldn't lose top. Like you pick two of the strongest laning heroes, pretty much, and you still can't stop Mars from farming. And then you last pick Shadow Fiend into the matchup, and you get solo kill twice. So yeah, I feel like this was a complete outplay from Lava.
Right, so you stand your ground in terms of the draft. You think the draft was actually pretty good if it had been maybe better executed this game?
Yeah, it's for sure a playable draft, but they needed to win lanes to snowball. Like you have Beastmaster, you want to have strong cores that can just group up with Beastmaster and take towers, but it never happened. Both lanes that you pick to win lose, so kind of breaks your draft already.
There's something that Apple King has struggled before. They're kind of a feast or famine team when it comes to the lanes, and usually after a game like this, they overcorrect and they play really strong lanes and they play them as hard as possible. Would you like to see that, Duster? Just try to concentrate on the early game as much as possible next game.
Yeah, I think this game is a wake-up call for them. Gotta step up on the laning phase, pay more attention, and just focus more. I feel like they weren't prepared to Lava aggression on the early game.
Okay. Before we take a break, I'd like to ask you, RTO, what are some of the great plays that you saw here from Lava, or some of the things you enjoyed from them?
I like their macro gaming. Like the Lash killed 2 heroes mid, and then Apu went with 3 heroes mid, and he went top instead of staying mid. So he took the top tower, then he opened the mid tower. They got like 2 or 3 smoke ganks at early game, and all smoke ganks were right. They also dodged the enemy smoke ganks. Like their micro playing impressed me a lot.
Okay. And with that, let's see if game 2 will also go the way of Lava, this incredible macro game, or if it's going to be Apple King of Kings who forces a game 3. We're going to come back in around a couple of minutes as we take a small break and then come back with a pre-panel for game 2 of Lava and Apple King of Kings. See you guys then. Well, guys, we just came from game number 1, which was an explosive win for Lava. Will Apple King of Kings be able to bring it back in game number 2? We're gonna have to see. To understand this game, we have the wonderful panel of Duster and RDO once again. And Lava already changing up their opening picks here, Duster, with the Titan and Rubik. Apu is gonna copy the opening draft for Lava. That's interesting. What are your thoughts on this, Duster? Have you ever seen this?
Makes sense, you know. You lost to this pretty strong opening. You kind of want to do it also. But I like how Lava adapt. Rubik Tide is also a pretty strong lane. It's like an opening that, you know, you're for sure gonna have a good lane.
Okay. I mean, I'm interested. Have you ever been in a position where you've called this for a team? I'm genuinely curious. Like, you've gone and said, yeah, let's copy their draft. That seems better than what we did.
Likely say copy, but yeah, when you see something strong, you kind of want to see do it. You're kind of like, oh, I like their opening. It was pretty strong because of this and this. Let's try. Why not?
Right. I see. You don't use the word copy. You just do it anyway. The PC word. Okay.
You still have ego, you know.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. And then for Lava, our RTO, we have the Titan and Rubik. Last game, Duster was saying that he didn't love the Rubik game. Do you find that this is a good Rubik game already?
Yeah, I love to play Rubik against Mars. So good. When you get the spear, you become such a strong hero, and you can buy shard and spear 2 heroes. Like, this hero is so busted. I like the Rubik pick.
What about with the Tide? Because Thunder Awaken was actually popular for running this particular lane. They thought it was quite strong, actually.
I also like the Tide, because you can't really kill him with Mars. He'll always proc the shell and get away from the spear, so you can ravage, and it's a good combo with Rubik, because it's a decent lane. It has a lot of damage reduction, it has armor reduction, a lot of poke. It's like their playstyle.
Right. Alright, nice. Do you guys, Duster, do you think that Apple King Kings will take it similar to how Lava's draft went, tiny aside? Or do you think they have something else in mind here with the Mars and Lesh?
Probably they have something else in mind. They also play these heroes. I think Mars is doing his best hero right now, since he transitioned to the offlane. So it's kind of nice to grab. And I'm pretty sure Mini is very confident on Lash also, but I would like to see from then a more hard carry for Benny. I know that he likes these greedy cores a lot, and it wasn't cool to see his conquer, to be honest.
What are you thinking about, like the typical gyrocopter for Benny or the Lunas that he just likes to play?
Yeah, the Luna would fit pretty well in this strong 5-man lineup, for sure.
Lava, they're going to go for the Batrider, most likely for Leo style. Frank does play it, but I haven't seen offlane Batrider in years. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an early Batrider pick right now, not even knowing your matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess he lanes well against Mars and Lash, anyway.
Sure, yeah. And so they presume that one of the others is going to go mid, right?
Yeah, one of them should go mid. Unless Apple Kings want to pick something like Queen of Pain. But that would mess up their draft a bit.
In what way? Because now you have to like find place for Lesh and Mars?
Yeah, you kind of have the tricore without hard carry, pretty much.
Yes.
Play something in position 2.
And we'll see how Apple King deviates here. RDO, if I were to ask you, when you're faced with this kind of situation, where like you have to decide between messing up your lineup a little bit or losing a lane, which one do you try to choose for?
I go for the losing lane. I was a sacrificial carry, so I'm kind of used to it. When I played in level up, it was the first phase live story. Good luck, have fun, and I just got used
I remember
to
that. How did that feel when they did that to you? When they got completely countered? Did you just go put your arms in the air and go, "Well, carry me, guys"?
Astini taught me well. Like Astini started with picking carries first phase, and I just accepted it. Then when I go to level up, they do the same thing. And I'm like, okay, boys, carry me. and it actually happened. I was like playing 1v1 against a Timbersaw Slice Store, and my team was killing the other 4 heroes on map. So it's kind of funny.
Nice. I see the Vengeful Spirit picked up quite an interesting pick, obviously, to deal with a Bat Rider. What are your thoughts on this hero, Duster? Because she got a really nice shard upgrade, but I didn't really see much of her in the other regions.
Yeah, her shard is strong, but I think the most OP thing about her is the eggs.
Okay.
I think the Zero fits more on a core position nowadays, because if you get the eggs, you pretty much have infinite lives. You're always playing.
Yeah.
So
is 4 fine though? Can 4 farm the eggs?
I'm not sure. Might take some time, you know. Might take can be a pretty late eggs, and if you're a position 4, your illusion's not gonna be threatening anyway. Interesting to see. Benny could play this Venge carry? I have no idea if they ever did before, but
He has
it looks like a
actually.
Venge carry.
He has
Then,
played Venge carry before, it's true, you're right.
Carry, kinda.
Why so? Why do you see the Venge carry here? Like, can you explain your thought process a bit?
You don't care about Ravage and Lasso if you get eggs. You're just gonna spawn the illusion and you keep fighting. So it's kinda similar to a Wraith King. Enemies don't want to use B cooldowns on you, so you're always there on the teamfight doing damage. They can't ignore you, but at the same time, they can't use spells on you.
I wanna ask you, RDO, what do you think of is Venge carry a viable idea?
I think it's viable, but it's very, how can I say it? It's very delicate, because
Okay.
if you miss something on your like early game and stuff, the game's gonna become way harder than it should. Like you gotta have some very good execution for it to work.
Where's the execution for the Venge carry or for the team or where?
It's more team oriented, because you need to have a good lane, and you gotta like take the enemy safe lane to farm more, and you get your eggs before like 20 minutes, so you become a hero. All right, they went for the terrible. Let's go. Easy.
Is this a good terrible game, RDO?
It actually is. Like there's nothing to stop it.
Okay. What last pick could Lava come up with to deal with the Terrorblade? They need a good core to core, right? But there's no Drow, so what is left?
Yes, there's no draw. PL's kind of weird against Flash. I'm not sure. Alright, they went for the PL. They don't care about the Lash. I see.
Yep. They had to do something against this Terrorblade, and you're right. What other heroes are even left, right?
Yeah.
I'll just destroy the tombstone with the illusions.
I
It's a
love
good pick.
I love that comment. Dusters, by the way, he counters the 5. I wanna point out when I was playing Undying, it sucks against PL. All right, guys. I wanna hear your predictions here towards the end. What do you guys think, and where you're leaning towards, Duster? Let's go.
Levels and playing 4s that are enough, so I'll go with Lava.
RDO?
I'll also go with Lava. They have stronger lanes, and they have good heroes to create space for PL to carry, because TB is counter on the carry to carry matchup.
Okay. Our panel goes entirely the way of Lava, but if statistically speaking, that means that we're going to get the game 3. Will that happen? We're going to have to see as we go over to Gareth and Lacoste for this wonderful game 2 between Lava and Apple King of Kings.
Time to fulfill the prophecy, the caster's curse, the panel curse. We went all in Apu Kings, go all in Lava now. I mean, Lacoste, what are your feelings on borrowing or stealing or plagiarizing the opening draft there?
It's good. It's always good to
Like it?
to steal stuff so they can't play it again, but it can also show a little bit of them not being like. It feels like
confident in
they
their own
don't
stuff?
they don't have a lot of their own stuff prepared, so they might need to steal some of the opponents. But that's also fine. That's how Dota works. That's why we have picks and bans. I want to touch up on Phantom Lancer against TB. It's great. definitely like TB just straight up loses that matchup. But the thing is, they have Leshrac, which is probably the biggest counter. The Phantom Lancer coming out from the mid lane on top of like Kunkka. But there's like a lot of stuff that I was also very hyped. Something that panel talked about is this core Venge. I've seen it in action, and it's so good. Like this hero feels amazing because like you don't care about lasso. You just like die, respawn. You could potentially buy back and win the fight off of that. Come back to Rosh. You need to kill like Vengeful Spirit 3 times. It's very easy to play, especially with the shard. Good combination. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see that. What I like is them having like a very good pickoff option. So like their main target is going to be this Leshrac, try to take him out, and then Phantom Lancer can take over the rest because they have no AoE whatsoever. So Batrider, like once he goes in, Leshrac is going to be his target. The only thing he needs to care about is pretty much not getting swapped in and or swapped out. So good. I feel like, you know, if there was no Lash, I would heavily favor Lava's lineup, but seems like they're very confident in playing Phantom Lancer into TB so much that they don't
like
care
no
about
thought about it, right?
Yeah.
They were like, there's a TB, we're picking the PL, don't care Lash.
They had some time.
Yeah, yeah, they did. I was also super hyped for the Ags call Venge as well. I was so ready to start talking about ability draft, but whatever, man. Support Venge it is. Probably one of my favorite spells. So freaking good.
It is. It really is.
Wave of Terror first. Gonna put some damage onto the Ogre and the PL. Dunya, that God's Rebuke. Obviously gonna get amped up by that minus armor. Top lane also a bit of a scrap between the Undying and the Tide. Serem, a couple of stick charges should be alright. Yeah, salve himself up. Tide Rubik. It takes me back. I mean, I was saying to you, I remember the old days of Chinese Dota with Rubik Omni, Rubik Tide. It's like a lane that's very difficult to kill, that pressures the melee carries very hard.
Yeah, for sure. This Undying is going to put a lot of pressure on Tidehunter. Has another decay. Might ooh, this was close. If he didn't have stick, might have been in trouble.
Meanwhile, Rubik being chased around by the Metamorphs. TB, he's big, he's angry. Undying though. Gosh, slow. A little bit problematic for him. The wave will be coming back towards that Radiant side. Another reflection comes out. Try and chase them back, just burn through the regen early on. It's a similar story bot. I keep flicking my camera down towards bottom lane because it's just non-stop cast spells. If they're off cooldown, just use them.
If I was observer, I would definitely keep an eye on the bottom lane because this is where the first blood is gonna happen most likely. Serem might be in trouble. He's still level 1. There's he. Have got
you baited the observer? He's got decay. Tombstone TP as well. Out. TP from Rubik. Oh, is it enough? Yeah. Well done.
Nicely done.
And then back down to bottom lane. Yeah, they've already cast their spells. They've run out of mana. They've got to salve up. And the final lane, Leshrac against Batrider. I can't remember the last time I saw this matchup. It looks like it's going pretty well for the Lesh, though. Doubling up the CS of Leo Styles' bat already.
Yeah, you would expect Leshrac to do well. I don't think he should die. He has enough like magic stick charges to keep spamming his abilities, and Batrider doesn't like the play into Edict. I want to see Leshrac put more points into Edict. Has 2 points in Split Earth at the moment. What he usually do is like have 2 points in Lightning Storm. Might need a 3rd point considering that he missed another stun. Just needs AoE to be bigger.
Just a little bit bigger for him. Yeah, you do like that damage just to be shredding through the bat when he's chasing you. Similar to like the Queen of Pain that the panel mentioned against the Batrider as well. You know, you put dagger on the bat and it makes him a little bit more afraid of diving you onto tower, especially.
Yeah, also having a blink, it's just a tough matchup for the Batrider. So right now, sitting at 16, he is slowly catching up. If there's a rotation, he can definitely get a kill. Both of the supports can easily rotate. Both of them have stun. Serem on the top lane.
He's dropped the top lane.
Ooh, that...
Then he gets out. Man, it's on a knife's edge, really. Like the bot lane, top lane, they're both playing at like 30% HP. They've got some big nukes to come out. Cat Yu throws another stun onto the Venge. Just pops the stick. Has a fairy fire to turn back onto the PL. Spear and final touches there. You were right. First blood picked up in that bot lane.
Ogre
By the
double
Mars,
kill. Let's
but he'll
go.
be losing his life. A double kill coming. Is it really? He's going to chase
No. He has
Jupiter,
fairy
but the
fire.
ignite,
He's okay.
it wears off.
I just wanted to see it. Kotaro not fast enough with the doppelganger to dodge. If he did, they could have maybe gotten a double, get the Spirit Lance off, close the gap with the Phantom's Rush. But yeah, who got the first blood? It was Mars.
The Mars,
Okay.
I think.
So that's big. Much better than Vengeful Spirit getting it. And Venge, she just TP'd to the mid lane.
Yeah, because Batrider, he did go for a bit of a dive onto Mini. They've kept Leo style away from the Lesh for now. But top lane, Tombstone and Metamorphosis has forced the Tidehunter very far back. Frank needs a salve. Tier 1 tower not really taking any damage just
salve
yet.
cancelled. Zombie too
What by the
good.
zombie?
Yeah.
Oh no. They will go for a gush and a lift, finish off Siram quite easily. Benny's Metamorphosis still going for another good 10 seconds or so, but that'll be jungle time for him. Difficult when that Rubik comes back into lane. So we shift our eyes back down towards bottom again. Kotaro, what, 25 and 4 CS? Not going too badly, even with that one death. But it's not a comfortable lane by any means.
No, he gets pressured. There's too much harassment. Every single time he gets close, there's going to be God's Rebuke. Vengeful Spirit is level 4, which is pretty high level for this point of the game. And just like a stun is enough to harass him, so needs to be careful. Ogre, he's trying to rotate to the mid lane. Serum picking up the Haste Rune.
That should be the end of Rubik, right? It's a good telekinesis to slow down the Lash. Seram, I don't know if he's got enough damage. There's 10 stick charges on the Rubik here, but he drops the Tombstone anyway. Terrorblade, considering the dive, with the help of the Reflection, they send illusions forward, and they will kill the Rubik. Needed that Tombstone to be expended. Ooh, that's been a...
Is under attack.
Ooh, Kotaro going in. Gives the tickle to the Venge and then backs away. It shows how awkward pushing this tier 1 top is, though, as the Dire side. Like, they've had catapults, they've had tombstones and a bit of a push, but Tide just puts himself in front.
It's just not happening. I mean, they dealt some serious damage. Half of the tower's HP is gone.
Well, they're going bot lane again. Ogre going to soak up all the damage. They have another spear. Dunya, is he going to throw it to just finish off the Ogre? Well, he tries, but the raindrops are there. Even had 4 stick charges to play with. Kotaro now all but out of mana, has his treads and raindrops himself. Jupiter just keeps throwing spell after spell. Wave into magic missile. I wonder if the Mars had popped his wand, if he could have gone for a spear and a God's Rebuke, but God's Rebuke was still on cooldown.
Oh, Mini is here. Edict is maxed out. That got scouted out, but they might still decide to go for the dive. Batrider needs to match this rotation. Both of them are half HP.
Yeah, and they've got one caught up in the stun. Can't use Ogre. Go for the kill on that Ogre pretty easily. In the meantime, Leo Style does lasso and find the pick off onto the Undying.
Okay, so he got the kill. They're gonna lose this bottom tower. There's no way they defend it. Will pick up Arcane Rune. Unfortunately, will not be available for the next Flaming Lasso. But Boots of Travel is done. It's a good timing on Lasso. 8 minutes in, so he can be anywhere on the map. They lost this Tier 1 tower pretty early on, which opens up the map. And Phantom Lancer will need to find some other way to farm up. Right now, he's at the top. There's a tornado at him. Man, these creeps, they're getting smarter.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, just the thing that gets me about that tornado is the white dot it creates on the minimap. I always think it's like, I don't know, courier or something flying across. What is that white dot in the creep camp? Oh, it's the tornado. The bloody
Oh,
wild wing is
old
left.
AA blast.
Old A. Oh, yeah.
It was red, I believe.
There's dots flying across your map.
The new ability from Broodmother, from the Ag, Spinner's Web, or whatever it's called.
Snare? Is it spinner snare?
Yeah, it pings out the minimap for some reason.
Radiant's
Very
bottom
weird,
tower
but
Oh, really?
is under attack.
yeah, it is what it is.
Dire's top tower
You would think
is
it,
under
it was
the-
your teammate, you know, spamming go here, bing, 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 but
But it's
no,
not.
it's the newer ability of Broodmother.
Or maybe in the spring cleaning update that's coming soon.
no,
fixes
it's
all those
supposed to
little
work
things.
like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Dire's top tower is under
so that
attack.
if
As intended.
if your allies are blind, it's just saying, you know, go here. Maybe you missed it. Check what's happening. Maybe you can get a kill.
I made a thing. Oh, that tier 1 bot going down.
Radiant structures.
That rider's going to try and TP with a glyph on the creep, Leo style. And he can't walk through that arena, so Dunya, considering the TP home, can he go around the lasso?
you
He
got
can!
it. That's big.
That's a huge pickup for Leo style. TP's bot, helped out by Ogre. Now, what can Alpu King of Kings do? 'Cause they've got 2-3 heroes top. They can't play into a Tide who has Ravage. Mid lane is empty. That's a big kill for Bat.
It is. I want to see which item he's gonna pick up. I feel BKB should be his option because, like, they have swap, which he shouldn't be too afraid of, at least early on. There's the
They're
swap.
trying on Frank. Yeah, it's a lot of damage from that Leshrac for sure.
Don't click
He doesn't
it.
want to Ravage here.
Hands off keyboard. Don't touch Ravage.
I would absolutely have Ravaged there. Like, I get swapped, I'm Ravaging.
Yeah, with the BKB, he, you know, needs to be a bit careful about the edict damage, but it allows him to go inside the arena and also just like feel freely in the fights. How are we on the net worth wise? TB 4200, 4000 on Phantom Lancer, still needs to catch up. Pataro going for Yasha instead of Diffusal Blade.
Well, now it's Ravage time for sure, right? The Tombstone's dropped in a decent place, but Mini's Leshrac just being shredded, even through the Soul Rip, which healed him up decently, and now a massacre. King of Kings losing 2 heroes, losing out on that push with a tower remaining on 16 health. They don't get that tier 1.
They should deny it. There's no point to leave that tower. They already defended it. Take away some gold, get some gold for your own team. It's such a weird mechanic that you get gold for denying your own tower.
Dire's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Is there a chance they leave it alive to try and maybe like double glyph the mid tower? It's just not worth keeping it up for that.
We'll see how they feel right now. Smoke, no Ravage, but there's gonna be a lasso available, so they can play still aggressively. Thoroughblade, no deaths yet. Oh, Batrider with
Nice.
the invis. This probably got scouted out. Now they know where Benny is.
Under attack.
Hello, Benny. Leo Star straight in on top of him. Oh my god, that is a lot of magic damage. Benny didn't stand a chance. It's just so simple for Leo Star to come into that triangle, find the kill on the position 1, and you had just been saying, you know, Benny had been unkilled, he was catching
I mean,
up.
they had.
Now
They
he's
had.
dead for.
Sorry, Gary. They had an observer ward. They
saw
saw
it.
this invis. They saw Batrider potentially going in. I mean, he showed where he is with the illusion. So this one is on him. This one's on TB.
Yeah, curious. He didn't run away. He'll respawn now, but Meta down. He's not going to want to fight. He wants to continue farming.
Dire's top tower is under
Well, Phantom Lancer has overtaken him. 5.1k. Yasha done, so farming speed and the ability to sprint through the jungle that little bit faster. Definitely there for him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Look at
It's
the
been
huge
so much.
stack.
Oh my god, yeah, the stolen tombstone, man.
Game's lagging too much. I mean, ideally, you would want like Tidehunter to farm this, but yeah, Batrider plus Rubik also feels really good. And this is gonna get him very close to the BKB. He had 8 minutes Boots of Travel, and it's gonna be like 15 minutes BKB. So, Leo Style having a really good time.
Yeah, superb. And it's been such a long time since that top fight. We have Ravage back off cooldown, and it doesn't feel like Alpu King of Kings have really done anything. They've not marched towards objectives. They've not found a fight. It's been quite passive, sitting back and waiting for Benny and Minnie to get their farm up. But you just know the lava's going to be gunning towards your tier 1s, bot and mid. Seem pretty simple for them to group up and take, and are they going to get the D ward there? Yeah, high ground observer. Sneaky positioning, but well found.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they might need to wait for BKB on bat to feel a bit more secure how they're gonna approach the fight. DB, does he have meta? He does. I also want to see Apu King of Kings like do something with the meta instead of just farming the ancients. He has Dragonlance, because like carry to carry matchup is really bad, so I would want them to like get some kind of advantage before that. They do have Leshrac, which is very close to BKB as well. It's a BKB rush on top of the arcane boots, but yeah, they can't find anything. Lava is really good at reading the movements.
Yeah, same as game 1, right? Every time we saw this Apu side smoke and try and find pickoffs, everyone was hiding in the trees, TPing across the map. And of course, creating that nice little bunker of their own triangle. PL farms it, while the Ogre and Rubik both sitting pretty nearby. Make sure no one comes and bothers him. And Bat with these boots of travel is all over the map, causing issues for them. Where's this Undying going? Serum just like walks past bot rune, walks up to the little high ground. He's like, nah, I don't want to be here anymore. Where's my team? BKB Lesh is ready. TB, Dragonlance, Yasha, Skadi next.
Every single time you say Yasha, Gary, I feel like you're gonna say Yasha Basha, because that's one of your
Yasha
favorite
Basha.
things. Yeah, thing to say.
Was it Troll? It was Skitter
Troll.
and Troll Warlord, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Yasha Basha. Oh, that was good. I can't. Was it? Oh, Serum? Just dead. Just straight up dead, honestly. Leo style. Easy peasy. Half HP Lashrack there as well. Looked a little bit spooked.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Leo style
DD.
didn't need to spend lasso either. There's a DD rune for the Lash and a BKB popped by him. Chain stuns onto Leo style and the Pulse Nova shredding the Batrider. A big kill for Mini. First BKB gets him a nice takedown, and a swap makes sure that Frank doesn't ravage the Lash. He will hold on to that ulti. A trade out of nothing there for the Apu Kings.
Dire's
Unfortunately, Bat didn't have a BKB. Courier was coming to him, needed like 5 seconds. Maybe he thought, you know, the Courier's a bit closer, but Mini landed a really nice stun.
The worry is, though, now when Bat respawns, he has his BKB. They've got Blink on Tidehunter. Phantom Lancer with Yasha Diffusal. Lava seem absolutely ready to go and take some big fights. Well, I don't know. I just look at this Terrorblade item build, and I think he needs, 3 more items to feel comfortable in this game. But maybe it's going to come down to Dunya and these Blink arenas. He is the be-all, end-all, alpha and omega of the team fight on this Apu King side. If he can find the targets he needs, he can absolutely crack things open for them. And right now, they're pinging on Leo style. They want to make the jump. Is it swap first into stun? They get revealed. There's a swap, but they miss the spear. The Ravage comes in from Frank
It's
now.
4.
Here we go. They collapse on them. Mars in trouble, but the tombstone's down. The arena comes too. No one's fallen just yet, but they're all dropping low. Sirem, the Undying, should be the first casualty of war, trading for the Ogre, but the tombstone is still racking up these zombies. They spear the Phantom Lancer back. Batrider also retreating. And the final touch there onto Kim. Rubik gets found. So a 2-for-1. Tower being claimed by Apu Kings. That's a victory for the Dire.
It is. It looked really good. I mean, the execution was really sloppy. I'm not sure what the plan was, like swap into Leshrac stun or spear, but it just gives Batrider enough time. If he doesn't have like 2-second delay, he should be able to get the BKB off, which he did. Great Ravage connects on 4, but they were also a little bit disconnected, like who they need to focus in these fights, and the Phantom Lancer still doesn't feel too comfortable getting close to Lash to deal damage. So he also like wants to just farm up Rubik. Also not the greatest steal in that fight. He took the Flash Golem. You would want to have something different, like either Spear, God tier, probably your favorite one that you want to get, because you can combine that with your telekinesis. Even like Wave of Terror and Magic Missile is good. Stun from Lashrak is fine. Tombstone, I guess he was aiming for the Tombstone but didn't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, he really wanted Tombstone there. And I think... Oh, is Serum dead? You don't have Lasso here, but yeah, you've got Napalm. Magic Missile stuns do land onto the Bat and Tide, but that'll be that.
Dire's
Right.
courier
At least rebuff the little bit of a push that was coming towards them. Yeah, I think trying to get that Tombstone would have been super, super nice. And it was kind of flashbacks. These the attempted swap into Spear reminded me of Solo when he was playing Venge, and they would like have a swap into Hex. That, of course, was much easier
It's much
to execute.
easier to execute compared to what they
swap
got
into
here.
Spear, very challenging.
Very dangerous.
Yeah. So I'm going to swap you over here, then spear him back there, and then where's he going to go? Where's he going to end up?
This is what I like to see. Balance in all things. Both teams dropping a big boy Philly. So Rubik holding one
nice.
and also Venge.
Dire's
This is also
top tower
position
is
for
under
Venge.
attack.
She doesn't really like scale that much. She can't clear the wave as easy as Rubik, especially if he steals. Like Wave of Terror, Spear instantly kills it. I hear BKB. I see dead Bat Rider.
Yeah, he's dead to Benny and Dunya. Didn't even need the arena there.
Dire's top tower
That's what allowed them to push into that tier 2 bottom lane. Now, Roshan is still available for both sides, but nobody really comfortable to wander into the pit just yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Mini,
structures are
Benny,
fortified.
such threats to these objectives with Edict and Meta. A lot of building damage and the ability to get onto these objectives as a group. Top tier 2 is being pushed slowly but surely with a catapult there, but Glyph, clear the wave, Illusion's gone. And a trade, again, Dire favored.
Very interesting build from Lashrak. He decided to go for the Bloodstone after finishing the BKB to have a bit more like spell lifesteal, which is good against PL, against the illusions. But it feels weird to see Bloodstone with no charges.
It really does. It's naked, isn't it?
It's like you have 0 charges on a Bloodstone, you scrub.
It's not even you have 0, just blank. There's no number there anymore. It is odd. It was also, I didn't realize that you can rearm it as Tinker, but it doesn't actually work. It looks like it's working, but it doesn't. Because it gives you a little debuff like Mech does, or you
I
can't
knew
actually
you were
have
gonna
the...
start talking about something weird, Gary. I had a feeling. You're a Tinker spammer. At least you were before.
I was, and I don't know, I
You
tried
fell off. Yeah, you got old. You can't click those buttons anymore.
I'm washed up, okay? I can't. Clicking buttons is way too difficult. I've got brittle bones and aching wrists and all sorts now. Kids, once you hit 30, there's really no looking back.
Trust us, we're not exaggerating. You can easily get hurt.
Like, seriously, take care of your physical health. If you're 24, 25, you may not be thinking, 5 years in the future, but please, take care of yourself. Eat some vegetables, for God's sake.
When I was hearing these stories, I thought, these are lies, straight up lies. Why are these boomers lying to us? And it's true. It really is. All that
It's like
talk.
they're just telling us, Undying getting caught. They chuck Ignite and stuns at him. The arena whips completely. I mean,
Stolen
guards the
Tombstone
Tombstone.
on
The
the high
stolen
ground.
Tomb on the high ground is even bigger with a Ravage from Frank. Hitting into 4 heroes. Now lassoing back to the high ground. They've caught the Leshrac. He's in a trouble until the swap comes. Down to the low ground he goes. Now Benny's Meta struggling to stick on a target. He's low ground as the Phantom Lancer's dishing out damage to Mini, but the spear back gets the real PL. Kataro, he's got a man to try and dodge away, but Doppelganger's on cooldown for another couple of seconds. So that hit from the God's Rebuke will clear him up. Now, though, Mars and TB against the world. Bat, Tide, and Rubik chasing into that Sunder from Benny, healing him back up a little bit, but the Flame Break pushed back, and the damage from Frank gets on top of the TB, stunning him with that magic missile of Kim. Some big steals from the Rubik.
Yeah, like we were talking about Kim. He needs to get a better better spell. I think it got easier for him this time around because Undying used the Flash Golem first. Instead, dropped the Tombstone. Like, this game is lagging quite a bit, you know. We're on a South American servers, at least for us in Europe. And then, like, Terrorblade with the reflection, like all these zombies. So I still, you know, I caught everything, Gary. So great steal from Rubik. He placed it on the high ground. Unfortunately, Phantom Lantern, he needed like half a second, maybe even less, to be able to use the Doppelganger and also potentially burn mana on Mars, so he wouldn't have enough to use the God's Rebuke. A little bit of panic there, Panic Sunder. Coming out from TB, he could have sundered the Batrider, who was almost full HP, but didn't happen. I don't think it would change that much, but still feels like a big W for Lava.
Yeah, and a hectic, real hectic, chaotic fight as well. With all these things everywhere, like you're saying. Reflection and illusions and zombies, like double Tombstone coming out. Can't wait for this Undying to, you know, hit level 25, get some reincarnation Tombstone on death if the game goes that long. We'll have even more zombies. What's Kim doing?
I like your PMA, Gary. Your positivity is what made our friendship better. Because I see this Undying being level 9, 25 minutes in. I don't think we're gonna see level 25 ever. Maybe if he
I'm a dreamer.
like
What
breaks
can I
into the
tell you?
library and takes like 50 tomes of knowledge, gets all the books.
Just steals them all for himself. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. So what's next for these squads? Because we've seen this setup before. Like Leo Style pushes bot lane, they group up and they smoke. Is it time just to run at them with Blink Ravage again?
Yeah,
I assume they
feel
want to
like,
secure Roche, right?
Yeah, they got a really big item on Phantom Lancer. He has Heart flying to him. Where's the Heart? Where's the Heart? There it is. We have it. So now it's time to take a fight. They feel very comfortable. Serum gonna get caught once again.
Oh, hello. Okay, goodbye. One kill. Not gonna be a straight move into Roche. Looks like they want to try and maybe get a core kill. Because that vision, the one that Rubik placed, very deep in that top lane, but the stuns, oh my god! Oh, Batrider, that's a mistake. Walked straight into the chain stun and magic damage of the Apu Kings.
He
they
might
want to
need to
continue
buy
fighting
back.
though. They've got an arena in the back. The Ravage is
Buyback.
needed. Mini, he has to BKB. Where's the Batrider buyback? It's not coming just yet. They've got the stun on the peel now. He doppelgangers down to the south side, but he's being shredded by all this damage. He Phantom Rush to dodge the spear, but that reflection. He had no more dispels, gets reflected to death. Now, can't you? The Ogre is being TP'd on. The Undying's respawned. He's going to arrive on the Ogre now, and it looks like Roshan is actually going to go the way of the Dire.
I thought he was going to
Why
buy
didn't
back
Bat buy-
immediately. Big mistake. This is game losing. What he just did there, not using a BKB, getting stunned by Venge and Leshrac. All these stuns have projectiles, so you need to be able to react to this. And this is the first Roche. Leshrac is going to pick it up. Leshrac deals a ton of damage, and they do have like a swap save if they decide to go on a TB. TB is getting stronger and stronger. They can't just kill him from 100 to 0 unless he's caught alone, which should not be the case. Oh man, some of these games, you know, it can get into their heads right now because they feel like they were in control of this game. Like if you ask them how far ahead we are, they would probably say, you know, 7,000-8,000 gold. They weren't as much, but it's a rough one. It really is.
Yeah, that slip up from Leo Style going to cost them. There's also, coming back to that topic of PL against Terrorblade, he's still going to be very wary of Reflection, even though he has Manta and Doppel to get rid of Reflection. We saw Kotaro die to his himself just chasing him. If he's got to use them defensively against some other spells, that Reflection can still cause him some serious issues.
For sure. Reflection is just super strong, providing the slow. It just feels really good, so it needs to be able to get rid of it. Now Mars has a BKB for the next fight, so that's going to be a big one. Vengeful Spirit going for Ags. I really like that. She is position 4, and she's going to be able to scale, especially with the Philly. Has point booster. So if we're talking about the next 10, 15 minutes, she should be able to get it. This hero is just completely broken once you get the Aghanim Scepter. Having 2 swaps, having 2 stuns on top of the shard. The shard is great.
That's the thing, right? It's the shard, it's the talents, like magic missile cooldown, magic missile damage, piercing spell immunity. Super, super nice. They're going high ground though, hey? Bot lane, the Lesh is like on the tier 3. TB is nowhere to be seen, back in the mid lane clearing out creep waves. Radiant do finally get that top tier 2 and the outpost unlocked because of it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But there's no Roshan for them. And the Dire are all smoked up. Walking in towards Frank, but I think they've got a pretty good idea. Yeah, he's signaling it out, saying, hey, they're trying to come up into our triangle, into that top jungle. That's why Katyu is standing where he is to try and pop smokes. And Frank is just on the run, blinking away.
They need to drag the game until Aegis is down. They have like 2 big items coming up. Tidehunter has has Aghanim Scepter, has Refresher queued up, and Perseverance. When's Aegis running out? 2 minutes in, so very weird time for them to smoke.
Is this a case of maybe they want to try and ignore the Lash, focus other heroes? Like if they kill the TB, they could win the fight outright.
I'm not sure if they caught TB on the map that has no mana. Maybe that's why they want to take a fight, because right now he literally has 0 mana.
So he's not in a position to do anything apart from go back to Fountain. It looks like they smoke out. Not to go for a 5v5, but maybe try and split push. Create an opportunity elsewhere. Continue to buy more time for that PL.
Kataro changing his mind a little bit. Decided to pick up the Shard. And now going for Octarine / Lens. I think he wants to play a bit of a different game. Keep the distance from Leshrac. And just spam. Like prolong the team fight as much as he can. He doesn't feel like he can just lock onto a target and kill it. I'm not sure about like it has his benefits, as I said. He needs to be able to keep away from Leshrac. It's very hard for him to play into, especially the Aegis Leshrac. But once they also need to have someone who deals with the Thoroblade, because Thoroblade is the most farm hero in this game. Swap
on the Tide. They're trying to focus down Frank. They're having some difficulties getting through Crack and Shell, but Mini, with that Pulse Nova, doesn't care about that Dispel mechanic of the Tidehunter, now storming up towards that Radiant Triangle. Katyu and Kataro running away from a TB illusion.
Usually if this happens, if someone swaps Tide, it ends up fails of the week clip, but this time it didn't, because Leshrac still had Aegis. He definitely did not want to pop the Ravage. Also, he doesn't have a buyback.
Left into Lasso. They're putting this Leshrac in a real sticky spot.
1 second. Can they time it?
He's so tanky. Oh, the Aegis regen. Straight back to full HP. Got his BKB off. And now he's able to turn back onto Katyu with the help of the Arena Dunya. Back onto Kataro, and the Phantom Lancer shredded. Dead for 70 seconds. And Apu Kings yet again on the high ground with his Lash and TV shredding through buildings. The PL is nowhere nearby, but he doesn't have the money for it. He needs another grand. So that's a full set. They did spend Tombstone, but likely going to be a tier 2 mid lane and maybe continue going up high ground again.
Man, they needed another stun. They just needed like 1 extra lockdown on Leshrac during Lasso to be able to kill him. Didn't happen. They timed it not perfectly, but they timed it well enough. It's just the execution wasn't there, and it cost them the set of barracks. They're still in this game, even though it's a 5k gold lead. They can win this game. They need to get 2 big items, which is going to be Refresher, which is going to be Scotty. I'm really glad that Phantom Lancer decided to swap things around a little bit. He definitely needs more damage to be able to shoot through the tankiness of some of these heroes instead of just poking from the distance.
And to be tankier himself as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Lash has money for Shivers. Oh, they've got a Lasso. Mars. Nice little kill for them. He doesn't want to be spending his buyback. So reclaiming territory now. Lava, get the outpost after that kill. Try and reset things after losing that bottom lane of barracks. So how far is that that refresher you were mentioning on Tide? Does he want to skip buyback and just buy it outright when he has the money?
For sure.
Okay.
You don't need the buyback on Tide. Like, they don't have a save. They have like semi-save with Rubik's Lift shard, which is okay. They do have like a 4-staff on top of that, so he should definitely invest his gold into the full refresher. And he just bought a recipe. Needs like 1,200 gold.
A high ground ward giving Dire the vision. They see everybody coming, and the magic missiles bounce across from the bat into that big tanky ogre. Katnu dying to reflection as the rest of the team still looking to fight under this tombstone. Seram's low, but Mini giving chase towards him as Leostog picks up a double kill onto the 2 supports. And now the TB and Lesh, they are sprinting away from lava and away from that high ground.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. They're not heavily committing. They're poking from the distance. Tidehunter with the Ags, with the 2 flame break charges as well from the Batrider. Fade both way with their stolen magic missile from Vengeful Spirit. It's just like really good. This is also a spell that is going to get a lot of value when a Rubik steals it with his own shard. Because you get the upgrade. Now Batrider, Blink Dagger. Like before, Batrider was pretty much rushing a Blink Dagger. Now it's not the case anymore, so you buy it like as your 3rd/4th item, which I really like. And his next item should also be Refresher, being able to lasso, especially if they like go for the high ground. It's a super good tool to just drag someone underneath the tier 4s and even underneath the fountain if needed.
And having double BKB against Lesh always feels really, really important when he's got so much magic damage. There's Kaya San, Shira's Bloodstone, and Mini. Pretty damn farmed. Second only behind the Terrorblade. Even ahead of the PL and the Bat, who have had some pretty decent games. Just under 2 minutes for Roshan. Terrorblade Illusion's always going to be a thorn in your side, though. Like, bot lane naturally pushing in, mid lane being shoved by TB Illusions. So it's a constant battle for Lava to get this creep equilibrium across the river, or near to it anyway.
I feel like they didn't have enough to deal with this Tidehunter, so Terrorblade bought Silver Edge. Break mechanic is there. I just want to see how they execute it.
Oh, they're smoking in behind Serum. Nobody anywhere near them. They're kind of edging slowly forward, knowing the possibility that Lava are all grouped up together. They might be able to make a jump on Katnu's Ogre with a swap back, and okay, they absolutely annihilate him. Ogre, this top tier 2 should be a pretty easy objective for Apu Kings to go and grab now. And Lava just thinking about how they can best hold this high ground.
Oh, Batrider, he has haste in the bottle.
Oh,
This is huge. Plus the spider legs on top of that. So he can easily drag someone if they decide to go for the high ground. That got scouted, and they're going to say no. There's no way we're going to fall into that trap.
Don't want any of that. Instead, go back to waiting for Roshan. 15 seconds now. And Leo style, smoked up. Tide and Rubik trying to close the gap in towards this Roche pit where they have a feeling something's happening. Spotting the Lash first. The Blink Ravage is there. Can they chain stun Mini down before it gets off the BKB? No, the swap comes. Beautiful. Out from Jupiter to save his Lash Rack, and now the turnaround with the Arena catching out that damn pesky PL. Kataro gone with no buybacks on the Radiant team. It looks like the Dire can just run it down mid.
Yeah, they're going to take
Roshan
the Roche
first for safety.
Kataro also, like, his courier died, which had the full Scotty. I don't think it would make the difference. And they also got the break on the Tidehunter. Didn't get the second Ravage off, so they don't have the buybacks. 2 heroes for 40 and 50 seconds, so they can run down the mid lane. Leshrac has that level 25 Edict damage from the previous fight anyway. And yeah, look at the damage on this barrack right now.
Oh yes, it's disappearing. And from from a position where it felt like Lava were on the cusp of winning this game. A few sloppy mistakes from Leo Style and from Kataro, uncharacteristic, have led to Apu Kings able to fight around Tombstone, have some great arenas, and allow Benny, this Terrorblade, to catch up and defeat a Phantom Lancer. As they take the Mega Creeps, all 3 sets of barracks gone. 17 seconds for PL to respawn, but they do know that there is another Ravage still there for Tide. But I think the fact you're holding Aegis on Mini's Lash, not going to care too much about it. Telekinesis, yeah, and then what? Flame Break, push him around. You're not grabbing anyone. So now, very likely, a last-ditch smoke, run out of the base, and give it a final whack. Benny just sundering his Undying? Give me some HP.
Well, he's been constantly low on mana, has 8,000 gold on Terrorblade. Level 25, extra 20 seconds on meta. Playing against Mega Creeps with the PL. It's gonna be rough. All they need is one big fight, and there's also DD top. They just spawned.
Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't feel like they've got anyone who's particularly good at clearing Mega Creeps. Like Tide Ags is alright.
Tide the Rubik. I mean, these are your best ones.
Yeah. Like Batrider and Phantom Lance, there's like no Maelstroms, no Battle Furies, and no Radiance or anything. Difficult to clear out creeps. Apu, King of Kings. Just going back to being patient, waiting, knowing their opponents are desperate. So you can use that desperation to your advantage by holding a high ground, waiting for them to move towards you, where you have the vision advantage, you have that initiation advantage, or even just smoking to go for the jugular. And this is where Lava have a high ground ward. The Dire scans them and they know there's someone up here. It's Kataro's PL. What's the jump? What's the move? The swap straight in onto him. Doppelganger to move away, but the Ravage comes out now. Kataro broken, in trouble a little bit. Force-staffed away from the arena, but he's dying so quickly. The Leshrac pushes all of that magical damage so fast. The Phantom Lance is dead for 80 seconds, and his lasso, yes, you've caught an Undying, but he doesn't even die. It's in the name. Batrider, you can't kill him. Ogre. Multicast stun. Yeah, they can't even kill a support.
Another
Swapping
swap.
the Ogre back into the catapults. And this one looks over. The DD Terrorblade has come to destroy your buildings. The foundations are rumbling in the Radiant base. And Apu, King of Kings, the Ags on that Vengeful Spirit comes out with another swap, another stun, and you're thrown, and it's done. Game 2. As long as they can focus the buildings, goes to the Apu, King of Kings, tying things up.
Yeah, good performance by them, but I feel like Lava handled it to them. You know, the mistake from Leo Style not popping a BKB there was what kind of set the pace of the game, allowing them to kill first Roshan, allowing them to kill the second Rosh. Frank not being able to get the good ravages off. We can also say, that Apu King of Kings were really good at using the BKBs, and this swap also caused a lot of issues. But mostly, from my point of view, it comes down to Leo Style, and also in both of these games, the last pick was not utilized correctly. And the last one we had Shadowfiend, last pick on the mid lane, which was pretty mediocre. And this time around we had Phantom Lancer, which also didn't feel too good playing into Leshrac. I mean, they picked PL into Leshrac, so that's really a hard one.
Yeah, difficult to get that impact out of Kataro, even with the last pick, like you said. The panel was saying, Phantom Lancer against TV is going to look really good, but there was always that trump card of Mini's Lash.
He couldn't get
a
close.
Pretty spectacular game.
Yeah, he really didn't get close, because I feel, the Terrorblade and Leshrac really played well. Terrorblade was getting close to Leshrac so that he knows that Phantom Lancer can't really deal damage to him and burn his mana.
It was a troubling one. And then Frank, he got his refresher. He blinks in around that Roche pit and had difficulties getting the double ravages off. But there we go, 1-1. It's all tied up here. We'll chuck it back to the panel and see what they thought about that, because maybe a little bit unexpected.
Thank you, Gareth. Always a good last second call out to the panel. You guys have become the Reapers today. Whatever team you support, this the team that's going to lose. So, explain to me a little bit. I think it was you, Artio, that mentioned yes, PL is an option, but Lushrak here, kind of a concern. Did you feel like that concern grew bigger in the game, or do you think there was something else to the game?
I feel like the only way PL wins the fight is by killing Lesh, but they could never really kill Lesh because they had the Venge save. So all the time they had to kill Lesh was Ravage, because Venge would also be stunned. And they didn't have much damage besides the PL hits to kill Lesh, which made the team fights very hard for Lava team.
Duster, did you see the value in that Venge 4 then as the game progressed?
Definitely paid off, man. He shut me down this time. The bench pick was really, really good, and good lanes also. He built lanes first, and and helped get better swaps. Usually, you wanna rush the Axe to have the illusion, but this game, I guess, when you think about saving only, the lanes made perfect sense. Really nice game from him.
Did you feel like there was a swap in the expected playstyle? Like you thought Venge was going to do one thing, and it showed you a different way of playing the Venge in the support role?
The flaws of the hero is just you can't push lanes and you don't team fight well. So it's a very hard game when you're behind, because both their support duels and dying Venge don't really contribute much. You know, they don't push waves, they don't gank heroes and stuff. So I think the sloppiness from Leo style definitely gave Apo Kings the game back and made Venge more useful in a way.
Okay. Can you expand that sloppiness a little bit more? Like, what do you think was leading to those risky plays?
Overconfident, probably. He didn't pop his BKB that time during the top play, and it's really slow down their game.
Okay. RTO, last game we criticized the early game for King of Kings a little bit. We said that lanes didn't play too well. Did you feel like they fixed this for game number 2?
This game they played 3 lanes, but they didn't had the Beastmaster, so it was fine for them. Like they were scaling pretty well on Lash and Terrorblade, and they had good team fight with Undying Tombstone plus Arena. They could always kill the right targets, and they were never like feeding for no reason.
That last one is an important one. Do you feel like this gives them confidence for this game number 3? Like they're coming in with a stronger mental fortitude?
Yes, I feel like if I were them, I would be pretty happy with the gameplay of game 2. Like the comeback from playing such a hard game 1 to playing such a good game 2, and I think they'll do pretty well.
Okay. Well, I'm particularly interested in seeing how this game 3 is going to go. I'm sure you viewers are also particularly interested. And before we can get to it, we have to take a small break. So please bear with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the pre-panel for game 3 between Apo King of Kings and Lava. Hello, guys, and welcome back for Game 3. We have one final match that's going to decide who gets to take the first point for both of these teams. It's going to be their first best-of-3 series. Lava wins the first game pretty confidently, but the second game goes pretty nicely to the way of Apu King of Kings. We've talked, honestly, in length about Apple King of Kings and what they need to do in these drafts, but we didn't really get to talk about Lava and their mistakes last game. Duster, you mentioned a little bit of the sloppiness of Leo style, but what did you think there were any mistakes in their general strategy they were proposing that you'd like to see fixed for Game 3?
Just honestly, a risky PL pick, that's for sure.
Okay.
So it's hard to say if it was worth. Now that they lost, of course, but they had a chance to win, even with the PL, which was surprising to pick this PL into Lash.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to see maybe a less risky pick. Just go for more like a safe strat, something that you're more comfortable to win.
In hindsight, well, what carry would you have maybe picked here, or what strategy would you have proposed here?
It was a hard game. I think in that situation, the only option you have is to choose not to counter Terrorblade, but have a better carry for the game.
Okay.
Of which now, but
Fair. Easier with the draft in front of you, I get it. But are you talking about like a carry that's like better synergy with your team, or are you talking about a carry that plays faster than Terrorblade to like just out tempo him?
a carry that is not counter so hard, because in this situation, PL was mostly for the Terrorblade, but it wasn't. It was heavily countered by Leshrac.
Do you feel like they could have answered the Leshrac pick earlier in the draft? Because they also didn't have really a counter for Leshrac, and that also led them to be kind of unkillable. Do you feel like that was also a mistake for their draft in general?
Lesh was an 8 pick, so he knew at least the offlane and position 4 from Lava.
Mm-hmm.
So he knew he was gonna get at least a decent game, but yeah, once you pick your 4, you kind of don't have options, because if they don't pick Rubik there, maybe they can go for Nyx and it's like an insane counter against Slash.
Mm-hmm.
But in their situation, it was hard. Maybe a better matchup for mid. I don't know if Bat is the best hero against Slash. I think Slash does well in the lane anyway. So maybe they could have thought about a hero that's gonna win lane harder against this Slash.
Okay, now the real question here for you, RTO. You think Lava is going to try to take back this opening? Oh, actually, they can't, because Mars has already been banned.
Yeah, Mars already banned, man. I was expecting to see Mars on the 3 games of this series, because both of the teams really value the hero.
Did you find that Mars was the more impactful one, like the Mars Lesh opener?
Yes, because it's a solid lane plus good team fight plus vision, front line. Gives a lot of stuff
10 seconds
in one hero.
For the viewers, by the way, when I ask this, I don't mean like did Lesh have a good impact or not in the game. It's more about what these pro players think about the hero in the draft and what it gives you. So it's not necessarily about how they perform. It's more about what that offers to you. As Apple King of Kings, they go for the Sand and Hoodwink. You guys both know Mini, so Duster, do you think it's going to be a Mini Sand here?
Could be. He actually likes to play the zero in the mid, so it's a nice flex pick for them. I'm surprised to see the Hoodwink. That's such a big change of draft, all 3 games.
Yeah, it's very true, actually. Do you like the Hoodwink right now?
It's decent. It's a very good support lane, and he offers a lot of kill potential. So if you want to pair with Sand King, that's a very strong lane already.
RDO, do you like starting the drafts with these kind of combos? Yesterday we saw a bit of Sand King Mirana, like these just really easy off-lane hunting squads. Do you think that makes the game overall easier to play?
Yeah, I like it because of what you said, and also because it's a solid lane. Like, their second pick, they're gonna get countered, but they already picked their lane, and it's a solid lane. And if they counter it too hard with like an Intimage or something, they can always flex the Sand King to mid.
Right, it's true. And it is when you have these kind of kill combos, do you want to go like the Lava route they did right now, where you go tanky heroes that are harder to kill, or is that not worth it with the amount of damage Hoodwink and Sand King provide?
For me, the best answer to these kill combos are saves. Like, it can be an Oracle with a W or ulti, it can also be a Shadow Demon with Disruption, and also his ulti to counter-initiate the Sand King when he jumps.
I like that. We actually saw that against Hokori, right? Hokori was the one that played. Yep. I know Duster would love to see a Shadow Demon here. I would love to see it 4 personally. You think that's still possible for Lava?
Yeah, in theory, you can still pick. It's just a weird support duo, I guess.
Right, yeah, Ogre Shadow Demon, maybe not the most common. I mean, we haven't seen any Shadow Demon 4 though. I was pretty certain people were going to start picking that because of the Ags and the Shard. Why do you think that it's always been run as 5 in this league, Duster?
People in South America really likes these hunting duels, and Shadow Demon is more of a safe position for, more like a passive hero.
Yeah,
and doesn't really fit most of SA players.
Can you explain to me why the hunting duo is so valued in SA? Like, can you explain to me the mentality a little bit?
Just the brawler mentality, man. We always have to play NA pubs, and they're always full of kills. So if you don't have heroes that get kills, you're pretty much gonna lose the game very fast.
Interesting. Okay. Do you feel like that also gives you always an into the game? Like if you have a killer squad, it's always like you're never completely lost in the game, even if you lose the lanes.
Yeah, and it's much easier to play. Like you have a simple plan, kill heroes with your combo.
Right. RDO, you always talk about valuing simplicity in a draft. To what extent should players consider that when drafting?
I don't know. It's more from team to team. There are teams that play smart, complex drafts, and there are teams that value the simplicity. For this series, I think both teams play both, so it's kind of a I don't know how to explain, but Lava plays a lot of stuff. They sometimes get lost in their drafts, and Apu Kings sometimes tries the carry with a position 2 hero, which is kind of harder to execute, like the game 1 we watched. And when they go to game 2, they pick more of a simple draft, and it's way easier for them.
And there's the Shadow Demon, guys. Okay. The Lava, to prove the RDO's point, they'll play anything. They'll go away from their style. They'll go for the Shadow Demon 4, go away from South American style. Do you guys like this, the Shadow Demon Beastmaster? Is it a strong continuation to their draft?
I like the Shadow Demon for sure. Beastmaster, not really sold on it yet. I prefer Beastmasters when you pick on 18 or 8. Here he picked on the 17 and he got countered by Gyrocopter, so he's gonna have like a tough lane already.
So right now, does Apu have the hold of the draft per se? Are they proposing something stronger here?
Excuse me?
So does Apu have the hold of it? Like, is Apu still in control of this draft right now? They're still proposing something stronger, or do they still have to answer this tiny pick?
No, I think they're on a good path. Like they have a strong carry already that's gonna lane well. They have this combo with Hoodwink and Sand King, and they are keeping the flex by picking this Abaddon, so they can still last pick any mid hero or offlane hero they want.
Okay. What heroes could you be? What heroes could you be seeing here for Lava as their last pick, RDO?
They're probably lacking mid hero. I would like is Void Spirit banned? It's not banned.
No.
I think Void Spirit's a good hero in here. Like, they have good supports to help with Rune, deals a lot of damage, it has the save from Shadow Demon, and it's good to play 2 lanes, which is the case of the Beastmaster.
Right, can you explain that? Sorry, can you elaborate for the viewers what you mean with that?
Sure. When you play Beastmaster, you usually want to play mid and the enemy jungle, because you have the Hawk vision, and you always poke tier 2s with Dominator and your Aura. And there are drafts when you have like scaling cars, you play 3 lanes, so you farm more, you just push waves, and you hit timings, like BKB timings. You just play passive until you get BKBs or other items, and then you go for objectives like towers or Roche. You play more like a passive way.
Lovely, thank you for being on this panel, RDO. Just wanted to recognize your intelligence here. So For Lava's lineup, as you said, you like the potential Void Spirit, but is there a concern? Because I've seen this before. Sanking destroys that matchup, doesn't he? I've seen many like trash Void Spirits mid.
I have no idea about mid matchups, man. If
Fair
you
enough.
say that Sin King destroys it, I trust you. But I've never seen a Void Spirit against Sin King mid. But I just thought of Void Spirit in the game, not really on draft, because Void Spirit
enough.
also gets the X timing, and like 3 heroes don't play the game when they're silenced. Like Hoodwink, Sin King, and Abaddon cannot do anything on team fights when they're silenced.
That's a very good point. And yeah, I'm sorry, I understand. We were the same last season with a panel, and then you had to get used to, oh, what is the matchup with Sanking mid? Because Mini keeps fucking picking it, and you have to learn these matchups now. So Bowie has a whole chart now of how to deal with Mini's heroes. We'll see what Lava's last pick is. Leo style is certainly a good Void Spirit. Do you like him on those heroes, though? Because we often talk about Leo being the secondary carry here. Queen of Pain, so a bit more of a scaling core maybe there. Are you okay with the Queen of Pain, RDO?
Yeah, I'm also okay. I feel like Leo's style, his best play style is when he's aggressive. He's very good at like winning lanes
10
and
seconds remaining.
playing aggressive at enemy side of map, which is why I like the Beastmaster on his team, because it like enables him, you know.
Yep. Final pick here for Apple King of Kings. Duster, do you think it's going to be the Sanking mid, or are they going to go for something different against the Quap?
No, I have a feeling Sin King get destroyed by Quap in this mid lane.
Yeah, I feel that too.
I guess they have to push it for the off lane, and they already have like a very decent lane that is Hoodwink Sin King. So probably just pick something that can deal with this Quap mid. Puck is open. Puck is a decent pick here, I believe, to be able to kill this queen.
Are you still sold on Puck? I think he's kind of crap right now, if I'm honest with you.
It's still like a decent hero against mobility mid laners.
Right.
You may now
Go for the lean instead. That's the other big counter, right? And also a secondary carry for this team, potentially. Now the question, because I'm looking back game one, I'm concerned about this. I'm gonna go with you first, Duster. Do you feel like they've addressed the Tiny enough? Do you feel like this Tiny can be controlled, or do you feel like he might get out of control?
I think he can be controlled. I really like their draft, and they have a lot of disables with the Sand King and Hoodwink. And if the game goes late, Sand King has a great talent of the Sandstorm Slow and Blind that just trashes Tiny. But that's like very, very late in the game, of course.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what team are you siding on then, Duster?
I like Apu Kings. I think their draft is easier to execute, but I have a feeling like Lava can outplay them with this Shadow Demon, so it's gonna be a pretty mechanic game. You know, whatever plays best, I think it will definitely do better. Of course.
RDO, what are your final thoughts on the game? What are your predictions?
I feel like the Apple Kings has the upper hand, but it all depends on laning stage, because they rely on having a good laning stage to not get crushed on map by the Beastmaster.
Okay. Well, my panel has gone the way of Apple King of Kings once again. Mini watching the broadcast is sweating. He is hoping that the curse has been lifted. But what will happen in Game 3, we're going to have to see. Lava versus Apple King of Kings, one final time. Winner takes all. And for this wonderful game, once again, we have the casters, Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks. Yeah, you're asking what they need, and I think Apu King of Kings is going to need a different panel with the way the caster curse has been going. All in on them. We'll see how it goes. I'm honestly leaning towards Lava with the kind of simplicity of how their draft flows from lane with the Beastmaster and the Queen of Pain that the panel was mentioning. Lacoste, how do you feel about these two drafts?
Once again, they have like a draft that doesn't rely too much on the cooldowns, even if the roar is down. Like we've seen what Tiny can do if he's off to a really good start, and I think he should be off to a good start. In this game, have an Ogre to buff him up, Beastmaster. One way to play against the Sand King, like Sand King is really not a strong laner, especially at the early levels, so you want to push him out of the lane as soon as possible, get that level 2 faster. So right now, what they're trying to look for is some kind of a kill. Whoever shows up, try to gank him. Kotaro, he should smell something's going on. There's no need for him to just, go and try to explore the Dota map.
They've noticed, they know that he's here. They've seen the trees get chopped down. He walks straight into them. Katara's under his tower, but he's going to be the first blood. Dies to this 5-hero movement up towards top lane, and Apu Kings get that first kill of the game.
This is also a really good start for Benny, which ruins a little bit of Beastmaster's lane, because he just got some extra gold. He started with the stick, Quelling Blade. Not sure what the Quelling Blade is for, but because Quelling Blade is just a shit tier item right now. It's just like literally nothing. It's 4 damage. But,
on ranged especially, right?
Yeah.
I remember people were buying it on Luna, Gyro, Medusa, just like buy Quelling, go jungle. Now it's, just, I don't know, buy slippers instead. Get some slippers of agility. Well, the first kill they get leads into what looks like normal lanes. Yeah, Gyro goes bot. Nice little high fives between Kim and Siram. Shadow Demon and the Abaddon. And Beastmaster going Axes level 1. Doesn't want his boars getting slaughtered by the Benny Gyro. I'm going to go for a wave pull. So Kim here going to block at least a small camp. I guess he keeps the large camp open. No, the Abaddon says absolutely not. The fourth lane now created in that bottom jungle.
Yeah, Kim's starting with the boots of speed, which means that he wants to drag the creep wave, and like he can't get harassed in this lane. He can easily keep the distance against Gyro because he's like half range, and also against Abba. So that's gonna be good. Not having Shadow Poison level 1. Shadow Poison is not dispellable anymore, so playing into Abba is much better than it was before. When I say now, it's been like that for a while, but still we don't see this matchup too often.
Yeah, and then up in that top lane, Ogre doing Ogre things, just standing 1v2, tanking through a couple of spells here and there, while Tiny continues free farming away at 6 and 3. Top of the CS board.
This is exactly what they do, and Tiny is probably one of the better heroes to do so, because he has the tree grab, has that splash, and then he naturally pushes the wave, which means that Sanking can't get close. And Ogre doing a very good job just by zoning them out, using Ignite. The Hoodwink at the early levels doesn't really provide much damage, especially against Ogre, who has 7 armor. Another double Ignite.
Well, they're having a go at bottom lane, it looks like. The boots on Shadow Demon, gonna make sure he's fine. But yeah, important to note also, Ogre didn't block that large camp. Very often as a position 5, it's kind of autopilot to block the enemy large camp, make sure they can't get pulls, but the fact that, like you mentioned, Tiny is shoving that wave, he's naturally pressing forward, they want that large camp to pull back themselves.
Yeah, let's see if he gets the pull off.
Siram with that shield on him. Running back into the Shadow Demon now as Benny goes for the flat cannon, but yeah, no kills coming. Just return and salve. And did he pull? Did Ogre succeed? Oh, he did. Even playing forward onto the Sand King now. Avalanche toss. Is going to toss up the Sand King to get the kill on him. And goes Dunya.
Sand King does have a lot of bad matchups. Anything that pushes out the wave. Anti-Mage probably one of the better ones, if not the best hero you can have against him, because he doesn't have a game. He needs to play different, try to creep skip, manipulate the creep waves, make some stacks in the jungle. Because this is not working out. Tiny, is he bringing... yeah, I like that. Also, Ogre bringing 2 enchanted mangoes, but just going for the straight power treads, having the boots of speed to be able to close the gap and just keep harassing them. Because this Hoodwink, as he said, she doesn't really bring much to the lane. Look at how aggressive they are.
Yeah, they just press forward, right?
Yeah,
they stun the Ogre, what up?
And Katyu is doing a very good job at forcing Sanking to use the Sandstorm when lane is not connecting with the creep wave.
Do they have the mana for this? No avalanche from the Tiny. Just toss back the Sand King, but it's irritation every step of the way. Now the Ignite. And maybe another go here onto Dunya. They know he's got 10 stick charges and a Burrow Strike, so he should be okay to back away. But yeah, Tango up, and then what? His lane is all but over. feels kind of similar, the way you talk about the Sand to Darkseer, right? Another hero that doesn't like playing against AM, another hero that can struggle if he's not the one pressing that lane and pushing forward. Oh, they got Frank. Serem, he's dropping low on this abandon. Benny's trying to move forward onto Frank. The Beastmaster is too tanky. He's got 9 stick charges. He's going to turn and fight Benny here. They're baiting the gyrocopter in to try and turn around. They get the abandon first. Now Benny, oh, the poison.
Oh, that didn't connect.
Missing
but
out.
the axes.
5 axes. Yeah, we're up and stacking them beautifully. They bait both of the Radiant safe laners into their death.
Look good. In the end, Lava, they get the most out of this lane, and yeah, Beastmaster will get level 6. This was also Beastmaster pick into Abaddon, which we didn't mention. Usually, like, it's the other way around. So they need to be, like, they have ways of controlling Abaddon with, like, a potential, like, toss back, disruption, and then go for, like, a different hero. And also to talk about the mid lane, one of the reasons why they picked Lina. Lina does really naturally well against Queen of Pain. She hits level 6 faster. I've seen Lina's go for different kind of skill builds. I've seen 404 Lina in Europe. This time around it's 3-1-1-1. I think you need more points in Fiery Soul, but maybe it's about the matchup, so he decides to go for everything. One big change that I wasn't aware until today is Lina's Laguna Blade is 100 less mana, and when you combine that with an Ult Talisman, it feels like it's some kind of a bug when you see Laguna Blade with 144 mana cost.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's pretty low. Oh, there's a Burst Strike top. Burst Strike's there onto the Tiny. Katara's in the Sandstorm. But again, it's Radiant expending mana, expending resources just to stay alive. Lava keeping them on their toes, that's for sure. And Lina always does incredibly well against these ranged heroes mid. It's a good job, like the panel said, that Lava have Ogre and Shadow Demon. 2 heroes pretty good at moving into these runes. Controlling them up for the Queen of Pain, who has a DD rune bottled. A potential for her to rotate. And she TP's bottom into the roar of Frank. But, as you mentioned, it's Beastmaster into Abaddon. So Serem had the shield, gets away from the roar. The Sonic Wave is there, but not enough to kill. Serem's still alive, and Adelina's rotated in. Benny, he's on the run back as the Abaddon does drop, and the DD rune from Quap allows her to jump forward onto Minnie, who throws Laguna Blade but doesn't get a kill. And now Frank has got some more axes up his sleeve. Pork to give vision onto the Benny Gyro, and that is going to be a massive rotation from Leostyle's Queen of Pain, getting a 3-0.
Yeah, not the greatest one, like as we mentioned, Primal Roar into a Photic Shield. Abba needs to be close for it. They should still be able to defend this tower. They both have like no mana, half HP, and also the Siege Crypt is gonna die. So in the end, you know, W for Lava, but still not the worst thing for Apu King of Kings there. As they're keeping the tower alive. Important thing is to keep Kotaro farmed. So let's see how much they can pressure him right now. It's a decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, Sanking is not level 6. If Sanking is 6, you know, there's potentially a kill there.
He's not got any regen left over on him or the Ogre. He's had to pop his stick. Would like to see Cat Yu bring out, Salve and Clarity. That's a position 5 life right there. Keen Optic dropped for him as well. As Leostyle spots the Hoodwink Courier over the secret shop. Bushwhack missing. Courier still dying. Just the fact that Leostyle shows himself is a red flag for Apu Kings. They back up to their tier 1. So Gyro just ditching that bottom lane now. That's going to allow Beastmaster to take the tower. Abaddon trying to leech XP for level 6.
It's not gonna be as easy to take the tower. You have no inner beast, but yeah, if Abba is still level 5, one thing you can do is roar him instead, because he went for like more mana oriented build in the lane, which is okay considering that Shadow Demon like rushed Arcane Boots. He started with the Boots of Speed as well, so this is where the mana is gonna come from. Deep Observer Ward plays down, should get devoted. They also have the Hawk, so after the tier 1 tower falls, they should be able to invade the jungle and put some more pressure out on Benny.
And Kim, just straight up blasted by that Lina. Under the Radiant Vision. So at least some information there for the Shadow Demon to know that they saw him coming. And Tiny now going to make his way into the jungle with Echo Saber complete and coming out on the courier. His farm rate accelerates tremendously. Oh, Leo style. Links in aggressively.
No Arcane
0-4-4
bottom. He's
build.
gonna be able to get it. Yeah, so like even the Shadow Demon is gonna refill the bottle. Arcane Rune, the 4 points in Blink, which I like, especially against matchup against Lina. You're not getting close to her. They just smoked. Abba is level 6 and already has a point in borrowed time. He was not risking anything. They want to proc it.
Yeah, try and get it used up. Leo Star doesn't want to go diving too deep, though. They've got vision just behind this Gyro Abaddon. But they don't know where the Sanking is. They don't know what he's up to. So just try and pressure them out of that jungle. And also, Upper King's TPing top. The key hero, that Tiny, who was free farming, has now been found down to half HP, but tanky beast. Hoodwink gonna launch out a projectile towards him as Mini keeps the spell damage coming, but now Avalanche toss. Oh, he doesn't have Avalanche. He's got a tree toss to chuck it at the Lina as Leo style. Sonic Wave and Scream, not enough damage to get the kill, but he's still going to drop here surely to a Blink Scream to finish him off. Leo style nearly gets the double, the shield and the heal from Sirem. Keeps the Hoodwink alive for a second longer. Oh, Leo is playing so aggressively, basically 1v3ing in that situation. And Frank has got a kill on the Sanking bottom lane, helped out by the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, Queen of Pain with Arcane Rune at 4 points in Blink and do whatever the hell she was. Once in the team fight, she blinked like 5 times. And yeah, bottom lane, Frank is having a really good time on this Beastmaster.
Discipline, guys.
Managed to take down the tower. He's level 10, 11 minutes in, which is pretty impressive. SK bugs. Seems like there's a lot of bugs happening lately. Need that spring cleaning as soon as possible.
We absolutely do. So the panel was talking about when you have a Beastmaster kind of playing on 2 lanes. We haven't seen that yet, but is it time now for Tiny to think about Triangle, playing bot jungle, and playing from mid to bot with the Beastmaster?
They still have tier 1 tower on the top lane. They have 1 observer board scouting things out. And we have seen, like, Katya doing a very good job in terms of, like, breaking the smoke. So his, I don't know if you can see I can't draw on a minimap, but... like this entrance where he is right now on Tiny, this is where like Ogre stands and breaks the smoke pretty much because it can break from both sides while Tiny is farming. And there's a couple of stacks in the triangle, a couple of ancient stacks. Tiny will need to have like full HP to be able to get it, but he will definitely go there and farm that in the next minute or so.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering, if it was his time to transition away from that top lane and get down into that triangle. But yeah, tier 1, like you said, Ogre's positioning.
Their tier 1 tower, 11 minutes
in,
is full HP on the top lane.
Yeah.
Because they have no tower damage. They need to play with the catapult.
Oh, no catapult's coming. And of course, Sanking, he started playing bottom lane to try and slow down Frank a bit, weather the storm of the Beastmaster's push. Those are some nice little emotes. Cool art style on them.
Look at that. Rock'em sock'em.
There's so much.
What do you feel about this Benny build?
There's so much stuff in Dota right now that it sprays so many voice lines. Benny's build, this is pretty standard, I would say. Just having a Crystallis to be able to speed up the farm, but he does have Blade of Alacrity queued up. Usually,
that's what I was wondering about.
You go for BKB because you still want to fight with the team. Jaro, one of the earlier carries that joined the fights. Maybe he doesn't feel BKB is needed this time around, so maybe he just decides to go for Ags because there's 1, 2, 3 abilities that go through magic immunity. So BKB is not gonna get the money worth, especially with having Abba to purge off the primal roar. So I guess that's why I definitely wouldn't also get a BKB earlier here.
They just rely on that Abaddon to keep you healed and saved and all that good stuff. Also, the fact he hasn't gone stats. He's got level 3 rocket barrage. You're happy with that, right? You were complaining earlier on about people skipping points in barrage.
It's
Discipline, guys.
you know, something that we as a talent we talk to the players quite a lot about it, hear different opinions, and when you do the math, it's just like from my point of view, it's not worth it to get the stats. In some situations, yes, maybe 1 point in homing missile, that's okay and have stats, but not having the rocket barrage in the fights, because if you like kill someone off because of rocket barrage, you're gonna get a level, and then you get the extra stats from this. Just a lot of the things that tend to add up in Dota, but yeah, in my opinion, it's not really worth it to skip it.
So back in the day, what were your feelings about Burning's anti-mage build?
Oh, that was great. Back in the days, it was good. 'Cause Dota
Back
was,
in the day, it was good. It was
Dota
a slower
was different
game.
then. We had like no talent trees. We had pretty much like there were so many less items in the game as well.
There's less everything, and the game has developed so much.
More shops. More
in
shops.
the past 2-3 years.
We had side shop, Gary. 2 of them.
Oh, we did as well, yeah. I remember saving up money, buying my first ring of health from one of those side shops, coming out to lane and buying it. You could buy treads from side shop at one point, couldn't you?
Yes, you could buy face boots even.
I like vividly remember playing Tiny in Dota 1 and like rushing treads to buy them from the side shop. That was good stuff. My Red Bull's kicking in. Shadow Demon's ready to go.
He's ready to press that F9. I can feel the finger, you know. They could lose some momentum, you know, but just not playing the game. You lose the track of timings because of the pause. Here we're gonna see the rotation from the Leo style.
That was so good.
Yeah.
Picking up 2 core kills. Benny and Minnie dying. And this is what, the Beastmaster just roaring the Abaddon to death, pretty much? Yeah. That's what Beastmaster's best at. Holding on in that bottom lane, not moving, and keeping that pressure up. Forcing your opponents to spend some resources, spend some heroes to defend your objectives. It looks like, yeah, Tiny's making the line saying, hey, I'm going to go Fountain, refill up, go Triangle, clear the camps. And the rest of you boys can do whatever you want, because I'm going to be hitting creeps.
He does not want to join a fight for the next 4 or 5 minutes. He wants to be able to, like, you can only farm so much. Like, you, at one point, I don't think you can have, I'm not sure if that's even possible, unless you have, like, 3 kills in the lane and have, like, multiple stacks to have Echo Saber, Shard, and the Shadow Blade 15 minutes in. But you want to buy a Shard before the Shadow Blade because it decreases your farm. You can farm the Ancients much easier, and then go back to Shadow Blade, go back to BKB, and just continue fighting with the team. So what the timing Kotaro is looking for to join is like between 16 and 18 minutes play with the team, but if the fight comes next to him, he'll gladly take it.
Yeah.
Discipline.
Another pause?
Now
looked like
Abba
everyone
has
was
a
ready to...
keyboard bug. Just kidding, he doesn't.
He's only got one hotkey that's important right now. Aphotic Shield. Oh. Wait, how did you know?
Gary, I've been playing this game for almost 18 years. I do know a lot of stuff. Just kidding, I don't know. Having a keyboard issue, some keyboard bug. Not sure if it's Dota related. Seems like it's not.
It really sounds like Shadow Demon really wants to get this game going. Yeah, go on, Minnie. Talk straight back at him.
We get some behind the scenes. Who is working where? Who has a lot of money? Who has a spare keyboard potentially?
What? I have legit no idea what half of these things people are saying. All chat in the South American games. It's wild sometimes. It seems like they're having fun. Entertaining themselves in this brief downtime. I'm still curious to see what Benny buys. Blade of Alacrity can't be it.
Most likely
Do
gonna be
something
that
bigger.
Aghanim Scepter. just to have more damage output, because they do need damage. Sanking's Blink Dagger is, oh my god,
Miles away. Miles away, man.
I don't think we can even mention a Blink Dagger considering how much gold he has at this point.
Yeah, that's
Taro
rough.
heard it. He heard the joke. There we go.
What's he got? He's got double bracer, brown boots, small items.
Too
And,
many
like-
small items considering that the lane didn't go well. I think in that scenario you need to like say enough, because if you buy all these small items, that means you're playing for the lane. And Apple Kings
And his
has
build as
2
well,
minutes
right?
left. Yeah.
Max Sandstorm with small items is like, I am playing lane and I'm doubling down on playing lane. Like, maybe he could go and clear some stacks, but I guess Triangle has a stack for him, but you want that to be going to Gyro.
For sure. Most definitely. He needs to find a way to get farm. It's not going to be easy. I think they will need to use Lina. Lina and Hoodwink will need to play with Sanking to be able to get him back into the game. So, Apple King of Kings, they have less than 2 minutes. That's what admin said. To figure things out. If he doesn't find a keyboard, mouse gaming it is.
Oh, goodness.
Or a controller. Maybe he has PS5 controller. Try to play with
Maybe
it.
he has a Steam controller. Maybe he has a Steam Deck already. Just play
Have you tried
on your
playing
Steam
with the
Deck.
controller?
I haven't yet. I am very, very scared of doing that. I think the only thing I would manage to do successfully is open scoreboard and mute people, since they added those the mute buttons. So apparently that's the reason they changed it was for controller accessibility, for usability for controllers.
Very
Right,
important.
are we
Those
good?
controller Dota gamers need to be able to mute the toxic players.
It is imperative that they have that option. Okay, Abaddon's ulti. Yeah, he's just going to use that against an ogre. Gyro does clear out the stacks in the triangle. And it's a bit of a game here of both teams finding their headspace again. Like you said, it can be difficult to get back on track and into the rhythm of the game once you have an extended pause, then a resume, then a pause again. So Beastmaster going to stick bot. Tiny still going to make his move. Regen in Fountain. Come to Triangle, clear the Ancients. So it's a bit of room for this Radiant team to get back on track, especially with that Sand King. He's doubled his savings. He's gone from 130 gold saved to 260.
Great,
He might
Matt
go for a
carry.
kill.
I love it.
He's going to go for this. Level 1 Burrow Strike.
He
I
should.
dunno.
He should.
Get in there. Go and kill that Shadow Demon. More money. Yeah, 800 gold now.
Not bad. Plus 166, so now sitting at 800 gold after epping the creep wave as well on top of it. A good chunk of gold for him.
Leo Star's going to walk into the Gyro top. Wildwing Tornado pushes the Gyro across, and they, unfortunately, are unable to lock down Leo, who blinks away. So yeah, Sand King back in the game somewhat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's also interesting to me here that Leo Star, it's felt like he's had such an active, dynamic play in this game, and he's sat behind the Lina in net worth. Pretty poor compared to the Tiny, but I guess it's just the fact that Tiny has farmed so quickly through Ancients, and he's the one miles ahead.
Yeah, he's been very active, so that means, you know, if he's not getting the last hits, that he's not getting that much farm as well. But Tiny, he's extremely far. 14 minutes in, Shadow Blade, and needs money for Shard. So when I said 15 minutes, it's not doable, it looks like it is.
It looks like it is, yeah. Jupiter down. Hoodwink. Getting caught out by that Quap Beastmaster. And Frank has now made mid his home, as they want that tier 1 tower there. Seren will try and battle with the waves and the creeps that are brought by Frank. Shadow Demon. Disrupting himself, it looks like, try and get rid of the sentry ward. Well, I absolutely cannot believe this Tiny man.
Ooh, Lina, can he get a stun off? He wanted the combo. He wanted if he doesn't hit from Shadow Blade, he doesn't get the kill anyway, because Toss is only level 1. So can't blame him for not trying to go for it.
So you wanted to hit, then combo.
Yes.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
get the
is
kill.
under attack.
It also means that he's allowed Lina to TP top, so the rest of this Dart team just gather around that mid tower, knowing that Lina's not available. Try and take advantage of that extra hero you have in that mid lane, and they'll spot the Abaddon, force the borrowed time.
Dire's bottom tower.
Could have go for the
Keep
back
pushing
toss on Abba to keep him in place.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they do still stick around though.
Dire's courier.
Shadow Demon takes up top to clear out that wave. Sarem, oh, they know. I know he doesn't have borrowed time, and they know that he's just placed a couple of wards down there. Look at that tiny damage, man. Finish him off with another swipe of the tree.
Oh man, the buffs for Tiny are gonna be insane this game. They can actually go and kill the Roche. He has the shard, so there's gonna be the damage. They have Vlad's, they have 2 points in Inner Beast, 1 point in Bloodlust only, but imagine the attack speed coming out from Tiny after those are maxed out.
Yeah, what is it? 16 minutes, Shadowblade Echo treads Shard. 9,000 net worth on Kataro. They are going to have to contend with a smoke from Apu, King of Kings, though. How do they start this? With a blink from Sand King, he's got his item. Dunya wants to start a fight, but up to the high ground, into the Ogre, into the Tiny, and into that damage from the Sonic Wave. The Queen of Pain kills the Sand King before he can get a blink off, and now the Roar on Gyro. Tossing across the Abaddon into him, Benny throws the call down, but it's all over. Kataro dominating on a double kill streak. 3 heroes down on Apu, King of Kings, and back into Roche we go.
This game is falling apart very quickly. The support duo, we haven't seen too much from both Hoodwink and Abba. He's there existing, trying to survive as much as he can, heal up the allies, but it's just not happening. They're very limited in terms of the amount of damage they can do. This delayed Blink Dagger on Sand King kind of cost them a lot.
And Minnie's going to die top lane, it looks like. Gets found by Leo Style and Katyu. He was hiding away behind this tier 1 tower top. But it was meant to be the ganking trio, right? The Hoodwink, Sand King, Alina. It felt like from the draft, they were meant to be smoking around and causing chaos, making plays, getting kills left and right. And if you don't get those kills, your entire game plan just comes tumbling down. Abaddon trying to go for a D ward.
But a block.
The Observer, but now he's stuck because those illusions have kept him in place. And he stuns the Avalanche. Ooh,
Dire's bottom tower is under
Could have used that
doesn't land
earlier.
in time.
A little
Yeah,
bit. Maybe the ping was the issue. I feel it's very hard to itemize considering what they're playing into
Dire's
on side of
bottom
Apu, King
tower
of
is
Kings.
under attack.
You're playing into Beastmaster, Shadow Demon, like 2 BKB piercing abilities, and also Queen of Pain pushback from Sonic Wave. Hoodwink getting caught.
Yeah. Attempts TP. Too much magic damage. And that's the thing, like you kind of want a BKB against Tiny combo, against Queen of Pain's Scream and magic damage from Shadow Demon, but then they've got pure damage, they've got BKB piercing with Roar. You want a Lincoln Sphere, but it's an expensive item to try and pick up as a first one. You need damage to get through this Tiny who has so much HP and armor. And Kataro, speaking of Tiny, yeah, runs straight back into them. Borrowed time going to use defensively once more. And there's the toss back you've been waiting for. Back into the arms of Ogre. Nothing but love and hugs and cuddles.
Tower is under attack.
And death.
Pretty much Mini.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is the
question mark.
I think that's the sign of a player who has all but given up on this game. It's like, what can we do? I can cut waves and push. That's the final answer to the final question on your exam. It's not looking good.
They have very mobile heroes. They have Hawk that can scout things out, Shadow Demon with the lens and almost a full Blink Dagger, so he can easily rotate TP. You have Tiny with the Shadow Blade. Queen of Pain doesn't have anything to stop the TP with because she has Kaya and Sanj, but also one of the heroes that can easily close the gap.
Tower is under attack.
Right now, the farming space for Apu King of Kings is pretty much whatever comes to their tier 3 towers or close to the tier 2s.
Hold your buildings.
Radiant's
For dear
middle
life.
tower is under attack.
Just stand there, wait. Maybe you get this epicenter blink. Maybe your Sanking and the Hoodwink and pair up with this Lena
Okay, I want to see the attack speed
on Tiny.
on Tiny. Unfortunately, Bloodlust level 1. Inner Beast maxed out on top of the Solar Crest.
Yeah, they really are trying to mount a defense to this bottom tower. But the Hawk sees pretty much everything, and Benny just gets obliterated by the Tiny. Jeez Louise, Abaddon's forced to use his ulti very early on. The fight hasn't actually started. It's just pick off into pick off. And Upper King of Kings really have fallen apart now. Dunya hiding in the trees. They know exactly where he is. Burrow Strike off to the right to dodge the avalanche. Leo style gets leapfrogged there and jumped over, and there's no more stuns to catch the Sand King. So they lose 2 heroes. Tower will fall immediately after.
Need that 3. Let's go. Should continue for the high ground. Still minute and 30 seconds left on that. Aegis, that they have a really good timing. Ancient Black Dragon as well. On top of that, Sanking, one of the better heroes to defend the towers with. They need a sentry. They need some kind of vision. Maybe they can even easily ignore it. Look at the damage from Tiny.
Yeah, it's insane. It's been a while since I've cast a game with the potential for a meme number to come out, but we're 2 kills away. Maybe that's what Apu King of Kings are waiting for. One last fight, a couple of kills.
Or Apu King of Kings can smoke, get a kill,
Get 1 kill.
do the meme, and call GG.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know which number you were talking about. Probably Lava getting 2 more kills, right?
I said 2 more kills, yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about the other number.
Yeah, the other cool number.
CI grip. That's pretty calm and casual from Lava. Aegis for 30 seconds means I don't want to go and hastily commit to anything. Just get this Tiny some record-breaking net worth and GPM.
14,000
617. Yeah. At 22 minutes.
That's
Pretty
mad.
nasty stuff.
It really is. Is there like any big item coming out on side of Apu King of Kings that can change things? Ags on Gyro, but it's not really, considering that he only has Crystallis at this moment, I wouldn't say so. What Lava can do is like farm up the whole map. They know something is up. They know they're smoked because no one is defending this bottom tower. It's being pinged out. Now Lena finally shows.
Yeah, it's like Ags on Gyro isn't a fight-winning or a game-changing item. It's a kind of a transitional item. It's like, I want Ags into BKB, into Rapier this game. And Ogre just very freely keeping that mid lane pushed so Beastmaster can keep on knocking at the door of bottom tier 3. And they did have that deep dive vision on the kind of southern side of the Radiant Triangle. Hidden away, so Sarem not going to get the D ward. And in come Lava. Hello, Abaddon. Silenced up, forced to TP. Immediately banished while Benny... Oh, that's a double damage Tiny, is it? Oh, yeah. 700 plus damage, 2 hits, an avalanche. Oh, come on. Throw the tree at him.
There we go.
Oh, not a good sign. Jupiter dead mid. Throwing out his sharpshooter as he was falling. And Dunya's Sanking. Well, he's up top. They are scrambling, desperately trying to find space on the map, but it's all gone.
It feels like we didn't see Apu King of Kings make any kind of move in this game. Double damage, Tiny. Unfortunately, DD has expired, but the barracks are gonna be destroyed anyway.
Who did the panel side with? Apu
I think
King of Kings,
Apu.
right?
I think Apu, yeah. Cursed by the fam. Man, these guys are good. We need those guys, on the bigger stage, at the major to curse some of the other teams. Kyle has some competition right there.
I was going to say, Kyle's going to start his own talent esports agency. Just the cursed agency. Bring everyone who can roll those dice. Get the coin flips the wrong way around. Well, in the blink of an eye, 2 lanes of barracks have disappeared. Bottom lane, the one that's been chipped away at by the Beastmaster for the past 10 minutes, still standing somehow. And there is the potential for Apu King of Kings to have another holdout team fight. Maybe if they can bait with this hoodwink decoy. No one's falling for it.
It's a better one. This was probably the worst shard upgrade in the game, but it got buffed a little bit, so now it's actually okay.
Yeah, creating the little bushwhack is pretty nice. Oh man, Tiny, alright. Calm down. He's got 229 attack speed right now with that bloodlusting in a beast. Raw, taken out by the shield. Sharpshooter on the ogre, just tickling and chipping away, but now they know they can go in onto Benny with a BKB of Tiny, wailing away at the gyro, finishes him off quite simply. Grabbing the double kill for Kataro, and Dunya's gonna be the third one.
Rampage.
They just don't do any damage to Tiny. He's got 34 armor. He's got a rampage, and GG is called. Go on, get another one. Sand King, walk out your fountain. Come at this man. 4-28. What an absolute stomp.
And they did not get the chance to play Dota in this game. Lava outclassed them in the third game. I think it comes down to the draft as well, where like the laning stage went really well for them. Maybe Lina needed to be a bit more active, I would say, because Abaddon is pretty passive. Gyrocopter was pushed out of the lane early on, and I like the Beastmaster that he didn't get the inner beast. He decided to go for the Axis build with the boar, which is mana consuming, but him and Shadow Demon did really a good job at the bottom lane, like forcing out the gyro, taking the tower early on, and then continuing to put out the pressure out on the map, finding gyro, and not allowing him to farm where he wants. And Kataro on a Tiny, like they set him up for a really good game. Sanking, I think, also was one of the issues, not being able to get anything out of the lane. Top lane was played extremely well, pushing him out early on, as I said, and then like getting some kills on top of that. Just some really good stuff from Lava.
Yeah, very well done by Lava. Like you mentioned, the Sand King, the fact that also Mini's first rotation came after the Leo style one, and him and Gyro both died bottom lane, right? So you don't have that Sand King, Hoodwink, Lina trio that was meant to go around and hunt for kills. It just never happened. But there we go. The panel curse continues. We'll chuck it back to Arvo and the boys and break down that series a little more.
Yes, indeed. The panel is so cursed that RTO has become a mass of darkness because he has absolutely destroyed Apple King of King's chances. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Duster. What happened that game? I asked you specifically, my dude, if the Tiny was going to get out of control. And you guys, no, they have enough. Why did he get out of control, Duster? Explain it to me.
Honestly, the laning phase for Apple Kings was just so bad. I don't know what happened on this Sand King Hoodwink lane. I feel like this duo should do better. Like, maybe not stomp Tiny, but also not be stomped. Especially since Sand King with the third spell, Caustic Finale, just deals so well with melee heroes. And Lava had two, Ogre and Tiny. So I feel like it was a huge misplay from them in this lane. And also Mini, again with the last pick, and didn't deliver a good game with his last pick. He got this lead on the 24. He TP bottom to help Gyro. He died. He TP top to help top lane. He died again. He threw his game on trash, pretty much. And just ruined. Like, as Lacoste said, they didn't get to play Dota.
So my question is, when you see these lanes being trashed, for example, in a matchup that you think is going to do well, do you question your own idea of the matchup, or do you have specific plays that you would like to point out that you think were misplayed in the lanes, especially for the Sand King lane?
You definitely question your draft for sure, but you gotta go to replay analyze. And I feel like their lane had so many options. Like, if it's going really bad, you can just cut waves. Hoodwink is a very fast hero. She can just go there and steal some waves for Sand King, and at least you're gonna be up to farm, not win the lane, but you accept a loss and just get some farm. Instead, what they did on top lane was just disaster.
Right. When you have these situations as well, does, like, if you screw up, let's say, the lanes twice, right? Because that happened in the first game of the series as well. as a team, how do you correct this? Like, is it possible to draft, say for drafts that always give you an in the game? Do you train the lanes more by doing more exercises? What would Astini suggest actually to you, Duster?
First, you gotta ask if it's a matchup problem, and then
Mhm.
it's gonna be for players to know.
Okay.
And I think Dunya, he's actually new to the offlane. He played most of his career as a position 4.
Yes. Yes.
So when he got in this team as an offlane, was very surprising to me. And you can see like he's still learning the matchups, because playing core is very different than playing support just because of these matchups. If you don't know a matchup well, the lane is just unplayable. And like it was.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you for your insight, Duster. And now I would like to ask the insight, not of Artio, because the poor man has been sucked out of his body, but rather with the carry from Lava, we have Minos here, or Kotaro, on the line, and we're going to be able to do an exclusive interview with him before the next Heroes of the Day. Hola, Minos. Hola, Kotaro. ¿Cómo estás?
Minos.
I don't hear him. Is that...
Aló.
Perdona, ¿puedes volver a hablar, Minos? Disculpa.
Sí.
Ahí está, perdona, no te escuchábamos. ¿Cómo estás después de esa
Ya.
serie? ¿Sientes bien después de esa dominación con el Tiny?
El problema es que no soy Minos.
Perdona. Ay, discúlpame.
No.
Oh, Dios mío, estaba tapado. Me habían dicho que venía Minos. Discúlpame, bro. Perdóname.
Sí.
¿Cómo sentís después de esa serie? La victoria tan dominante, 1 y 3.
Sí, muy bien, la verdad. Venir a esa onda de PC con una mentalidad nueva y con esos juegos que acaban muy rápido.
Cuando... Te quería preguntar, porque tú eres el drafter principal o hay input del resto del equipo.
Es como que entras con equipo, pero el que es como que arma el orden del típico, pruebas de héroes, etcétera, es como que yo lo hago, ¿no? Pero hago en base a lo que siento de que cada jugador o cada persona del equipo, sus mejores héroes. Si él quiere jugar este héroe y se parece lo muy fuerte, lo hago de la manera en la cual puede entrar en el juego ese héroe.
Okay. So I asked them about how his drafting goes. By the way, apologies for that. They told us their carry was coming. This is Wu, or their 5. And I was asking about his drafting, right? And he says that yes, he's mainly the one that settles the order of the picks or how they're gonna pick it, but he mostly considers the input of the team. And what he works as is trying to make the team all work together, like how to further emphasize the strength of the heroes and how to enable them the most. So it's more like he is the person that links everything together as the team suggests ideas. Entonces, te quiero preguntar dentro de eso, porque me interesa mucho tu manera de draftear particularmente. Por ejemplo, jugaste Shadow Demon 4 en la segunda partida, una cosa que en Sudamérica se ve bastante poco. ¿Tú
Sí.
cuando miras drafts internacionales o de alguna región específica?
Mira drafts de todas las regiones posibles para tener ideas qué héroes hay en particular, órdenes de draft. O sea, siempre veo drafts de regiones.
¿Te sientes como que eso es una cosa tuya y que no se ve mucho en Sudamérica? ¿Como que tú ves más drafts internacionales que otros capitanes? ¿O crees que en general hay mucha influencia?
Siempre influencia, pero creo que en Sudamérica lo que como que tiene más fuerzas es como, ¿cómo decirlo? En ese tema Shadow Demon es como que Musk le gusta jugar a Shadow Demon también, es el héroe. El Shadow Demon es un héroe,
Sí.
en el parche también. Entonces, se como que combina bien el héroe con todo lo que estamos jugando. Entonces, me pareció un buen pick, la verdad. Y fue como que parte de sugerencia de Musk.
Okay. So I asked him about the drafts, particularly because Lava's a team that drafts not always what the South American region drafts necessarily. And he says, he watches all the other regions. He tries to influence himself as much as possible. And specifically in that Shadow Demon pick in the 4 position, even though South Americans don't particularly do it, he actually points out that Moose, who's a very much a Shadow Demon player, suggested that pick to him. And so he says that there is some influence not only from outside drafts, but also from inside the team to enable these kind of drafting. Ahora, si te puedo preguntar a ti más personalmente y no el equipo, Wu, siempre te conocen, o al menos yo te conocí siempre como la enciclopedia del Dota, ¿no? Esa persona que habla constantemente sobre Dota, todo el tiempo estás pensando en nuevas estrategias. ¿Sientes que eso a la larga os ha dado una ventaja como equipo? Porque vuestra progresión ha sido muy lineal, pero muy correcta como equipo. Creo que se ha caído.
Ta madre.
Perdona,
Oye,
¿puedes,
¿aló?
puedes repetirlo? Lo siento, te has caído.
No, se me fue el internet normal. Ok, ¿qué pasó? ¿Cuál era
Perdón,
la pregunta?
te estaba preguntando. Yo siempre te he conocido a ti, Wu, como la enciclopedia del Dota, como alguien que habla constantemente del Dota y piensa muchos strats. ¿Crees que eso, como un equipo que ha estado junto mucho tiempo, a la larga, es un beneficio? Porque vuestra mejora ha sido como muy lineal, pero muy correcta. Al contrario que otros equipos que
Ujú.
van altibajos, ustedes son un poco más, digamos, estáticos o
Sí,
constantes.
o sea, sí ha ido bastante, la verdad, porque siempre hay como que alguien que te pregunta la interacción de este poder con ese poder, si se puede o no se puede.
Ujú.
Y a veces a mí me da la curiosidad de probarlo. Pero a veces de personas, al menos en Perú, en Sudamérica, siento que son como que a veces lazy, o sea, como que pues,
Sí,
un poco holgazanes de que no quieren ni siquiera probar un demo. Entonces yo tengo que hacerlo, ¿no? Entonces ya lo hago, ¿no? Y te lo digo, ya, sí, no sé, y quitas la duda, ¿no? Entonces, o a veces hay como que cuánto de vida o cuánto de oro necesita este ítem o cuánto se tiene este poder, ¿no? Algo así, ¿no? Entonces, hay personas que como digo, a veces no se dan la gana de leer a veces un poco más, pero yo como que quiero quitarme de duda. Y también a mi equipo es como que trato a veces de hablar de eso, ¿no? A veces como que ponemos preguntas random y nos ponemos a un demo y ponemos a poner cosas random, ¿no? Interacciones random. Y nos quita la duda de muchas cosas, ¿no? Así que sí ha ido bastante, creo yo. Y es divertido también.
okay. Sí, lo veo. For those of you that don't know, Wu, he is known in Peru as the Dota 2 encyclopedia because he knows more about like a lot of basic interactions and in general about Dota than a lot of the captains there. He studies a lot in general, and he talks about Dota all the time. And so I asked him if that was something that benefits his team, and he finds that to be a really big positive. And he says that yeah, it's actually really good. What he does is he thinks a lot of South American captains or other players are a little bit lazy when it comes to interactions, and he just always goes into the demo mode and just tests something out. He always checks like very basic things like, how much gold does this item cost? How can we make this work? And he talks to his team a lot. And many times he will actually talk to his team and they'll have a conversation. And not only is it fun, but most importantly, it creates this team cohesion as they go into like a demo mode and test out something. And they'll talk about it for hours. And that creates both a team unity and also a lot more confidence in their plays and their basics as he feels that that's one of the strengths of the team. Siempre encantado de tenerte esta entrevista. Felicidades por tu primera victoria.
Gracias.
Esta DPC, si te puedo pedir sin presión, estáis yendo a por el primer puesto. ¿Pueden hacerlo esta DPC?
Sí, podemos. Vamos a ver eso.
Ok, genial. Ya quería eso. He says they're gonna go. They can do the first place this time. They're feeling strong and they're gonna do it. ¿Algún shoutout para tus patrocinadores o tus padres o quien sea?
Gracias a las personas que nos apoyan en las buenas y en las malas, en nuestros mejores momentos y los mejores momentos, y que siempre están ahí, ¿no? Muchas gracias.
He says thank you to those people, particularly shout out to those people that support them both in the good times and in the bad times, and those that are always there. Thank you very much for those fans that always support Lava no matter what happens. Muchas gracias, Wu, de nuevo. Ha sido un placer y cuídate, amigo. Adiós.
Gracias, igualmente.
Okay, well, RTO's still not in, but we're good. We're here. Duster, I just want to ask before we go to a small break here, because I always was very fascinated by Wu as a player, because when I heard that he listens to input constantly from everyone, and like literally he listens to all the streams, he takes a lot of people into consideration, even people that are like very low MR. Like if he listens to a caster, he'll be like, you know what, it's an interesting point. I think he's very open-minded. Have you played with a 5 like that or a captain like that? Do you see the value in being like that?
It's really good when someone brings so much outside input. At least in my case, for most of my career, I still need to do this job.
Yes.
Not another player. So, but yeah, Astini kind of does the same, like listening to everyone, no matter who the person is, just to get some outside perspective. It's really nice, actually.
Do you think there's a fine line between how confident you can be to actually employ your own ideas and also not getting too overconfident to not listen to others?
You gotta be open-minded for sure. You can still be confident in your idea and your skills, but it doesn't hurt to listen.
Yes, exactly. Now we're going to go to the next second series of the day. We're going to have a small break before that starts. It's going to be Beastcoast versus Infinity. So if you guys are interested in that matchup, we do recommend that you stay here and don't tune out. We promise we'll have a complete panel by then. We thank you so much for watching the first series of the day. We hope you've enjoyed it. Congratulations, Lava, once again. And we'll see you in a couple of minutes with the next series of the day. Until then, guys. Well, guys, welcome. We're back with the last series of the day. It's going to be Beastcoast versus Infinity. And now we do have a full panel of RDO and Duster. My first question is for you, RDO. It's a tough one. It's a very serious one, by the way. How do you feel that you're so cursed that your camera refuses to cooperate with you? Another prediction? No, okay. RDO, I appreciate the humility, but let's be honest. We know you guys didn't do anything wrong. You guys were straight up cursing a team. I understand it was part of the script. We can reveal it now. It's fine. You guys think this panel would ever pick the wrong team 3 times?
Of
Come on.
course not.
Yeah, thank you. What are your expectations for this game? I'm gonna start with you, Duster. Beastcoast, even though they're the strongest team theoretically in the league, they can lose against anyone, as we saw against Balrogs. Do you think Infinity could take a game or even the series off them?
They can, for sure. Who are they gonna play with today? Even because I remember they used Michael for a standing last time.
But for Infinity?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Michael today too. Actually, I'm not in the lobby, so I wouldn't know, but I'm pretty sure it's Michael as well.
Michael again. Well, it's gonna be cool to see the change of carry player they had from Parker to Rises. I'm more of a Parker fan personally, so I think in this DPC they're a bit weaker, but still they're a Division 1 team. They can take games out of anyone.
Okay, I want to touch on that because RDO was more of a Rises fan, so I want to see what do you prefer, Parker?
I think Parker is just a too crazy guy, and it kind of works in his favor because you can't expect anything from Parker. He just do very unexpected things, just plays very very crazy mode. So you can prepare for Parker. That's why I think it's hard to play against him.
RDO, I want to hear about Rises now. Why do you think he was good opposed to Parker?
He's more of a solid player. I see Parker like a kind of unstable because of his mentality. Rises seems more of a stable player.
That nod by Duster is someone who's played pubs with Parker and knows exactly what RDO is talking about. Okay, so tell me some of the strengths that Infinity has, RDO, now with Rises. What did you see against Infamous that you liked about them?
I think that they're playing team fights really well. They're discipline again. The discipline in team fights, it's what make them almost win against Infamous for me.
Okay. What do you think of Papita usually saving the last pick for himself there? Because he's the drafter and also the off laner there. Do you think that's a good strategy right now to save the off lane pick for last?
For me, the last pick should be for the most the biggest hero pool player. If Papita feels like he has a big hero pool and he's comfortable playing some weird last pick heroes, it's fine for me.
Okay. Well, is that because the last pick usually comes after a lot of bans, or is that because the last pick has to be the most perfect pick?
The last pick has to complete what your draft doesn't have, kind of.
Okay.
So sometimes you're gonna end up with some weird hero, but it's gonna fit well for your team. And for you to, your team kind of depends on you doing good stuff with this weird hero. That's why the last pick should always be to the most experienced player.
Do you agree? Do you agree with that, Duster?
The hero with the most impact. So it's naturally a more experienced player will do better in this position. And I guess he probably considers himself a big impact on the team, so he kind of wants to give preference to his pick. It makes sense. He's also the captain, the shot caller. He needs a good game.
I do want to touch on that because when you talk about the last pick having to cover all these things, right? Let's say your last pick is an offlaner, right? And you pick a non-traditional offlaner, but it covers all the bases. Do you agree with that mentality, or do you rather go for a stronger pick in that position or more meta pick? For you, Duster. Sorry.
Goes from team to team, of course, but
no, you personally. I mean, as a player, yeah.
Oh, me personally, I trust more the comfort pick. I think if you have last pick and you think you can carry with this certain hero, no matter how weird it is you should try.
Okay. RDO, do you agree with that?
Can you make the question again, please?
So when you have the last pick, right? Let's say you have a draft that's missing like one specific thing, and you have this hero that's perfect for that, but the last position you're missing is not the most ideal for the hero. Like, let's say the draft is perfect for a Venomancer, but you have a mid open, and you have to play mid Venomancer, which is not so common, right? Do you prefer playing these outside the box picks that fit the draft perfectly, or do you rather go for something more meta, more traditional that works in the lane?
Non-meta pick is like comfortable for the player. It's fine because in the end, what's gonna usually make you win is having comfort picks. Otherwise, you're just gonna feed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's the same idea as Duster was mentioning. So there's a lot of value. You guys put a lot of value into the comfort of the players themselves. Is there a moment where that changes a bit? Like if you go to like maybe the higher echelons of Dota, do you think you still play that way with the upper tier players? Duster?
I guess as a pro player, you need to be able to play many heroes and many different styles. So I guess you need to be prepared to play anything in the end. But of course,
I just want to touch on one of the players because I was making the point that, for example, Hector from Beastcoast, right? He's been criticized often for playing like one style and always trying to play that style, right? And certain heroes, for example, he's never played, doesn't play, like Razor and TA. Famous carries, he refuses to play them because his team feels like there needs to be a strong carry per se. Do you agree with that mentality? Is that the right thing? Like you stick to your comfort and your confidence, or is there a limit to that kind of mentality?
if it works for him, like I guess you can't really judge if it's right or wrong. I personally believe more in the meta. Like you should try to make your comfort be the meta. It makes drafting a lot easier. You know, if a certain hero is really strong right now, you should make that hero your comfort. You know. But of course, you always have your signature hero that you can always try if they are off meta. But all the time, like K1 does, it's a lot of balls.
RTO, do you agree with that? Do you think it's better to adapt to the meta than force the meta?
Yeah, I think it's better to adapt to the meta. It's like, for me, it's one of the biggest reasons why Beastcoast has not become a tier one team worldwide. Because
there we go.
They're mostly K1. He doesn't play like the meta course. He plays more like he's type of course. You know?
Right.
It feels good to be this good.
Yeah, that's something that, again, it's not just you. Like, it's been a common narrative for Beastcoast, which is why I ask. I think it's quite an interesting thing to discuss. Do you also find that sometimes that limits the captain as well? Like, maybe it's not necessarily meta, but they think a carry is really good that nobody's playing, and if Hector refuses to play that, then all of a sudden you don't have a strategy, right? That you could play.
Enemies don't need to ban Morphling against Beastcoast because they know nobody from Beastcoast plays Morphling core. It's this kind of things which makes drafts harder for Beastcoast.
That is actually the biggest example people use as well. It's always the Morphling. My favorite thing as a South American fan is watching English casters go, "Oh, Morphling is good here for Hector," and you just laugh and go, "Yeah, it's not gonna happen." Good try though. All right, so the draft starts. Beastcoast gets rid of the Hoodwink. Interestingly enough, Duster, do you think the stocks to Hoodwink are going up in value right now?
It's one of Michael's best heroes, I believe.
It is, for sure.
When I play against this dude, I always want to ban Hoodwink. He's pretty annoying with this hero. Like, he's very, very good. That makes sense.
It feels
I want to touch on the annoying thing. How does it matter to ban annoying heroes? And I say annoying in the sense that these heroes like break your draft or they make you frustrated. Is this something you consider genuinely in a competitive game?
Yeah, for sure. Especially a hero like Hoodwink just goes in the trees, break your smokes, kill your backline. And when a player does it so well, like Michael, you gotta respect.
Yeah. I like that. You can hear the hatred in Duster's voice as well as he talks about what Hoodwink does. Infinity, they start out with a Tidehunter Weaver, strong lane, and changing their drafting style. Papita's hero picked up first, unless they, change the Tidehunter's position. We'll see what they decide to use that last pick for instead. What is this opener to you, RTO? Is it a little bit last meta, or do you still like it?
The Infinite one?
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Tide's a solid hero, and Tide Weaver usually either draw or win anyway. This duo is just too strong. Too much poking, too much armor reduction. It's very hard to play against.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Storm Spirit.
Beastcoast once again with a dual core. They've been picking a lot of Storm here for Chris Luck. Is the hero just strong, or is this a good draft for Storm as well, Duster?
The 8-pick Storm is actually very, very good, because you can protect it with 3 bands. So you don't really get punished that much. And Storm is a hero that if you don't have a good lane, you always go jungle.
Yes, yes indeed.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Do you find the hero strong in the meta currently? Like, do you think the Storm is a good pick generally?
It's a really nice hero, especially in the SA meta, I believe, because he can skirmish very well. He can go to the backline, kill these annoying supports. Like in this game, for example, he can go for this Weaver all the time.
Yep. What are the weaknesses the Storm has mainly as a mid laner compared to say the Ember or the Void?
Less burst than Void Spirit, that's for sure. Void Spirit can kill you without even showing.
Dire team ban.
And the hero needs items to scale. He scales one of the best spirits, but he needs a lot of items also.
I'm glad you said that, because that's what I want to touch against. Remember the Balrogs game where they picked Storm Terrorblade and all of a sudden they just couldn't play the early? Is this something that Beastcoast should have to consider when they draft?
Remaining.
If they go for a greedy core, you can have similar issues.
Seconds remaining.
And if C-Smile doesn't get a good early game, can also backfire a lot on this pick.
I love what he says. If they go for a greedy core on Hector, I've never seen that before.
Smile on the mid lane. Like, try to pick some supports that can help on the rune.
Nice.
And help Storm Spirit snowball.
RTO. They've been picking a lot of Snapfire early. Now they go for the Mars, a more traditional pick. You guys were both commenting that you like these picks more because they give you like a blink stun, you know, like an easy way to initiate. Is this a way to recover if the early game doesn't go Beast Coast's way?
Yes, and it's also Whisper Mars probably. He's like one of the best. Yeah, one of the best Mars I've ever played against. He's so annoying.
10 seconds remaining.
Did you see when he started doing the Meteor Hammer build every single game on the Mars?
Yeah, I never played against it, but I've seen it. It's kind of... I've seen some pubs. He stays alone and he takes the enemy tower by himself. It's very hard to do if you don't have a stunning lane to stop the meteor. And even if you do, you go contest him, you get arenaed in face, you die.
Yes. He actually did this in TI as well. And it just feels like you're playing against like a Beastmaster, but with team fight. It's incredible, honestly. So now that we see this, these two picks that define a lot of the draft from Beast Coast, RTO, what would you take the draft for Infinity? Do you think they need to play fast like Balrogs did here?
I think they have to have solid lanes and heroes to help with runes, because Storm's kind of a rune-dependent mid lane. Like, he needs the runes to become, like, useful.
Yep.
And Infinity already has the Weaver, which is a very good support to go for runes. If they get another support, good on runes, it's gonna be kind of hard for Beastcoast to have an early mid advantage to snowball the game.
Silencer.
Let me go for the Silencer. Dust, are you asking for supports that can help out the mid lane, but Silencer not particularly that hero.
Provides global cover to Storm at least. Every time global's up, Storm can play a bit more aggressive, split push more, go for a risky pick off.
How's the Valley of the Silencer? We saw Gareth playing it with Hokori. He kind of got destroyed by the Tiny, but do you think the hero is suited for the current meta?
Yes, he's a bit of a niche pick. You need to pick against heroes that spam spells, I believe.
Okay.
This is how I see Silencer, because then an Arcane Curse is going to be very, very valuable. Not only global silence every 2 minutes.
Yes, which was what Gardic was playing essentially. What do you think of the
Weaver also? Like, if you Arcane Curse search, you won't be able to spam Sukushi that much.
What do you think of the Silencer versus Weaver matchup in lane? Is that Silencer favorite or Weaver favorite?
I believe Weaver favorite. Weaver is such a great hero for lanes. And Silencer doesn't have that high attack speed or armor to deal with the swarm.
Yep, fair enough. Infinity, picking up a TA. So now, I'll ask you guys, in particular you, RDO. You see this last pick. Do you think it's last pick 5, or are we deviating the tide into that 5 position?
Yes, the tide can be a flex, can be a 5 with TA, but personally, I don't think it's good. Like, this Mars tide 5s for me seem like a bait, you know? I've only seen Boom make it work, and I kinda don't like it. I prefer them to... it's a support that has a 2-minute cooldown ulti, and he's not useful without his ulti. And he doesn't have a very strong lane. So he doesn't provide much besides being a ravage bottom each 2 minutes.
There's a bit of your carry talking there. Do you like laning with a Tide 5 or a Mars 5? Yeah.
No. I don't like it.
Yes, I think I was baiting for that answer, I'll be honest. So Infinity, once again, the last pick seems to be for Papita, unless they get a last pick of 5. Is it ever worthwhile? Duster, I'm going to ask you because you're the support player. Is there ever a worthwhile time to last pick of 5? Or do you feel like it's mostly a waste of pick?
It's mostly a waste of pick, let's be honest. Even if I want to, I wish it would be meta, but it's just a waste in my opinion. Like, unless you're a 5 that have like a very niche hero pool, if you can pick something very not normal, you know.
Okay. What are the best 5s for last pick? Something like with a lot of impact. What would you say what you would like in that situation?
To be something with a lot of team fight, for example, AA, if you are playing against a lot of sustain lineups and you already showed Tide, for example, you already showed the support. If you have space for a last pick AA, you can change the game for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's usually the one that we see.
Yeah, and Dying last pick can also work.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Oh, I like this, RDO. Okay, so that's the option. RDO desperately trying to deviate this Tide from the 5 position.
Please be offlane Tide.
Let's talk about the last pick for Beastcoast. They need a carry for Hector. We kind of know his playstyle. What would be the best hero suited for this lane?
10 seconds remaining.
Or for this game, sorry.
I think PL. I think he's gonna pick PL.
5 seconds
TB's
remaining.
banned, CK's banned.
Even against
The-
Ember and Tide?
Yes, K1 is this kind of player.
Okay.
Or he
Let's
can
see- let's
also
see if you're
pick
right.
Juggernaut, but Juggernaut can get like countered. They can play Tide 5 and this kind of stuff.
Also, what do you think of Juggernaut in general as a hero right now? Is he good?
Not really. It gives a strong lane, but there's not much that this hero has in unique.
What do you mean with that? Sorry.
I mean, he doesn't push waves fast. He doesn't deal a lot of damage with low cooldown. He doesn't have anything special besides his healing ward. And his healing ward's countered this game by the Weaver. Weaver can always kill it without killing himself, I suppose.
Okay. Kind of a jack of all trades, master of none situation for Jug, right? As they go for the Luna instead. Seems okay as a pick, right? A bit faster tempo for Beastcoast, maybe?
Yeah, I like the Luna. I like the Luna a lot. And it fits K1 playstyle, which is playing fast, farming fast.
Right, exactly. Yes, that's a good one. Now, Infinity, the matchup with Tide and the offlane is not very good against Luna.
5 seconds.
Let's see if they deviate this. Do they now have a Tombstone hitter in the Luna, though?
Luna's the only hero that hits Tombstone, but it's not like the perfect hero. It can hit, but it's not like a PL, you know? We're just gonna kill the Tombstone in 2 seconds.
We'll see what Papita has to do. If you're picking an offlaner here, Duster, what would you like to see here?
It's honestly kind of hard.
Yeah.
Tide with the Weaver is like a very good lane, and
Yeah.
you should be able to deal with Luna Silencer. You're gonna go for the waste pick on the 5 here. Maybe pick something that can cover against Mars and Storm Spirit, something to help TA not die much, you know.
Like?
Abaddon, it's really nice to break Mars combo. Spear. Oh, Brood Mother.
Alright. Tide 5 it is, as they pick
Tide
up the
5 it is.
Broodmother. Do you guys see the Broodmother as strong in this game? Is it a justifiable last pick?
Yes, it's a very cheesy pick.
Okay. Is it a good Broodmother game?
Honestly, I think Mars can kill all the Broodlings with his second spell, but at
think
least
so too.
Luna should have a tough time on the lane. Like as soon when Broodmother gets 6, she should be stomping this lane, unless they put Mars there. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Beastcoast is gonna rotate the heroes on the map.
Okay. Final moments. I'm asking here for predictions. RDO, what draft do you like best?
I like more the Beastcoast drafts because they don't have a Tide 5.
There you go.
I'll go with Beastcoast. Hopefully
Simple,
not jinx this one.
simple and effective reasoning. RDO just wants people to not play Tide 5. I think that's a commendable idea. Duster?
I'll go with the Beastcoast also. I think it's a better structure draft. Like they have everything they need. Infinity draft feels more like a draft from a team that doesn't believe much they can actually beat Beastcoast, so they go for a cheesy draft. I don't
All
like
right.
this.
That's fair enough, yeah. You kind of need some confidence for the panel to be confident in you. But the panel today has been cursing teams left and right. Will Beast Coast be able to lift this curse? Are they stronger than our panel? Or will they fall to Infinity's Broodmother and their cheese? We're going to have to see as we go into Game 1 of Beast Coast vs. Infinity with Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, here we are into a pause as well. I mean, Lacoste, cheesy, Broodmother last pick. They've got minus armor with TA, Weaver, the Tide 5. Panel doesn't seem to like it.
A bit greedy. There's a bunch of minus armor coming out from this draft. The Broodmother, it's not like the greatest Broodmother game against Silencer. It's fine. Builds into Orchid, most likely. So that's going to be great against the Storm Spirit, great against like the solo pick-off potential is going to be there. I'm just a little afraid that, in the laning stage, they might not do so hot. But in terms of the minus armor, you have Ember Spirit with his Slight that benefits from all the minus armor, builds into Orbital Corrosion, Swarm.
Oh, yeah.
All of these things tend to add up. So I want to see. I've been really impressed by Infinity, the way they play against the Infamous. I think that they should have won that series. It's just a bit of a decision making, maybe nerves in the end, but they fell short in that one. On the other side, Beast Coast, classic Beast Coast, I would say, lineup where they also dropped the game against Balrogs, very, very competitive series, I would say. A lot of good new talents coming out in the South America, but I'm really glad that I'm casting Infinity game because I want to see how much of that during their series against Infamous was, maybe a good day of Dota. And I also want to see how they're going to be matched up against the Beast Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw a number of these players, back in the early seasons. Remember the good old days of PP versus Mini in the mid lanes, two of our favorite players from back then.
Yeah,
Infinity
Mini PP,
was
that was
Mini PP, that was great. Now what have you got now?
Now we have BP Rises. I've been really impressed by them in the series against the Infamous. I think these two players really, showing the strengths of the scene.
And of course, Prada, that position 5 Tide Hunter, the panel weren't too happy about, but maybe he can get the job done. Already getting their early vision down, making sure they weren't scouted as well as Gojira. He's got his nice little clockwork set. Going to be waddling through that river. Doesn't get too much information. And they're looking for the high five onto PP's Ember Spirit. It looks like, though, Prada should be able to get both bounty runes top. And Beast Coast looking to secure the ones down bottom. No one really contesting or playing too aggressively. Very casually, calmly gather up that free gold on the map.
I'm looking at
this Broodmother. You said you're going to be scared. I mean, this is one of the scariest sets I've ever seen.
Oh, for sure. This is the scariest set in Dota 2. I think a lot of the people out there who have arachnophobia can't really play against this because it triggers them. For me, I don't care. I would squash it and then need to wash my wall with something. But
With fire.
pretty
With a
much
flamethrower.
burn the house down. Also, Beaver, like this is the bug lane.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's nasty. That's some nasty stuff. I mean, there used to be ways to reskin your game, right? You used to be able to change Broodmother into like a fluffy cat or something if you had arachnophobia, but I don't think you can do that anymore, unfortunately. So that bot lane, the double bugs against Luna and Silencer, two heroes that could struggle if they're being run at and dived. The other side lane is going to be Tide TA against a Clockwork and a Mars. And again, just reiterating what the panel said, it is a Whisper Mars. One of his best heroes for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at the items that are queued up, especially on Gojira. Straight up Meteor Hammer. I don't think he can go for that, but we'll see.
On the Clockwork, yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Rise is already taking a beating and forcing an earlier salve. It does come from Prada, though, who has stacked up 4 mangoes on the Tide, so expecting a lot of spam, especially of the gush from him. And yeah, you pair it up with a meld, force Gojira to throw the cogs down. But you can see that immediate physical burst damage you get from this kind of lane.
I like that Gojira started with power cogs instead of battery assault, just to be able to burn some mana, especially on the Tide Hunter, who, as a 5, consumes a lot of mana.
Oh, he sure does. And bottom lane looks like Stinger is going to be that first blood. He pops his stick, doesn't have anything else left. So Michael and Mariano able to get right on top of him.
Silencer down there with the Bounty Hunter in terms of how good the hero is. It's always been Beastcoast Classic. They love to play it as 5. They run it on the off lane. I just feel the hero doesn't bring any like real value, especially in this game. Like Silencer's really not good against anything. Might allow Storm Spirit to play a bit more aggressive on the side lanes, allows him to have like a follow-up silence when he decides to go in. So that's gonna be good. But in terms of the laning stage, I think this hero is just straight up bad.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Your positioning's hard. You're a pretty slow hero. You don't offer any actual stuns. You can't cancel TPs. But it felt like the way the draft was going that the panel was saying that it looked like Infinity were drafting to try and kind of play around Beastcoast and find a way to weasel themselves into a good draft. I guess 2 ways of doing that are cheesing with a Broodmother or going for like some big teamfight wombo combos. So I guess Beastcoast were looking at that thinking they've got Tide, they can go for more. Silencer beats that. There's K1 getting chipped away at by Mariano and Michael. Gets rid of the Swarm Bug now, though, so they turn onto Stinger instead. There's just so much harassment coming from these 2 bugs.
It's supposed to be like the strong lane. If you pair up any ranged hero with Luna, 2 points in Lunar Blessing, it's a lot of harassment, but Broodmother does have that hunger, which allows her to be full HP, and Stinger's gonna die again on bottom.
Yeah. Oh, maybe a turn onto Michael. He's got Fairy Fire, though. K1, he's not got enough damage to finish off the Weaver. Yes, back onto the tier 1 tower, but every time the Silencer steps out of tower range, he's gonna die. Top lane, 2 in the cogs. Whisper has some stick charges, but he's already spent his Rebuke and his Spear, so Prada there clears up the Clockwork with a nice little anchor smash.
Not a bad start, 3-0 for Infinity. I like the way they're playing the lanes. This team, I said that I want to see them in action. 4 minutes in, I think we're gonna have a very interesting series. They've been very cheesy with their picks, and I think it's gonna work out considering how like the lanes are going. By work out, I don't mean necessarily like straight up win the game, but I feel like they're off to a really good start.
Yeah, it's a great beginning. Get these cores off the ground. The TA needs obviously a bit more time to get herself farmed up. Ember Spirit, we're going to be looking towards PP to see how quickly he comes out of that mid lane and makes rotation into these side lanes. Currently, sat dead even with the Storm Spirit, so complete free farm exchange in the mid lane. And they're both about to crack level 6. Ember just ahead of the Storm, though. So we'll see what he does. Maybe Remnant to refill bottle, maybe actually TP to a lane. He's got lots of options for himself. But right now, they actually see the Storm pre-6. He's going to get it off this Wild Wing, but they're going to go, is it in time? He pull lightnings away.
That
they didn't have Searing
clutch.
Chains. That was incredibly close. They're still chasing him. Another remnant. How many's he got? He's got an slight from long range.
That's gonna be a full orb of corrosion for PP. So yeah, a lot of damage. This is pinged out. He knows exactly where the ward is. Gonna get devorded. Like I think he pinged it like on the top of the board, pretty much.
They knew exactly what was going on. 4-0 now. An Ember Spirit, free reign in that mid lane. Wants the 6-minute rune. Guarded top by Prada. Gojira can't
this is
come near, and
big.
it's a haste. Oh, it's a juicy rune. Whisper. With the storm, though, kill off rises before they get the chance to get in that top lane. But maybe a clap back here from PP. Wants Whisper, he wants Sea Smile, but can't go for both, has to choose one. Whisper, the target of choice, but a good spear back. Stops the Ember Spirit in his tracks.
I thought that they're gonna play this a bit more defensively. Fall back with Templar Assassin, wait for Beastcoast to push out the lane, and then rotate with the Ember Spirit. Like, he can also TP rotate easily. This haste rotation, not as good as you would expect it. How's our boy Silencer doing? He's on a mission. He wants to devord this, but does not have a sentry. Oh, there is one in the range, already placed, never mind.
Just in range, yeah. Well, he's not died in the past 3 minutes, so I would
That's
say he's
very
doing
impressive.
spectacularly
Yeah.
well. Yeah, incredibly stacking. And he's building up some nice camps here for K1's Luna, who has treads done, hit level 6. Or is that 1-2-3 build? So the Lucent Beam for that laning pressure, not bothering with Eclipse, just maxing out that farm.
Look at this
build
contribution
on the
from
Luna.
Silencer, Gary. Farming as a stack, like the laning duo decided to go in the jungle and farm a stack. Impressive. Silencer, what a
Very
contribution.
impressive. Well, while that's happening, the kill rises top with an arena spear. And again, Sea Smile doing an exceptional job. After dying, he's been involved in 2 incredibly important kills top on the TA, and he's going now onto Prada. Good damage onto the Tidehunter. Raindrops are there to give him a bit of safety, but not against the God's Rebuke.
Sea Smile has been very active, involved in 3 kills. They managed to bring him down once, but yeah, he's been very active, which I like on the Storm Spirit. I want PP to be able to match rotations from the Sea Smile. This is going to be a kill on Gojira.
Yeah, keep those sleights of fist coming. Trying to kill the Weaver off, and Ember Spirit didn't... Oh, he only had 1 Spirit. He only had 1 Remnant. So he threw it, realized that he doesn't want to jump in and get caught out. So they actually just let that one slide. 1-for-1 trade in the end. PP playing very safely. Now going back towards Sea Smile, who's low on mana mid. Does PP want to go diving for it? Because he's got Broodmother off to the right-hand side, who is ready to strike. I don't make the move. And you're right, that's going to be an Orchid Broodmother soon. Arcane Soul Ring, plenty of mana regen to keep her on the map and playing.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be a massive threat when that Orchid comes.
Yeah, after, like, they shouldn't be allowed to enter the zone bottom, pretty much, because it should belong to the Broodmother. They have heroes that can easily rotate. These are very, very fast. Same goes for Ember Spirit, so I want to see them put some more pressure inside that area.
Well, the minus armor building up. They've got an arena, but a spear missing onto Mariano means Whisper doesn't get the opportunity he had hoped for. Now Sea Smile has to pop his stick and probably will have to ball lightning away. Still, oh, there was no Searing Chains to come out onto the storm. Sea Smile very happy about that. Infinity definitely the one playing very forward.
Yeah, I feel Broodmother should like not collapse on a mid tower unless they already killed one. Just be able to farm the jungle. She also needs to be full HP. I want to see what Sea Smile's gonna... Oh, he's farming underneath the ward, but they have nothing to stop him with. Like, they have very hard time of controlling unless they bring Ember Spirit, which only has 1 point in Searing Chains, but I'm not sure if that's enough. They need to farm this Orchid of Brood.
Yeah, it looks like the main goal right now, just stop Sea Smile from farming at all. Get out of the lane. Harass him until he leaves. You should be able to just ball TP. 200 HP. Doesn't even take any more damage. And now back to defending that mid-tier 1 because Catapult Wave is arriving. Tide is halfway through level 5, so no Ravage, but this level 9 Ember Spirit forcing Clockwork to cogs and run away.
Silencer will cancel the region on Ember Spirit, which is pretty big. So far, 0-2 and 0 Silencer. As that level 6, that's what matters.
That's all he needs. Is Stinger going to eat the tome, or is he going to give it to someone?
I hope not. There's no reason to like max. There's literally no difference if you're level 8 or level 6 in Silencer. It really doesn't matter.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's why I was wondering if maybe he gives it to someone.
Dire's top
Well,
tower
Spiderlings kill off the tower. Silencer reads the tome, gets to level 7. Don't know why I keep saying eat the tome. You don't eat books. Devour their information. Long movement from Infinity coming through the Radiant Triangle, wanting Whisper, but there's Arena, there's the possibility for reaction TPs, and Whisper's already by his tower.
There's Stinger.
Hello. Oh dear. That's kind of his job at this point, isn't it? He's not died in like 9 minutes. He should be dying now though. Minus armor with the chains on him. Plenty of damage.
That's why he consumed the knowledge, so they can get more experience and more gold from killing him.
Yes, give more to the enemies. That's what we need. Gojira. Freaking Godzilla being chased by little spiders. It's not what you expect.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mariano's definitely stamped his mark on this game.
Yeah, he's keeping up with Hector's farm, which is very impressive. Arcane boots to be able to spam things out on top of the Soul Ring, a bit of a tankiness, and also infinite mana on the hero. So once he gets that Orchid, Storm Spirit is gonna be very easy to kill. I like the itemization of PP. PP going for BKB after finishing Orb of Corrosion. Wants to be able, because all they have is magical damage, so once the BKB is online, he can easily go in. Like, there's no need to go greedy in this game. Try to like farm the Maelstrom into BKB. It could easily backfire. We still haven't seen Hookshot nor Silencer's ulti being used. Like, they can easily smoke up and try to like force a fight, which they just did. Because even if they initiate on Hector, there's always the turnaround potential from the global silence. Whisper deeping bottom with the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and Sea Smile's on the TA. There's the Vortex and the Spear Chain Stun. It's not perfect, but it looks good enough by any means. And the mid lane, they are trying to chase down Gojira's Clockwork. They should be able to find him in the end. Oh, is he going to be able to juke himself away with the cogs? Stick TP also available. He looks fine. I don't even get him.
Still
Do you think
behind
Luna in
enemy
this game
lines.
is a...
Look at him. Weaver will TP.
Go on then, TP and an earn charge, and then Gojira just TPs home anyway.
They have nothing. They literally do not have ability to stop the TP with unless they rotate Ember Spirit.
Or Ravage with Tide.
Yeah, that's not gonna
K1.
happen.
He's baited Mariano into this one. Broodmother in this arena, still going for K1 and trying to finish off with this Luna, but no. Beastcoast, they have that TP reaction and even a global there to stop PP from going deep for that Luna kill. So I was going to ask you, do you think Luna is that ticking time bomb? Is K1 going to be able to out-carry this if it goes mid to late game?
Yeah, I feel like Mariano needs to be bottom. There's really no reason for him to like play the top lane. I can understand why you're like off laner trying to defend the tower, but this is where Tide Hunter can be your position 5, soak up some experience, die. But he should be working on his Orchid, and like this bottom part should belong to him. They do have like decent ways to control him with Storm. Mid lane, Hector.
Oh, yeah, changed up with the hookshot save. The Ravage comes. Prada knew that he had that one button. The cogs, though, trapping 3 inside means the Spear and the God's Rebuke doing some good damage. Whisper and Sea Smile pairing up to kill off PP. A double kill for Storm. An all-right trade. Giving away K1 there, but getting some pretty big kills, and the fact that Ravage is now on cooldown.
I feel they need one extra hero. Templar Assassin decided to go with the Blink Dagger
Radiant's bottom tower
after
is under attack.
Dragonlance, I guess, to be able to like possibly blink out of the trouble. But with the Blink Dagger, I think she can easily join these fights. So we'll definitely love to see that. I mean, it's still 1k gold lead for Beastcoast. I feel they missed a little bit of timing on side of Infinity with this Broodmother, because this is the hero that tends to fall off. When I say fall off, I've seen Broodmothers, like if you're winning a game, if you're snowballing, and then you get the Aghanim Scepter after Orchid, it's one of the best items. But if you're like in an even game, or if you're on a losing side, it just doesn't feel good. It feels very underwhelming.
It feels like if you're dominating, you've got maybe more room for mistakes, but in an even or losing game, you make one mistake and the hero is a non-factor for like the rest of the match, it feels like. Mariano's still sticking top though. And Whisper, yeah, free money from all those spiderlings. Just one God's Rebuke. As mid lane, initiation from Michael and PP. Prada getting it on top with a little piglet, Gojira. Still dying. Beast Coast map is getting smaller and smaller, that has to be said. K1 struggling to find farm in the past minute and a half, 2 minutes or so. Just stuck mid. But he is still top of the net worth. Oh, Lacoste. There's a way they can stop TPs. Weaver's bought a Yule Scepter.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great pickup. It's also a great way of dispelling the silence from the silencer, and you don't like to play into Arcane Curse. But yeah, I love that. It's been very popular lately. Before, I think Weavers were just aiming for like Spirit Vessel every single game, and then when you don't have enough for like lockdown, it's if you have like some kind of a setup as well with the Yule Scepter, that's gonna be good. But I like it here because this is gonna, you know, make some of the stuff much easier to play on the side lanes. T-Smile, very interesting item build on him. Decided to go
straight
for
BKB.
Rogue and straight up BKB.
Yeah,
I don't mind that because he knows that Broodmother already showed her hand going for Orchid, so good move.
Yeah, especially if you pair it up with the Ravage, the potential disable from Searing Chains.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And this migration from north to south, a flock of birds, the Beast Coast side start diving like sparrows into this bottom jungle area with C-Smart starting it off on the Tidehunter. They've stunned him up, he's popped his BKB, and Storm goes wild to make sure there is no teamfight capability from Prada and allows them to get PP. Thanks to that global silence, now Rises is isolated. They've all been picked apart. Thread after thread comes out of this. Poor jumper that used to be Infinity.
DP too deep without a BKB. His BKB was coming to him. All they needed to wait was like 10 seconds, and then he would be able to like make a counter move. But yeah, you can see him picking up the BKB right now inside the base. They're losing this game. Like Templar Assassin, she's not the same hero as she was before, where you're like you missed the timing and then you're completely done. But considering that you have like this offlane Broodmother, these things will add up for sure.
Yeah, it's everything, right? It's the 5 Tide, the 4 Weaver, offlane Brood. Everything needs to be running like clockwork. And right now, a few cogs missing. Because Luna, 11,200 net worth, clears out another Ancient stack. Getting these tier 2 neutral items coming in. Storm has now overtaken everyone else on the Dire team. So on top of that BKB, he's finished off his Kaya. It's looking good for Beast Coast. Whisper makes it look easy. Squashes the bug. Nothing there that Prada can do. It could be so easy now for the Dire team to kind of just try and bunker down, farm Ancients with a TA. Do you think they can win this game by farming, or do you want to have them go forward, smoke and ravage and play into Beast Coast?
I want to see them take a fight. The problem is Templar Assassin's career died. I believe it had Mithril Hammer on it, so this Deso is also delayed by 2 minutes. They definitely don't want that.
That's upsetting.
Yeah, a lot of these small things are coming into the play for Infinity, and they're not good. They're the bad things that you do the math at the end of the game, and you're like, okay, this didn't do too well, and we had a couple of courier kills as well on top of it, and
There's a lot of ones to carry.
feed kills. Yeah, not waiting for a BKB, and this is where these like 3k gold lead difference comes from. We haven't seen Broodmother use her Orchid. I think maybe in the previous fight, but that was it. It was fight that they lost.
I don't know who she's going to be able to... Oh, Storm's going in for another. So they easily kill the Tide Hunt. Now, PP has the BKB himself. The Global Silence comes, so they do have that silence on the Ember. Just need to keep on ball lightning into him, but he's rented away. The hookshot misses. Gojira doesn't get the catch on him. PP somehow scrambling to safety there. But the fact now that Beastcoast have triple BKB, right? Mars... Yeah, I mean, he basically has it. He's 150 gold away from it. Well, who does Broodmother Orchid? Who do they ravage? Yeah. How do they win team fights?
There's a lot of physical damage inside of Infinity, but they definitely need to be able to control them, and they have nothing. If they don't like to take a fight, Beastcoast can easily fall back. So with the next Global Silence, they should try to go for a pick-off and transition then into Roche. Okay, Infinity, they take this info that there's no... Oh, big zip.
Yeah, Storm just goes in and blows up Michael. Now the Ravage onto a BKB'd Storm. It clips the clockwork off to the left, but C-Smile perfectly happy with how this is all panned out because he's got K1, he's got Whisper by his side.
Oh, this Ravage wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't. And now they've got a spear on someone. What's that? A hook shot after spear. Chain stuns galore. PP still able to remnant off, but he's being pushed by the cogs.
Beautiful execution from Beastcoast. The spell casting, they're really on point. And Whisper, he's in.
Oh, another one. Oh, it's just so good. Chaining these kills one after the other. Beastcoast exploiting that small opening they're given by Infinity. And now Roshan for them.
They will have Global Silence for the next fight as well. This is just falling apart. I know it says 6k gold lead, but it feels like much more. Some of the missed timings, rises 0, 5, and 1. He's having a rough one.
Oh, he is. Absolutely.
Oh, what's a spear.
Who's he got? The Weaver? How's he managed that? Okay, Michael. Back to safety.
Gojira did not have mana for his abilities. Is that Whisper or Vispir when he's playing Mars? That's the question. He's really on point. He's like 2, 0, and 12. He's all over the place. I like that people are staying away from the armlet build. It's just too slow.
Yeah. Link BKB refresher. Whisper's like a fountain of opportunities for you, isn't it? I remember vividly when he was playing Magnus, I think at TI, maybe just before TI, he missed a couple of RPs, he called him Whisper. Now he's Whispier, clearing through PP's Ember Spirit down bottom. Yeah. I said, oh, he's whiffed the RP, and you said, oh yeah, he's Whisper. No whiffs this time though, he's been absolutely on point, spot on stuff.
I like the C-Smiles itemization a lot.
Again? Oh, through the trees? Oh, he's threaded the needle there. Don't know how that's happened.
That BKB rush after power threads, because he was thinking real hard what he needs to buy. I guess he was waiting to see what the item on the Broodmother is going to be, and then he decided to pick it up, which I really like.
It's like, do I want to buy Yules when I have like 4,000 gold saved up? Nah, just buy BKB, right? Easy tier 2 for them. And away we go. Aegis on Storm still for 3.5 minutes. And it felt not long ago that the Beastcoast had a very small map to play in, and now it is wide open. They're pushing high ground. And Infinity are the ones looking for these little spots to farm in.
It seems like the plan wasn't to go for the high ground. They don't want to kill the tier 3 towers. I would say because Luna didn't pick up the Aegis, instead they gave it to Storm Spirit, so they want to play for the second Roshan instead. Just get some more advantage and allow Storm Spirit to go in and possibly die. But the second Roche, second Aegis belongs to Luna if they kill it.
Well, Storm Spirit He has been hit with a Broodmother Orchid, but Mariano is surrounded by Beastcoast heroes. Orchid means nothing. Doesn't do a damn thing. And I think you said it best when you mentioned the Broodmother should never have come top. And now top is Brood's home. And it feels like the game pivots on that decision. You give so much space to Beastcoast.
It's a rough one. I actually have no clue why he decided to go to the top lane. I've seen like Broodmother's trying to invade the enemy triangle, but you also need to kill the tier 1 tower on the mid lane, and it happens like very rare. You already have the webs set up, you just need people to like play with you. I think one of the problems of their draft is they don't have a stun. Like they don't have a reliable stun that they can play with, which showed, you know, the Storm Spirit going in, playing very aggressive on the bottom lane. If he doesn't feel like he needs to be there anymore, just sips and TPs out. We've seen this from Hector in the previous when he was sieging the tier 2 tower now, using a BKB and TPing out. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so he's always going to feel safe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Options are limited, sounds like, for poor old Infinity here. They are still trying to just mirror that map, push the opposite side, let Beastcoast do what they want while they're holding this Aegis, and now maybe come back and attempt a defense of their tier 3 towers, as we see that wonderful spinner's snare. The barricade blocking at high ground. Yule's up onto Storm. Searing Chains, and again, that damage down to half HP, 50 seconds left on Aegis. Seasmile not too bothered right now about it. Would probably rather die now than in 45 seconds time and get caught off guard. They do retreat.
I think I figured out what happened in this game. Because they were staying away from the Broodmother. Maybe they had arachnophobia on side of Infinity and they didn't want to see Broodmother on their screens. That's the only logical explanation I can find.
Stay away from their own brood, yeah. Spinner Snare, pretty strong. Basically, solo killed the Clockwork up top. Now an opportunity with Blink Ravage at the ready. Prada drawing some lines on the map with Michael. Don't know if they're going to find anyone though. Seasmile's Aegis has been reclaimed. He ball lightning across into the camp, but yeah, he spotted them before they could get the jump on him. Silencer continuing the trend of farming with Luna. He's helping.
Yeah, the presence, drums as well, buff up the Luna and the illusions. Man, Silencer's such a great hero, huh?
He's the butler of Luna. He's picking up the neutral items that Luna's dropping, so she doesn't have to worry about managing inventory or sending them back to base. He's there with the drums and the buckler. He's the buckler butler. Scythe of Ice on the way for Seasmile, so they will have that added layer of initiation. Disable to catch the Ember Spirit or the TA. Hell, even the Weaver.
And not really committed to go for the high ground. Next Roche may respawn in 2 minutes. I mean, if they can get like 2 pickups, they're definitely gonna go for it. Right now, just camping on the high ground. But yeah, the safe play for Beastcoast would be go get that second Roche smoke from Infinity.
Gojira jetpacks over. I think they've got a good idea that something's coming, something's brewing, and it's Storm Spirit along with K1 to catch out Michael, who is dead without buyback. Yeah, he needs 45 more gold to have buyback now, so a 4v5. Tier 3 tower very close to death. PP Remnants in. Silenced up, maybe forced to BKB. A rough one for him as they hook shot and Arena back towards the Broodmother. TA also in trouble. The glaives are bouncing and shredding through them. That might just be it, honestly. They didn't even use Ravage.
No Ravage used, no Eclipse used, and now once the tier 3 tower falls, the bouncy starts. Let's see if they decide to go for tier 4s. Maybe there's only Ember alive, and they can... Yeah, GG's called. Mariano's gonna call it.
Yeah, no chance in that one. 22-10. I mean, the first, 7-8 minutes looked like it was promising. Good news for the lanes for Infinity. And it all fell apart. Beastcoast, more disciplined, holding on, knowing what they needed to do.
Just a better execution. I think like Infinity could have played their draft a little bit better, especially with the Broodmother. But still, they tried something. I want to, go back to the drawing board and see something different, something that they like played against Infamous, not try to cheese their way in. This is also the last big Broodmother, and I was not impressed. It didn't work out for them. I want them to play, even though Broodmother is not that of a cheesy pick anymore, I want them to play like standard heroes, stay away from Tide 5 and stuff like that. Just, play normal Dota. Maybe it got into their head, we're playing against the big dogs, we're playing against the Beastcoast, and maybe they, chickened out a little bit, but they can play better. They can play so much better than this, especially from the games that I've seen, and I feel they can do better in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, there was the compounding factor also that they put the Broodmother into the Mars's lane, something that the panel had talked about, that Whisper could just clear every single army of spiders. It was making my game lag, honestly. He's just like, oh, there's a group of spiders, I'm going to use God's Rebuke, and they're all dead. Easy, 200 gold or something. Well, Beast Coast, take game 1. We'll see how this all pans out as it heads back to Alvo and the panel.
Thank you, Gareth. Wanted to say shout out to Shiva who came by the chat. What a perfect game for her to come by. As RDO, you mentioned you don't like the Tide 5. I think it kind of showed in that game. Not the best performance there. He really, really struggled. But do you guys agree with Lacoste's idea that like this strategy just didn't pan out, or do you think the execution had a lot to do with it, Duster?
Yeah, like the strategy was too risky. They didn't have a single stun to play with. As he said, they tried to cheese with this last big Broodmother. Just didn't work well. Like, should go and stick to your roots, I believe. Playing like similar to what they played against Infamous, indeed. Like, just grab heroes that are comfortable and don't try to win with a last pick.
RDO, the casters mentioned this a couple of times. We could see it in the game. They're playing really far away from the Broodmother. Did you feel like they didn't play the timings as you'd expect for a Broodmother draft, or do you feel like they were just kind of desperate considering how the game went?
I think they played too slow, and there's the Tide 5 incident. There's nothing the hero can do besides pressing Ravage. So it wasn't really
and
their
even that
fault.
failed.
Yeah. They had bigger issues, I would say.
So do you think that this is the kind of game... actually, if you're the captain and the coach of the team, right? What do you say after this game? Do you just forget it and just go into clean game 2?
To our coach, I would say, guys, this game never existed. Let's just reset our mind and go for game 2. We can do this.
And the case of Beast Coast, Duster, do you think they're feeling pretty confident starting this series with a really clean win?
Yeah, it's the classic Beastcoast draft. They played really, really fast. Whisper, amazing Mars as usual. I'm surprised with C-Smile performance. Chris, like sometimes he can have some questionable performances against weaker teams. I don't know why, but in this game he played so well. Like, he try-harded, you could feel.
Yeah, you could tell. I actually like that point. Something that if you guys ever watch some of the Beast Coast comms, because they produce some of their mics, it's called the Hot Mic on the YouTube channel. And something you see sometimes is C-Smile will be doing this play where he's like walking in a place where you know he shouldn't be walking. And then someone on the team goes, why are you there, Chris? And he goes, oh, my bad. And then he just goes back to where he should be. Like, and this happens like way too often. Like, he's just like lost in thought, walking in the jungle, pretty trees, and then all of a sudden his team has to remind him. So there might be some truth to that there, Duster. But as you said, great performance of the Storm. He's been performing really well with Storm in general in these games. We'll see if he can do that for game 2 as we take a small break and come back with game 2 between Beast Coast and Infinity. See you guys then. Game 2 is almost upon us, as Infinity needs to take this win if they want to force a Game 3. But Game 1 looked really bad for Infinity, and honestly, forgetting about the game is nice, but you usually like that 1 game buffer. So now they have to come up with a really clever draft, something that's comfort as well. What could we be seeing here? You guys have played against... I mean, this Papita that you're playing against, let's be honest. He's the drafter, he's the captain to decide everything. So, what do you guys see for his drafts? Have you guys ever played against him and thought of one of his strengths or anything that defines him as a captain? Papita, Mariano, sorry. He used to be the infamous guy, in case you need to know.
Oh yeah. One thing I like to do when I play against non-support captains is focus him, because he usually gets like tilted from it and doesn't give too much calls.
Yep.
Like when he has a good
10
game.
seconds remaining.
That's an interesting call, actually. What do you... let's talk about that for a second. What do you think of the idea that an offlaner or a carry can be a captain? Do you think it's equally as good as a support being captain?
Team pick.
I don't like the idea of a carry or mid laner being a captain. Like you should just focus on winning your lane and doing your good stuff. You know?
Right, but you think an offlaner is fine.
Yes, yeah, offlane's fine, because usually offlane gets a good lane and snowballs through it, so it's
10
easier to give
seconds
calls
remaining.
than to be like anti-mage farming and telling your team what to do.
5 seconds remaining.
Alright, let's get into the draft. This time Infinity starts with Sanking Weaver. What do you guys think of this start, Duster?
Yeah, once again, Beastcoast just targeted Michael Heroes. I was actually hoping to see this Monkey King. He plays really sick Monkey King.
Yes.
But Ben, together with the Hoodwink, so he had to go for Weaver again. I don't like Michael Weaver. I like him more with a hero that can make plays. Like,
Yes.
Weaver can make plays, but it's not like a reliable stun that
10
can gank,
seconds
etc. So I think they're already pushing Infinity out of their comfort zone
5 seconds
with these bans.
remaining.
It feels like a bit of a waste, right, to put Michael on a hero like Weaver, because
Yeah,
I think his potential is so high as well. Like, Marana's the other hero that comes to mind as also an incredible Michael hero.
Yeah, I wonder why they didn't go for it. Such a classic combo also with Sand King.
I agree, actually. What's the strength of the Sanking Weaver lane? What am I not seeing? Because this lane seems weak, in my opinion.
It's not weak, but it shouldn't perform as good as Sand King Mirana, that's for sure.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
What about the Void Spirit now picked up early for Beastcoast? You were clamoring for that, I think, last game RTO. Not last game, like 2 games ago or so.
Yeah,
How do you think
just
the hero sits as a first pick? Or 8th pick, rather.
I think it's very good. It's just the Chris C-Smile playstyle. He gets runes, he kills heroes, he pushes. He's always playing with a
10
card that
seconds
pushes
remaining.
waves,
Dire
because you
team
need to create space for K1, so you push the wave so he doesn't get ganked that easily.
That's a very good point, actually. I think when we talk about Beastcoast is the 4 Protect 1 in the very classic style of the mid laners, but another support, right? What's always impressive about Chris Luck, at least to me, is that he always seems to recover, though, right? From the early game. Like, you see him die 5 times, and all of a sudden he's, like, second net worth, and you go, how is that possible? Where do you think Chris Luck's strength comes from? They always talk about his hero Ocean, but do you think his playstyle is something that's hard to predict as well, RTO?
It's kind of hard to predict, and his team plays so well with him. Like the Whisper Scofield duo plays so well with him. Like we saw the last game, the Mars plus Storm killed TA 3 times, I
10
think.
seconds remaining.
Yep.
Such a good synergy between the 2 cores plus the
5
Scofield.
seconds remaining.
Let's touch on that. A lot of people think that Beastcoast is like just a 5 good player, essentially, and that's why they make a good team. But do you think that there's something unique that these players just fit well with each other, and that's why they have stayed together for so long?
To each other. Like the Scofield's gonna be just walking around creating space for K1 to farm, while Whisper and C-Smile are either pushing waves or killing a hero out of position, and the Stinger is breaking for K1. Like, they're fit for each other.
It's quite a crazy team. For those of you who don't know, by the way, for Beastcoast, both Schofield and Stinger are guys that did not play in their positions originally. Schofield actually started out as a carry, and Stinger was an offlaner, and now they've moved into these support positions, and they're kind of... It's crazy good how much they can sacrifice themselves for this team. As we continue with the draft, how would you like this draft to continue for Infinity? What do you think they lack that they could make up for in the next picks? Oh, Duster, sorry. Sorry, I meant to ask Duster, my bad.
They need some damage, some follow-up for Sand King, because this time they don't have Mirana, for example, so they're gonna initiate the fight. Oh, okay, so they do have Mirana.
Okay, so that makes sense, right? Because you wanted the Michael on something more playmaker, so Miranda Sand King much better.
Puts Weaver in such a weird position.
Why?
Is it a core Weaver?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, why not 5?
Could be 5, it's just
5
very
seconds remaining.
unusual. 5.
What do you think of 5
back-
Weaver, though? What's your opinion on
It
that?
was better before the nerfs, like I remember Puppy playing a lot of it.
Mhm.
And it's a very greedy 5, you can split push and farm, and you can actually get items as a position 5.
Yes.
But I don't know, like since the nerfs, I don't know how good it is. And your main item, which is Axe, got nerfed, so really curious to see how it's gonna be.
I want to touch on that because usually, at least in the last patch, it was very common to see the 4 being like the split pusher and the one going for the dangerous farm, right? And when you put Weaver in that position, Weaver kind of overtakes the 4 and farm,
10
especially if the 4 can't
seconds
cut waves easily. Are you okay with that sometimes, or do you want to
5
respect those
seconds
positions?
remaining.
Like you put a Weaver with a Rubik, and the Weaver's out farming the Rubik. Do you feel like that's a waste of the Rubik pick?
No, I think it's fine. Nowadays, the 4 and 5 is very abstract, I
Okay.
feel. So it depends mostly on how the heroes play. And in this case, it's fine for Eva to farm because Mirana just want to follow Sand King. And she'll get plenty of gold with kills, hopefully.
Yeah, I like that.
So she
Beastcoast,
doesn't really
no-
mind.
Now going for the Earth Spirit, like another classic Schofield hero. They like to create chaos. I think Earth Spirit might be his best hero up there with a Tusk. And the ganking lineup for Beastcoast is looking equally as strong. You talked about the combination of Whisper plus like Chris Luck and Schofield, and Void Spirit plus Earth Spirit. Pretty good hunting squad, right, RDO?
The silence of First Spirit's good against all the 3 heroes of Infinity. Like you can always kill Weaver, you can always kill Sand King, and Mirana can't also leap from the silence.
Team pick.
It's very strong this game.
Interesting. Centaur for Whisper. I haven't seen this in forever.
Whisper hands.
Yeah, actually. What's why the pick here? I'm surprised by this.
10 seconds remaining.
Honestly,
5 seconds.
no
remaining.
idea.
Universal and Mars are been first phase, and they want a offline that can solo from like starting from 6 to 8 minutes, starting playing solo.
I like that logic, actually. Do you think the Axe buff that Centaur got is enough to justify picking him again?
So the X buff is the leash stuff.
Yes, the leash.
I think it's pretty useless because all that leash does, I think, is preventing you to blink. So
Yeah.
and you can't blink anyway because you're damaged. So unless you're playing against Quap or Anti-Mage, it's kind of weird.
Beastcoast's turn.
But
to
it stops
ban.
heroes like Sanking Burrow Strike, for example, stops Shukuchi on Weaver or
Oh,
Leap
it
on
does?
Mirana.
If it does,
Yeah, yeah.
it's actually amazing. It's actually amazing if it does.
Yeah. Leash stops all the mobility spells. Yeah. So. Okay. I would like to see it this game. I mean, it actually looks really good this game, right? Everyone has a mobility spell at Infinity.
10 seconds remaining.
X. Yeah.
Dire team back.
Hey, what are your thoughts on the Ember here, Duster? When you see the Void Spirit, is that a good matchup? Do you want to run the Ember versus Void Spirit?
I guess it's one more route to deal with the Void Spirit.
Sure.
Easier to catch him.
Turn to ban.
I don't know how is the mid matchup, but I believe Ember should do fine against most melee heroes. And the route it's very nice to combo with Mirana so they can control runes and stop Void Spirit from having good runes. You know.
Okay. Last picks are coming in here. Beastcoast lacking a carry. What do you think this carry needs to fulfill, RDO? What carries would you
5
like here?
seconds remaining.
They just need to get a strong lane, so
Dire team
they snowball
back.
from it because they already have a strong mid lane and a strong off lane. It could be even no CK is banned. It could be the K1 Wraith King, could also be the K1 Lifestealer. I think both are fine.
He's not going to
10
pick Wraith King, let me
seconds
tell you. He hates that hero.
Oh really?
I'm not being sarcastic. Yeah, he thought the 20-second cooldown nerf to reincarnation made the hero on 5.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. It's a good life stream. Okay. Again, it's one of those things where like RTO's completely right in his analysis. It's just that K1 is a very emotional player when it comes to these things. And if he says something is bad, he will stick to that until the day he dies. I genuinely think that you guys, both of you, might retire from Dota before we see K1 play a single Morphling game. I think that might be the case.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
This is an insane Marveling game.
they banned the Sven here. So you guys suggest the Lifestealer. You like the Lifestealer pick. Any other carries that you think are pretty solid here? In Hector's playstyle?
He could go Luna again. I guess you have Shadow Demon to help
banned
you.
though, actually.
Oh, it's banned.
Yeah. I did like the Luna pick though. It was a good call. Unfortunate for that. Is Gyro fine since it's kind of similar to Luna in that? Oh, actually, never mind. He's also banned. I'm an idiot.
Banned also. Infinity knows K1 pretty well.
Dire team pick.
Juggernaut. Okay. Yes, you did. What do you think of the pick though? Like, is it justified this game?
Feels good.
Because you said it was not very good.
Feels good to be this good.
It justifies because it gives the snowballing laning phase. He's gonna get a good laning phase. He's gonna farm and do his stuff like always.
Now, if you're Infinity, you see this Juggernaut pick. How do you punish RTO?
You may now select your heroes.
Actually, yeah, it's true. I can't believe Tiny was open. Oh my god. Do they have enough to deal with this Tiny? Is this just a free Tiny game right now?
I have the Vessel on Earth Spirit, and
Okay.
They also have the Purge from Shadow Demon.
Yeah, okay.
It helps kite the hero a bit.
How's the matchup with Juggernaut?
I think
Like the core-to-core matchup of the Tiny Juggernaut.
I believe Tiny should feel fine about it. He doesn't care about spin. You just right-click Juggernaut to death.
Yep.
And you also have the bonus armor from Grow, and have some kind of a mobility. You'll probably go Shadow Blade or Blink or something, so you can stay away from Omni Slash. I think Tiny's fine with this matchup, and he's a hero that farms very, very fast, so he can maybe have 1 or 2 items ahead of Jug, if Jug doesn't snowball. But considering it's K1, they're gonna be same. K1 could even outfarm this Tiny.
Yes, honestly. I've seen him outfarm an anti-mage with a Baton, so I think at that point, anything is possible with this guy.
Yeah.
So, Duster, what are your predictions then, coming to the end?
I'll stay with Beastcoast again. I'm not biggest fan of just Juggernaut, but the rest of their draft looks pretty solid, and I'm an SD fan. I think the hero is broken.
I agree, Duster. I'm glad we have someone on the panel with a bit of a brain, man. You're the first person to mention this every single time, and I think it should be said. Play more SD in pubs. RDO, what are your predictions here?
I'll also go with the Beast Coast. They have their comfort heroes, and they have the Shadow Demon against Sand King, which is very hard for Sand King.
Beautiful, and a great show of ventriloquy there, RDO. Thank you very much. As we go into the game, will Beastcoast be able to take game number 2, as they've already beat the Curse of the panel? We're going to have to see, but they do have their favorite casters here to narrate this wonderful encounter, because it's Lacoste.
That's disgusting. Not again, please. Never again. Oh, dearie me. Lacoste, Infinity have tripled, quadrupled the amount of stuns they've got this time around. They've got Sanking, they've got Mirana, they've got tons to go along with that. Tiny, what are your feelings on their chances this time around against Beast Coast?
They have a setup for Mirana, which I'm a big fan, makes Dota very easy to play. They do have Sanking, they do have later on Searing Chains from Ember Spirit. Even though Beast Coast draft looks much more solid, I would say. But the one thing that Infinity has is heroes who don't rely on any cooldowns. They can legitimately play without Epicenter at all and just keep playing Dota. On the other side, there is like Stampede, there is Earth Spirit Ulti, and the Omni Slash. So Infinity, if they want to like keep fighting, if they get a slight advantage, I can see this draft working out. On the other side, the panel talked about like this Juggernaut. It could have been like a different hero. Oh god, they're gonna force Mirana to have leap level 1. This is a disaster.
It was pretty cute what they were doing, trying to wrap around the Mirana body block with the SD disruption illusions plus the 2 heroes. And you're right, leap level 1 feels pretty bad. So no securing range creep, no.
This is when you, as a Sand King, you tell Mirana, leap the lane, please. Get the hell out of here. There's nothing you can do.
It's like when your Enigma would like level Malefice level 1 instead of Eidolons. You're just like, well, the first 2 minutes of my game is kind of useless now. We've got Sandstorm and Sand King. Just trying to get what he can out of this early laning stage.
K1, I don't know if we were watching that, but Stinger took 1 CS from K1 because he thought it's not going to kill it immediately, and K1 immediately pinged it out.
He's 1 step away from dropping his items on the floor and destroying them all. Don't do that again, Stinger. Mid lane is, of course, the 2 spirits going at it. Ember and Void. See Smile missing out on his Ether Remnant. And this Sleight of Fist, so annoying. Chipping away little by little.
Pure skill-based matchup. Not too much to say about it, I feel like. From what I heard from the pro players, this is like 50-50 straight up. It's how good you are at Dota.
How well your supports rotate to guard runes, maybe, as it goes on a little bit longer. And then when you hit level 6, level 7, where, when, and how you rotate. As a cheeky little arrow lands onto K1 from Michael, leaping forward. Michael wants this kill on K1, and he might just have it. First blood grabbed, and that's the Mirana who went leap level 1.
SD and Juggernaut are not like the strongest laning partners. You have Disruption into Spin, which is not deadly. You have no slow, no stun whatsoever. Sand King does have Burrow Strike, has Invis. Mirana can leap away from it. But yeah, good start for Mirana, considering that she started with leap level 1 and now can come back to the lane, put some more pressure. I want to see what the item build on Mirana is going to be. I've seen position 4 Mirana's building different items, like going for more greedy build. Diffusal Blade got buffed up. So I've seen some like Diffusal Blades, either Rush or like a second item Diffusal Blade. We'll see what he decides to go for. It's pretty popular in EU.
So I guess it's not super important to go like an Urn Spirit Vessel here as Mirana, right? We
Not
necessarily need that.
Yeah, the only healing that they got is Healing Ward, but the overtime damage, the mana regen from the item is really good. Gives you the tankiness, bit of stats, like exactly what you need, but we'll see. I've seen, I think it was NA that Mirana picked up Diffusal Blade as third item. I was a bit surprised. They didn't look good that game, but seems like players are onto something.
Yeah, something to watch out for, that's for sure. A bit of a lead being built up right now by Infinity. Looking at the CS of their cores, they are ahead of their counterparts. PP 15-2. Sleight of Fist spam now with a Blightstone. Always a problem as Mariana just throwing a quick Burrow Strike and Stinger dying to Michael along with the Juggernaut's Courier. Mirana causing some serious issues in behind that bottom tier 1.
Good start. I like it. I mean, they should not win this lane for Beastcoast. They have like no kill potential whatsoever, so one of the reasons why this lane is going well. They didn't address the Sand King, something that was talked about in the first game where you completely zone out the hero early on. Didn't happen this time around because Shadow Demon is not, as position 5, he's not as strong, and he also started with Disruption. You know, it's not as easy as people would think because you don't have mana. You don't have any way to just use your mana. Like you use your mana and then you, like having a clarity, you need to bring mangoes, you need to bring healing cells for your carry. There's just not resources that you get. Maybe that's why Stinger took that 1 CS.
Needed the 1 clarity. Like, please, 1 item. Let me stay in the lane. Well, go again. Burrow, arrow. Lots of magic damage. Bit of a save from Stinger. Keeps K1 in the lane with a healing ward. But there are 3 heroes down here now from Infinity because Prada's Weaver has arrived. Equally so, of course, Gojira has swung down from the top lane, leaving Centaur alone 1v1 against Tiny. They should know that Earth Spirit's around here, though.
Is under attack.
And Dara Observer Ward spotted him move across. Tri-lane versus tri-lane. Stinger starts with the bubble on Mariano. Mariano sandstorms and burrows into the Jug, who had already started spinning. Unfortunate for Infinity, but they want to go for Stinger, the easier target. But watch Gojira. Earth Spirit's ready. Rolling in towards them. Lands on Mariano. The arrow onto K1. Tanks it so Stinger survives. And no deaths. No casualties. We've got a 3v3. 5 minutes in.
It's really good for Tiny, because he's gonna get the farm, and it's also very good for Whisper. Whisper about to crack level 6, and this is where they should do something on the bottom lane. Use that Stampede to be able to slow them down, deal some damage. Mid lane. Ember Spirit at 6-7 CS advantage, actually.
Yeah, had the Weaver come in and rotate to help him out a little bit. But yeah, I think PP has been maybe slightly outplaying C-Smile in this matchup. Now, speaking of Whisper, he's gone Vanguard. Do you expect him, like the panel was saying, to head into that Aghanim Scepter as maybe a third item or so?
And there's no need for it. I don't feel that. Like, the damage got reduced. Now it's, 25%, I believe. The numbers were much higher. The leash mechanic is okay, but it's 4,000 gold. I would prefer if that's like a Lotus Orb against the Sanking Stun. And anything of value that you get for the team is going to be good. I mean, he should definitely also get a hood this game. You're playing against Sanking, Tiny, Ember. There's a lot of magic damage on top of it. What he can do is like disassemble Vanguard later on and then turn that into Lotus Orb. But Whisper off to a really good start top of CS.
Yeah, farming away like a madman. Blink queued up. What's that? He just got delivered boots. As the Weaver considers the kill on the Courier. Nice little Geminate attack will get that job done. And Tiny just wants to put a stop to Whisper's nonsense. 7 minutes in. Yeah, I was literally just going to say, when is C-Smile going to TP rotate? Because as soon as that clock hits 7, I am always looking for Void Spirit, especially in the hands of Chris Luck, to get into one of these side lanes and get something going. And that's going to be Gojira to roll and kick back the Sanking under the Sandstorm, but they've got Reveal as they dive him under his tier 1.
They got the kill, and this is also going to be some damage on the tower. K1 skipping the wave. They also have wave approaching. Morana. I'm going to give them high five. There is Remnant.
I don't wanna.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't want a high five. And both supports following C-Smile all the way back across. But it's PP with the Invis rune bottled up. And potentially the knowledge that they have high ground vision up there. So Tiny, he's fallen back into the jungle now. It's a bit of an opening here for Whisper to maybe pressure that tier 1 tower. Is it time for K1 to move and leave the bottom lane, or is he going to stay down there for a while?
He has no HP, no mana. This guy really hates buying any kind of region. So someone needs to bring something to him. Let's see if he's gonna buy a Clarity, because it's like you can't play Juggernaut if you don't have like enough mana for spin.
This is gonna take
forever. 1.3 mana per second. It's gonna take forever for his mana to replenish.
With a 1 stick charge.
Yep. I like what they're doing on Infinity. Tiny, understanding that it's much safer if he farms the jungle. They have probably the best hero in the meta that can do this. Maybe Treant is okay, but just to collect some XP, very hard to gank. Even if you gank, that means you're wasting a lot of resources to kill this Weaver position 5.
That was pretty close just then. PP trying with the chains onto Gojira, and they even have the Morana leaping across. And Michael now going to get himself out of that bottom jungle as Prada loses his Courier to Whisper. Yeah, it's much steadier, much better laning stage from Infinity, that's for damn sure. Only 3 kills in the first 10 minutes. As Whisper finally gets that tier 1 tower. And now maybe that can be the home of K1. K1 spinning in the jungle. Nice little stack for Mariano. So Blink Dagger, oh, it's very close. A Wild Wing and a Dark Troll to kill. And that will just about give him the money.
Yeah, we've seen in the previous game number 1, actually, where Sanking didn't have a really good time, didn't have a good lane, fought all of these like small items. This time around, Mariano going for the straight Blink Dagger, 10 minutes in, no shenanigans, and they want to pressure this tower. Epicenter is online, he's high level, level 8, so it's going to be a bit tough for them to defend this tower. K1 farming up, has Big Pull, extra stats. No HP whatsoever. He bought a Clarity. I'm not sure if that's his or someone. Maybe it was someone else who gave him the Clarity.
Need to go back and watch the replay. That's important. Did he spend 50 gold or did someone give it to him?
Stinger
I think
has
you're right with
another
the Sanking.
one. Yeah,
There's-
he's asking. He's definitely asking for it.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, there's no bracers, no raindrops or anything on Sanking. It's Tranquils, Soul Ring, Blink Dagger ready, but that disruption, stopping the Sanking for a second, means Juggernaut is allowed to get to freedom, and Stinger will pretty gladly just hand his life over so that K1 can survive.
He had time. They had vision. There was like no tree. I think Sanking could have blinked and jumped to Juggernaut, but the disruption was there.
And what's next for them? Tier 1 mid? It's got a lot of HP left. Like, they come, they invade the triangle, they push Juggernaut out, and they kill a Shadow Demon. But they're still sticking around. Moonlight Shadow now as well. Radiant Sentry gets found by Prada. Earth Spirit being given time to get level 6 down bottom. I think K1 has now marked that as his territory for farm, and they do get a jump on C Smile. Whisper with a Stampede, gonna run back into Mariano and get the kill with the double edge. Now PP forced to Remnant off to the right hand side. Rise is chasing K1. He's got spin. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. K1 doesn't have a TP here, so maybe a little bit rough, but Whisper's causing problems still. C Smile and Whisper get onto that Ember Spirit, who had 3 Remnants remaining.
Yeah, he's going for a very greedy build. Again, I think this needs to be a BKB. We've seen in game number 1, Kunkka going for Armlet into Boots of Travel. Boots of Travel didn't get too much value out of it, and especially because you see this Void Spirit with just a Void Stone, and I've seen C Smile play Void Spirit, and this new build going for Orchid ruins other spirits pretty much, and it also ruins Marana. Vera adds position 5. It's very tough to play.
That's pretty deep. That is pretty deep. Prada's Weaver got some good vision down. Well, you look at that mid lane, saddled by 2 Dar Observer wards.
Are fortified.
They're going to have a pretty good idea that that vision there is there as Mariano, Michael helping out with an arrow, finds Gojira. Now they absolutely know there's vision there. There's no doubt about
that's gonna
it.
get dewarded. Vera was doing a really good job finding out these deep observer wards throughout the whole game already. Like 5 minutes in, they had the 2 deep observer wards to scout things out. K1 continues to farm the triangle. There is a healing ward. Whisper not going for not even a casual cloak. I would love to see just a cloak for some magic resistance. Because okay, hold that thought.
Yeah, they stampede in. Mariano made the jump, and the save's actually keeping Stinger alive while K1 spins back. Gojira not wanting to continue because it's a Weaver who could time-lapse or Shikuchi, or even use the 16 one-charges that he has.
Yeah, the cloak is just really good on a centaur. Still, there's a bunch of magical damage. You can still take reduce 25% reduced damage on the double edge, but you would definitely want more. You can get bursted. Like he has Lotus queued up, which I talked about, which is a great item here. Gives you a tankiness and great against the Sanking and the Searing Chains. But okay, another good arrow.
Kind of all in.
Yeah.
Whisper. He was wanting to blink stomp into that, but Infinity 5 men strong. DD rune on PP. Sending remnants over that small camp. Try and spot Beastcoast.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
C Smile even hiding under his tier 2 there. Very, very disciplined from him. The only one showing on the map right now is K1, knowing that he has spin TP and that there's nothing to stop it, right? No one can stop him from spinning and TPing home.
Unless they initiate,
might-
he should be careful.
Well, they got Stinger with an arrow burrow. Whisper is trying to battle back with Gojira rolling in. Do they have the stuns and silences it takes to kill the Weaver? It looks like they might just be able to do it as Prada. Found by the Void Spirit. And C-Smile with Orchid ready, wants to Astral Step and jump in for more. They get the counter initiation though. They stop
Great
the
play
Ember from being
K1.
initiated on, but it's too late. Down goes the Ember, and K1 is back into action. Another little Geomagnetic Grip into the Omni Slash, and Michael. The killing spree for Marana handed over. Free bonus goal for Juggernaut, and the bonus kill on top is the Sand King. It's another team fight where it's split 3 ways, and Beastcoast find a way to win every single one of those small engagements.
Man, they're missing on the timing once again. The Tiny was about to come online. That's a full Shadow Blade on Tiny, and they definitely needed that. Like, they needed him to be in that fight. He didn't want to join the fight before, so not really synced up with the item timing and what everyone wants to do. Weaver's gonna die again. What I said, great fight from... great move from K1 is that he used the Blade Fury on the stun target and tanked the arrow for him.
Oh, nice.
That's a really cool thing you can do with the Juggernaut. Tank one for the team. And this game, I feel like something similar happened in game 2 where they had Broodmother and didn't play around her. This is the Tiny in this game, where they just needed to wait 30 seconds for Tiny to be fight ready. He needed that Shadow Blade. I'm gonna pick up the Shard now, so maybe this is the timing. But yeah, I feel like Infinity should have had slight lead considering like how much farm this Tiny got. All they needed to do is wait.
Yeah, I mean, at some point it has to become follow the leader, and Tony is that king of the map, but Sand King and Marana always so good at jumping in and finding targets, but that's Whisper with the counter initiation, the 3-man stomp, and now the Omni Slash dancing around and doing so much damage. This Juggernaut needs to come back and help out Whisper because there's a 2-man burst strike and rises. It's his turn to cleave them. Jesus.
That's what I mentioned. Like Tiny, this is his timing. Depending how much farm you get, between 15 and 18 minute mark, you want to be active. Like your combo is about to be maxed out. You have the Echo Saber plus the Shadow Blade. So pretty much the supports die. For the cores, you might need a little bit of extra help. But yeah, Visper, he had a really good game so far. He had some amazing initiation since the dagger pickup. But they managed to bring him down once.
Yeah, I mean, that Tiny just comes in and double taps 3 heroes all lined up for him. Sand King and Marana equally having some pretty good initiations. This time, though, Gojira's turn to find the Marana. No Sand King in sight. He's a little bit too far away to help out his team. And Weaver gets found by the Blink Stomp of Whisper. He knows he won't be able to follow through. Beastcoast all piled up down here. They've got the high ground vision. Try and play around their ward as they scan behind the tower bottom. It looks like Infinity wants to match them. The 5v5.
They have only 1 dust. They have no sentries. So okay, there's 1 sentry near the tower. But if Rises decides to do a wraparound with his Tiny, that could be pretty big. Seems like they don't want to take a fight. See Smile showing on the top lane. Now it's time to strike. They know that if they connect on time, it's gonna be 4 versus 5.
Yeah, they get that important D ward. Now Beastcoast, very limited vision. They basically only see creep waves and their heroes. They have no observer wards down. That could allow for initiation to come, but it's Whisper and Gojira who get the play first onto Prada. With Weaver falling, that, I mean, theoretically that was like a 5v3 that Beastcoast wins. Weaver caught out of position.
Weaver needs to be careful about, you know, doing this stuff. Yes, you're position 5, but you want to get your spells off in a fight, potentially get a time lapse off, bait them into something, and then like be annoying. Ever Spirit did in the end decide to go for BKB instead of Boots of Travel, which I really like. I don't feel like there's enough time to go for the boots of travel. Like you're missing on your timing, and you see this Orchid on a Void Spirit. You need a defense. They, like other supports, don't provide you with anything. There's no saving items yet, so you gotta take care of yourself. Tiny now has a Blink Dagger, so it's gonna be much easier for him to close the gap, get in, and also get out of the trouble on top of the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, he needs to play that in and out game because of Stampede, both spirits with maneuverability. Try and play around the spin of Juggernaut as well. Tiny is top of net worth, but K1's about to match him with the clearing of the stack, it looks like. Just 1,000 behind.
Middle tower has fallen.
The Dire really love these incredibly deep wards. They just keep getting deeper and like every 5 minutes, the new wards they're putting up are like another
Yeah, it's just
2,000
deeper
range
and
closer to the
exactly
Radiant base.
waiting for a tier 4 tower board somehow.
Yeah, he's going to ward in the fountain, but there we go. Stinger, Glimmer himself up, so he's safe. They don't get the kill on him. So now Stinger can turn and disrupt up as they kill the Tiny with a K1 slicing away. Gojira and Stinger have now found the Weaver with the Omni Slash coming. K1 doesn't have reveal, so the Weaver slips out with a Shikuchi. Mariano in the tree is going to get found by Sea Smile, it looks like. Sandstorm's ready in a second. Whisper has a stomp. Do they know where he is? Can they find him? Where are my supports?
Shadow Demon, no reveal.
Dust, sentries, anything to see him? Any AoE damage? There, the Orchid Soulburn finishes him off.
Nicely done. There's some communication issues on Infinity. Ember Spirit was not even in that fight. He was trying to push the top wave and get his BKB. Finally has it, and now Beastcoast still already inside the pit. We've seen the power of Shadow Demon against Tiny. No matter what you get, no matter what item you get, you're gonna get Demonic Purge in the fight because you're the main target. And also the Soul Catcher pre-BKB takes, which is maxed out, 35% of your current HP. On Tiny's HP, that's 1,000.
Yeah, that's 1,000 damage. And Gojira doing a great job blocking Infinity away from the Roche pit, so no contest comes. Free Aegis there for K1.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't feel like he was close to dying in any of the past 2 or 3 fights, but giving him the Aegis means he can just play that much more aggressively.
Tanking's starting to fall off as well. As an offlaner, he did not get a single item. Get 20 minutes dagger, right?
Ember has to BKB. Yeah, I mean, now Gojira changed up. PP, he came to play. That was Beastcoast going in on the BKB Ember and losing 2 heroes for it.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom
very
tower
hard
is
to
under
get a
attack.
kill on that Ember. Maybe they didn't realize he has a BKB. Oh. A lot of players don't tend to click on others. They focusing on their own game, so sometimes it happens. Or maybe they were just trying to get a BKB charge and get out, but Infinity was ready.
Maybe, yeah. They absolutely were. And yeah, it was like 11-minute Blink Dagger with Soul Ring Tranquils. And now, what are we, 12 minutes later, he has Eon Disc ready to reassemble.
I don't think I've heard Epicenter going off. I've heard some pumping of the Epi, but I don't recall seeing Epicenter being used.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly.
I
can't remember
understand
either.
why, because he wants to set up for an arrow, so in a lot of situations he uses Blink Stun and then dies.
Just a straight burrow. Now maybe the FP, but Gojira to
the
cancel that blink. In
silences.
comes Whisper, the 2-man stun. The silences and a triple for Sea Smile as they move in towards the Ember now. He's PP got a DD, yeah he does, but he's been banished. Sent to the Nether Realm as they focus the Tiny. Look at this, stampeding forward. The horde of angry Beast Coast heroes are on the Tiny to give Sea Smile an Ultra. Where's my Rampage? Give it to me. Come on, PP. Get over here. Astral Step up onto the high ground. Rolling in. Gojira trying to body block. Whisper. Come on. Give it to Sea Smile. He wants it desperately. PP. Is he trying to TP? He's home. He's away safely.
TP with a TP in the end, huh? Almost.
As soon as I said that, I knew you would comment on it.
Yeah, tough one. Really tough fights for Infinity. Like, they've been really disconnected. Like, who needs to do what? They got surprised by Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit. Like, 2-man silence into two-man stomp. Suddenly this is 3 versus 5, and you have a Stampede to chase probably the best ability in the game. Kick them when they're down.
That's good chain stunning though. Onto C Smile, that's a big kill. PP's revenge. It's also the fact that Mirana was the one showing on bottom lane. Like Mirana pushing that bot lane alone, getting caught, led to that entire fight. I would feel that Michael should be the one maybe sitting behind and waiting for the Sand King to strike.
Pretty even game in terms of like net worth. 2k gold lead for Beastcoast. Juggernaut still holding that. Aegis has a Scotty. There's gonna be too much slow on Tiny. Yeah, he has a lot of armor, but Juggernaut can munch through it, especially with Scotty and the Demonic Purge. He's not gonna be moving in the fights, so that's gonna be rough.
Dire's bottom tower is under
The thing about Beastcoast lineup right now is they can easily jump the backline. This Weaver dies. Sanking can also die. Does have E on disc, but still, like, you're putting himself in a really bad spot when you initiate and like force him to use the E on disc
Dire's
immediately.
courier has been killed.
Yeah, not ideal by any
Radiant
means.
structures are fortified.
Beastcoast
Bottom tower
ready to claim that tier 2 bot. 1 minute left on Aegis means that at the very least going to poke at high ground here. Maybe just force TPs back. Maybe even commit for this. Yule's on the Centaur and the arrow to follow.
Radiant's top tower
They're not committing on Whisper though. He's got 2,500 HP with Vanguard Lotus. But they will glyph the tier 3 and try and hold out. Beastcoast aren't backing up, Lacoste.
They want to
They're
go.
staying.
40 seconds until
40.
Aegis is gone.
Yeah. Got Jira on the right-hand side, looking for any roll targets, getting a little deeper
Oh,
in
they
that tree
know.
line,
They
but he
saw
has been
Gojira.
pinged. And the 2 remnants, very nicely placed, guarding that entry point. They get the tier 3 and they back up. And it looks like they want to hold this dire triangle with a couple of heroes. Lots of drawing on the map.
Yeah, not sure what that means. Need to decipher it. Push bottom and push mid lane.
Ah, the classic. And he just reclaimed though.
Radiant
Window for an infinity. Dire scan. Radiant scans the Dire. So Beastcoast knows
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
that high ground is being held. So they're just going to keep pushing by proxy, basically. Double observer wards, scouting every move if Infinity wanted to contest the triangle. Rises finding himself a nice spot in that mid lane. Cuts the wave. And take the farm on the map that isn't being claimed. But because he's out there showing, Beastcoast very swiftly back up onto the barracks, knowing that Glyph is down.
He doesn't have
They
a
go
TP.
for the... Oh, does he not?
Not
Seastar's
ready.
already popped the Eon Disc on the Sand King. Tiny has TP ready now, but they've already lost a full set of barracks here. Oh, they're going to leave the melee alive. Remnant forward, Ember Spirit's in, tries to get the slight chains. He does catch out the Shadow Demon. Stinger being focused. He's going to disrupt himself. He can turn with the Demonic Purge as Rise's BKB goes to work. Prada's dead. Oh, K1 gets out of there as Michael's on the run from Gojira and Whisper. Back onto Ember Spirit they go. Aether Remnant misses, unfortunately for them. The silence on PP will come to an end so he can slight and Remnant dodge away as Gojira has been left and fed to the wolves. The buyback on Sand King was required. And I don't get the melee racks in the bot lane, but still Beastcoast are the ones striking at the hearts of Infinity.
Yeah. Signs of life for Infinity. Nothing too serious because they kind of didn't play this properly. Tiny. These TPs, they're long, especially if you TP to outpost. But Beastcoast, great understanding of what he was trying to do to see, you know, whether he wants to TP or not. It's hard to keep the track on these things, so you like go in and poke, see what's going to happen. Didn't manage to finish off the barracks, which is kind of a bummer, but 48 seconds until potential Roche spawn.
Yeah, they could come back in again if they wanted to. Lotus onto Sea Smile gives him that added layer of safety. So Burrow into Burrow. Where's Michael's arrow? Oh, he's already used it. So Void Spirit very happy with how that all went down. Infinity. They only have PP showing on the map right now. Ember Spirit mid. Everybody's smoked and running in front of him. Rises leading. Oh, the smoke breaks. And Gojira, the one that they'll jump. C-Smile is in with his Resonant Pulse, silencing the two of them. They've caught up Rises, but he turns with his BKB. And PP is actually whacking away at C-Smile, forcing that Remnant off to the right to buy a bit of time. But in comes K1. The spins, the hits, the crits. Down goes Tiny and Marana. It looks like Ember Spirit might be joining. It's a great Burrow Epi. 3 men stunned up. But what can they do with no follow through? Mariano dies. And PP will join them in that mass grave. It's 5 heroes dead. And honestly, what hope do they have? They're being outplayed every step of the way.
It's a tough one. This Tiny playing into Shadow Demon, into Scotty. He doesn't move. I checked his move speed, 100 move speed in a fight. This is not what he wants to do. He wants to be able to maneuver, go in, and they also have like no ways of amplifying his like damage. There's Solar Crest, which is fine. I didn't see that Weaver had Solar. Bugs are there, but it feels like he is on his own in a lot of these situations. You're like, well, you need to figure out how to get out of it. The Shadow Demon will not pop Demonic Purge on anyone else.
Yeah, just aim Tiny. That's it. His Soul Catcher was great early on. Now his Demonic Purge proving incredibly useful.
Lotus Orb is
bottom
okay
lane.
if you precast it, but Shadow Demon will most definitely use it and not care about himself if it gets reflected.
Look at C-Smile, man. He just blows up Michael. Does he get another one here? Resonant Pulse on cooldown. He's used both charges. Orchid also on CD, so it looks like Gojira rolling a little too deep there. Didn't have his mans with him. C-Smile going to dissimulate down to low ground, but Mariano looking for it. Remnanting forward with PP. Ember Spirit chasing C-Smile, but they've got the Stampede until Rises. Lands the Blink Avatos combo. Well, it looks like K1 is just taking buildings down.
Objective taker. And he knows they have nothing against the spin PP. Gotta get out easily.
Roshan is alive. My god, the last-ditch effort.
Let's see if they know about it. It doesn't feel like they do. Stinger wants to play some vision.
Ooh.
Radiant.
They missed their scan. Do you think he meant to scan Roshan? Or,
No,
or
I think he meant to scan like the entrance because he was afraid that they're gonna invade Triangle and maybe then go for Roche after. So yeah, Shard picked up by Sanking.
It's definitely definitely a comeback question mark moment. They've got opportunities now. There's not Mega Creeps. They've still got Meliorach standing top. Just feels like they're gonna need to really severely outplay, because even when Beastcoast have been jumped, like Sand King jumps the Shadow Demon, you think, okay, this is their chance. They kill a support, but he's got 2000 HP Eon Disc Glimmer Cape, and Stinger is always fast enough to save himself.
This is a new Eon Disc, so that means that he cannot die. Like they can't just immediately kill him, which means that he's going to be able to get either a Glimmer Cape off or a Disruption, buy some time, try to pop that Demonic Purge on Tiny. Tiny is big, he's huge, level 24, but yeah, carry to carry matchup is just not going to be that great because they managed to slow him down. The Scotty, Aghanim Scepter on Juggernaut, it's just very easy for him to fight. What are you laughing about, Gary?
Weaver has Shikuchi'd 4 times now. They've dusted him, silenced him, rolled on him, now magnetized him. Prada, I don't know, he must be giggling and laughing to himself because he's just not dying. He's dodging, juking, diving off to the side. They know exactly where he is, and they will eventually kill him. Tips are coming. That took a while, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And K1, he's back at it again. Healing ward, killed by PP. K1 gonna spin. to keep himself safe. But he wants that Malirax, that's for damn sure. Oh my god! Whisper with the initiation, it's not enough though. PP is able to get out of there. Now Mariano and rises. Unable to capitalize on that potential swing. That disarm, yeah, Whisper with a halberd. So good against this Tiny as well. K1 back to the forefront. Another halberd onto rises. Tiny can do very little this game between the purge, the halberd, and being permanently silenced.
They proc the undisc of Sanking, so that's something. He does not have a buyback yet. More than a minute. Oh,
Oh, they found Stinger.
Can they proc the C on this? That's big.
Demonic Purge. There's the Eon Disc. He's got Disruption ready, and he waits as long as he possibly can to use it up as Gojira, Stinger, both dropping to PP and Michael. And what's happening in the back end of the fight? Because K1 is running around looking for a target they can stick onto, and it will be that Marauder. A long last going down. K1 TP's home after the spin. C-Smile managed to grab up Prada as well. Looking to escape with a Dissimulate back down towards the Roche pit, but while that's all happening,
yeah,
the
two
Carties went to work.
He spawned 35 minutes exactly, and yeah, sometimes the creeps. AI killed Infinity pretty much. They do have Tiny. Tiny deals well against the Megas. Sanking is okay-ish, so is Ember, but it's gonna be a rough one.
Do they have the disables it takes to kill off PP? Is this BKB down? It looks like it might just be. C-Smile and Whisper with the Omni Slash now arriving in from K1. Oh, it's a swift slash. It wasn't the Omni, just a small one onto Rises, so Tiny. Wobbling back. Thanks to that Lotus Orb. But you've lost your Ember Spirit with no buyback. 74 seconds, and with two supports respawning on the Radiant, it's going to be a 5 versus 3. And they are in on these tier 4s. Mariano gives it a try. Loses half of his HP in a matter of seconds. Dead without buyback on the Sand King now. Rises disarmed, so he can't even hit anyone. Another swift slash from the Juggernaut. Gives C-Smile a double kill, and GG is called. It's 2-0 to Beastcoast.
Yeah, they looked much better in the second game, I would say, compared to the first one, but only slight improvement. This team needs a little bit more, because the first game they had a bit of a broodmother problem, how to play with her. Second game they had a Tiny problem, which like they didn't wait until he farms his item, which is crucial, and also then they didn't wait for the Ember Spirit because he was like 300 gold off the BKB. Beast Coast, you know, typical Beast Coast game in South America. They go in, they make it feel like it's close, but at the end of the day they win.
Yeah, I think it very often comes back to that, like you're saying, kind of synchronization, team cohesiveness, the ability to play off of each other and not just have your timing and your items, but everything has to culminate together as a squad. Beast Coast, proving they are still up there and able to cause chaos while carrying K1 through that early farming portion of the game. We'll hand it back, though, to the panel with Alvo and the boys as Beast Coast take yet another victory.
Thank you, Gareth. Always a sad moment when the game ends because, there's no more games today. And also, I can't see Gareth's face anymore. This is my favorite part of the broadcast. Anyway, we have a wonderful interview that's going to come in soon with Beast Coast coach. Actually, very interesting. But before that, let's talk about the game a little bit, guys. I touched on this a little bit, but I do want to emphasize this point. When you forget the first game in the best of 3, like, oh, we messed up and stuff, I feel like the pressure for the second game is so high because you have to experiment and figure things out and also not mess up. Would you agree with that, Duster?
Yeah, for sure. Like they tried something to risk in game 1, and then game 2 they went back to a more comfortable play style, but it was already too late. Like you had so much pressure to a match point. And if they had like a third game, or if they had a second game right now to play, they would for sure do even better. But it's just game 1 was just a wasted opportunity for them.
RTO, when you've been on teams, were you okay with like the first game being like a crazy cheese draft, or do you think that it's better to try to measure your opponent in the first game?
I think the cheese drafts are fine if you're comfortable with it. Like when I played
Okay.
on Level Up, Funny liked to less pick Brood and Visage, and he was comfortable with it. So if the Brood player is comfortable playing Brood, why would I complain?
Right. And you felt like Papita might have not been comfortable, or the team was not comfortable with Papita playing Brood, perhaps.
But more about the team, because as Duster once said, when you play some cheesy heroes, it's not about you knowing how to play the hero, it's your team knowing how to play around your hero. Like Meeple or Husker drafts, it's more about team knowledge than player skill.
Yeah. Okay. What can you tell me about the second game then, guys? Did you? I mean, you guys both went for the Beastcoast draft. By the way, great job. You guys have lifted the curse. We did it. What did you guys think went well for them? Like, why is it that the Tiny didn't really get online here, Duster?
I think Papita just played Sand King position 4 this game.
Okay.
Like that was one of the worst builds I've ever seen for the hero. Like he didn't go like something like a double bracer or a double talisman. He went Tranquil Boots, Blink Dagger. Most players opt for Travel Boots because you become like a global threat. Also, he did Aeon Disc against Shadow Demon. It's gonna get purged. It's useless. Use would be the same case, but then you can go for something like a Shiva's Guard for the bonus armor, or even a BKB. Like C-Smile did the double silence build. He went for Orchid Eggs. Like it's such a nightmare to play against. So maybe like a BKB would help him a lot. Not the Aeon Disc and Tranquil Boost. Just he couldn't scale. Like at one point, I think he had the same net worth as Michael, the position 4. Like
yeah.
He just couldn't come online with the Sand King, and I think the hero is one of the most broken heroes right now because he scales into such huge damage.
I want to ask you, RDO, genuine question. Have you ever played with someone that does these weird builds? Like someone that thinks really outside the box every time he plays a hero?
Sexy
Duster's
Fat,
laughing.
Sexy Fat does play. Yeah. Sexy Fat plays outside the box. His builds are very outside the box. But
can I
not
ask you? Okay, sorry. I need to ask you this question because this is too important. I remember a game when you guys were both on Babe with Sexy Fat, and he was playing Offlane Monkey King, and I will never forget this game for as long as I live. And he went first item Radiance. Do you guys remember what game I'm talking about?
I do remember. I'm not sure if it was Radiance, but I remember one point he had like Witchblade and Basher at offlaner Monkey King, and he didn't really had a big impact.
Yeah, it was the
or third item Satanic.
Yep.
He had like Diffusal Satanic, something like this on Sand King. Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you that game for Radiance as well. I remember because it was the game that you guys were fighting for relegation, and I remember we were casting that, and I just look over at Sexy Fat maybe 30 minutes in. I'm like, why does he have Radiance? Why did he go for this item first? What do you do with these players? Because Papita is known for this. He's known for thinking outside the box. Usually, it works for him. What do you feel the weaknesses of that style are sometimes, RDO?
It's between thinking outside the box and having in-game impact. Like, if you go for some weird build, you need to make sure this is gonna work. Otherwise, it will ruin all the team effort to win the game, because you're gonna be one less hero. You're not gonna have impact. You're not gonna help anything.
Okay. Duster, do you think it's good that people can think outside the box for these builds, or do you think some of these players sometimes force it because they are always thinking outside the box?
Like it's always nice to think outside the box sometimes. Just you gotta, as RDO said, you gotta find a balance. Maybe start your build a bit more normal, and then you get one or two items that are different. Like the whole build being different, I think is just too much. Like if the meta is to build a certain item or a certain hero, it means something. It's because it's good. Like you can build it and then choose something else for yourself. But the whole build being different is just really bad for me, in my opinion.
Okay, I like these takes, but before we go to the interview, which is not ready yet, I think our interviewee has been lost in the ether somewhere. So if you guys don't mind, we're gonna take a small break so I can go and find him, and then we'll be back, I promise, with an interview with Valky here from Beastcoast. So just give us a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back with that interview. Okay, and we're here, guys, with Valky. ¿Cómo estás, Valky? ¿Qué tal? Bienvenido.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ay, bien, feliz por las partidas.
Sí, he says he's very happy about the matches. Valky, ¿puedo decir ya oficialmente que es el coach o analista de Beastcoast?
Sí, creo que sí.
¿Sí? ¿Cómo te categorizan?
Sí,
¿Qué eres, coach o analista ahora mismo?
pues ahora es coach y Drake también está peleando bastante en el equipo. O sea, los dos hacemos el al mismo tiempo y los dos estamos trabajando
Okay.
como coach y analista.
Okay. So, Valky, in case you guys don't know, he was with Apple King of Kings. ¿Quién es? ¿Quién has dicho eso?
Tito, está saludando.
Vale, gracias, Tito, gracias.
Para la próxima va a ser la entrevista del dice.
Okay, sure. Sorry, that was Hector saying hi to us in his usual fashion. So, Valky, in case you guys don't know him, he was playing on Apple King of Kings last season as their offlaner. Now he's the coach and analyst at Beastcoast, and he says he helps them with the drafts as this, like, kind of he fulfills both roles to a degree, and he's a part of the team. Valky, si te soy sincero, me hace mucha ilusión verte aquí. O sea, de verdad, me sentó genial cuando vi que tuvieras un nuevo equipo. Me sentó fatal cuando te echaron, así que estoy muy contento de verte de nuevo en la escena.
Sí.
¿Cómo ha sido tu transición a ser coach, amigo? ¿Qué tal te ha ido?
Realmente es una etapa nueva y es como que de ser jugador a ser coach es como que muchas cosas que cambian, ¿no? O sea, la perspectiva del juego, hay cosas que tienes que tener más en cuenta, no sé, la posición de los drafts, es como que varias cosas en realidad, que como que el jugador yo mismo como que no me da o no prestaba mucha atención. Yo como que estoy prestando mucho más atención a eso y tratando de mejorar.
Interesante. So he talks about his transition from player to coach, and I asked him, how is the transition? He says, well, it's very interesting because you have to see the game in a different way. You think of like the positioning, for example, of things in the draft, like what picks work and what not. The limited ability you have to impact the game makes you like change your perspective, and there's a lot of things that he didn't know that he's learning now as a coach. ¿Crees que ser coach te está haciendo mejor jugador también?
Creo que si lo pones de esa manera, creo que sí. Y bueno,
Ok.
también como que también tengo bastante apoyo de Laikil, que a él también, yo lo conocía antes, que también hacía coach y también como que me apoyo con él bastante para hacer las cosas acá.
So he says, yeah, if you put it that way, I think it does. I think I'm becoming a better player. And he also says gets support from Raquel, which is another player, position 4 player from South America, who's also had more experience coaching. And they talk a bunch and he gives him a lot of advice. Para ti, ¿cuál fue lo más duro al principio de transicionarse a ser coach? ¿Cuál fue lo más difícil?
Lo más difícil. A ver, ¿qué es difícil? Creo que el Raf es bien picante. O sea, sinceramente, el Raf es picante. Sí, pero nada como que tan específico, es como que siempre hay como que pequeños márgenes de error que más adelante como que te das cuenta, ¿no? Y eso como que es bien picante a mi perspectiva.
Okay. So he says, I asked him what's the hardest part of being a coach or what the hardest part of transitioning. He said, the draft, actually. The draft is the hardest part. And like as a player, he used to think about the draft, of course, but there are small things and small mistakes and small like leeway that he used to have as a player that was fine. But now as a coach, he sees all these things and he can correct them and he can become more efficient. And he's realizing how many mistakes he used to make as a drafter that he doesn't make anymore because he's thinking about the game in a different way. ¿Te interesa volver a ser jugador, Valky, o te está gustando esa posición de coach?
Por ahora creo que hay bastantes cosas que tengo que aprender como jugador y también ampliar mi visión sobre el juego. Y creo que estando de esa manera, pues puedo avanzar bastante. Ya más adelante como que veré si que voy así jugando o tal vez, no sé, el tiempo libre.
Okay. He says he is asked him if he likes being coach or a player more. He says like currently I think there's a lot of things I'm missing and I want to expand my vision as a player, which of course coaching is helping with. But right now he doesn't really know when he's going to transition entirely. He's going to try to play and improve as a player, of course, during his coaching. But time will tell if he goes back to being a player and if that he succeeds as such. Héctor, que fuera. Échale. Echa a Héctor, por favor. Dios mío. ¿Cómo está el ambiente? ¿Cómo te sientes con los chicos? ¿Te llevas bien? ¿Hay buena onda?
Sí, o sea, yo antes conocía bastante a Stinger, a Chala, Scofield, a Héctor, a Chris, como que recién los conozco así como que conviviendo, a Whisper ya antes convivíamos también, Creo que a los tres que ya los conocía de antes, ¿no? Pero pues todo bien, el ambiente es como que bien chévere y no tengo problemas con eso. Todos son
He
buena
says,
onda.
I asked him how the feeling is in the team, and he says that they're all like pretty good people. He knew Stinger and Schofield before, as he calls El Chala. That's what his friends call him. And he didn't know Hector or Chris Luck, but and Whisper. They've lived together before with Whisper, but they didn't quite know them as well. So he's gotten to know them a bit more in the team. There's in general pretty good ambiance in the team, and they're all pretty good people. He says. Bueno, Balki, te voy a preguntar como coach, porque te puedo preguntar estas cosas. Según tu análisis certero 100%, ¿cuál es el equipo que más os da miedo jugar en la liga?
Que da más miedo. Creo que eso yo no lo pienso en realidad, solamente veo Erles nada más. Como que no lo tengo en cuenta.
¿Solo ves héroes?
Sea, como que sí, solo Erles.
¿No ves a los
O
equipos
sea,
tampoco? O sea, ¿no te centras en ellos?
sí. Claro, o sea, ¿qué es lo que juegan? Y solamente veo Erles. O sea, si me preguntas a mí, como que solamente veo Erles. Y aparte cómo
Ok,
juegan,
dices-
eso como que ya, bueno.
pero ¿puedes expandir eso? Como que ya bueno. ¿Qué te refieres con
O
eso?
sea que, claro, o sea, cómo juegan los Erles y nada más. Es como que es lo que pasa por mi cabeza.
Okay. So he says, I asked him what team he fears the most. And he says, I don't think of teams, I just think of heroes. I think occasionally of how heroes and how they play the heroes, but as opposed to concentrating on teams' play styles and concentrating on like who they are as teams, I think more about individual heroes and how they execute them. And that is why he can't really answer my question, because he doesn't think about teams in general. Bueno, Valky, felicidades de nuevo por la victoria. 2-0 ya vais. Espero volver a tenerte aquí alguna entrevista, o al menos que venga Héctor y al menos diga las cosas a la cara, porque esto de ir detrás es muy feo. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo y felicidades de nuevo por la victoria.
Gracias, muchas gracias por la entrevista. Saludos.
Adiós.
Saludos para Riker, que ahí está viendo la entrevista también.
¿Para quién,
La próxima
perdón?
va a ser la entrevista de él. Para Riker.
Okay. He says hi to Reiko, by the way. He wants to shout out to the guy who helps him a lot as a coach. All right. Quite nice. Always nice to see a player that transitions and that he's being helped literally by the community. Like, it's just his friends helping him transition into a difficult position. Going from player to coach is never easy. You can ask a lot of coaches. I had an interesting conversation with Awi at TI where, like, he was telling me that at first you think it's easy because you come from a player and you think, oh, anyone can be a coach because that's the position below you. And then as you try to do it, you realize, oh, each part has its own complexities. And I can't just assume that I'm going to do a good job because I'm a high-level player. And you can see Balki really working hard on that, so it's always nice to see. Yeah, you guys ever worked with a player coach before? Someone that like couldn't really find a team and was forced to coach? Duster or Dio?
I had misery, man.
Oh, how was that, Duster?
I ended up with a coop. He was my spot shortly after. So I personally got some trauma with player coaches, a guy that changes constantly between them. But
now I see why you like Astini. That makes sense.
I like coaches as a position. I think it's very important. I'm glad to see other SA teams doing it. I just don't like this player coach swapping much.
All right. As we get to the end of the broadcast today, I always like to highlight one good thing that any of the teams did. So RTO, because you did all the panels today, anything in the matches that you really liked, that you haven't seen from teams before, or you think it's an improvement from whomever?
K1 draining fights early and tanking arrows with Juggernaut spin. I found that really clutch. Like, he saved his team like 3 or 4 times just by spinning and tanking the arrow from the combo. So it's really cool to see.
Love that. Duster?
C-Smile playing today. He played so aggressive, so well, and it's just nice to see Chris Luck playing well. It's usually you don't get to see so often.
That's true. The consistency of C-Smile is something we always appreciate. As we end the day, we hope you've enjoyed the games today. We won't be back until next week. We'll be back on Thursday for some more upper division or Division 1. But if you guys want to catch the Division 2, that's going to be tomorrow. It's Division 2 day, and it'll be on this very channel at a similar time. It's going to be 3 a.m. for SEA, which is 2 p.m. if you live in Peru, or if you live in the West Coast. And if you are in Europe, that's 7 hours less. 8 p.m. European time, Western European time. If it's Russia, it's 9 p.m. If it's Portugal, it's 7. So we hope you join us for some more Dota 2 if you are interested in watching more SA Dota. And I think today, between the interviews, between the talks with these pro players, you're starting to understand maybe that the SA is honestly the most tight-knit community I've seen. You get someone to coach, and then someone else helps them because they're friends. That doesn't happen everywhere. We might be small, we might not have the biggest support, but goddamn do we try. And that is something that you guys can be part of. So anyone out there in the chat that's been supporting us the whole day, that's watched us, we really appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. And we hope to see you again next time. Until then.